Yes, I'm live again. Sorry, guys, for the um, the delay. I got caught up into something and end up into a delay. Sorry about that. I just want to say thank you to all the people who will be watching this stream and all the people here. And my brother Phil started on the Abduls already. So anyway, I just want to say all praises to the triune God, the God who is above all gods, the God who give us wisdom to decipher things and to make sense of sensible things and to make nonsense of things that are nonsense. And Islam is nothing but pure nonsense. So we will continue to look at the video from GodLogic, and we will um, be looking into the slavery in Islam and slavery in Christianity. So thank you guys for coming out, or else I would be a Jamaican talking to myself. So I have the utmost respect for you guys, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you. So let's get into this. So we're just gonna start from where we left off yesterday, and where we left off, where the brother studied to show was explaining something to the Muslim X, and I know the brother studied to show. He says, I think he make a blunder. Maybe I didn't hear him right, but let's start from there.
Death. Now, the Jewish system was able to set up laws based around the guidance of God, so that they would be able to, bring people and maybe have like some sort of tribunal to see whether punishment is required. But it's not this thing where you could just mistreat a slave, because it's also said in the Old Testament that if a slave runs away because they're being mistreated, then that person is free. Do not give them back to the master. You shall take them in your home, and they shall not be a slave. So if I
hold on, don't preach. Let's make it dialogue. I like.
Listen.
Why shouldn't you just free them instead of beating them?
Hold on.
So you're not addressing the point, though, sir.
So the Muslim asks, why should you just free them instead of beating them? Does this Muslim know that there was a time when Aisha was suspected of cheating on Muhammad? Muhammad took Aisha on an expedition, and Aisha ended up missing. And then Aisha was found with a man. And according to Al-Tabari, Aisha, when they found Aisha with the man, someone said to Muhammad, her slave may know if she cheated. Her slave may know her secret. So Ali, which was one of Muhammad's companion and a relative of Muhammad, the one that the Shia believed that he should have been the caliph instead of, I think, Uthman. He should have been the caliph instead of Uthman. And because of that, a war broke out to the point where Aisha wanted Ali killed. And Ali was killed because of that. Uthman was also killed. So Ali grabbed onto Aisha's slave and started beating the slave girl. And according to At-Tabari, it says violently, started beating her violently. What do you think would have happened to Ali if Ali had killed Aisha's slave? Nothing at all, because Muhammad was there and Muhammad did not stop him from beating the slave. So I don't know why the guy is talking all these nonsense and what this for. Muhammad also, and I've shown you guys this several times, a blind man stabbed a slave woman, a pregnant slave woman, in the stomach, killing the baby and killing the woman, and Muhammad did nothing about it, nothing at all about it. So I don't know why this guy is asking that stupid question as if he have a better remedy in Islam.
You can do that. Explain it. You can do that. But
So
here's
why
the
would God
thing.
leave such an instruction that's so vague right there? Why would he leave such an instruction?
Look. I'm about to land in 20 seconds. I'm about to land in 20 seconds. So if I beat my slave and my slave runs away and goes to Avery's house, guess what? He's no longer a slave. If I beat him and I was terrible to him, then Avery has to take him on, and then Avery can come.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie, and I'll provide the scriptures in the chat.
I think a Christian said that's a lie. Was that a Christian?
No, that was Dappy. That was the left shoulder. He thinks you're a right shoulder. He thinks.
Say that's a Christian that says that's a lie. Do you see how deceptive they are? When Atun Tash was stabbed, they say it was a Christian who stabbed Atun Tash.
But Steady, can you stop the insults and deal with that? Like, if they are willingly coming to you guys,
you can't stop. You like
Dappy,
Steady likes to lie.
Why you guys Dappy?
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, Dappy, real quick. Because look, you're trying to convince the people that they came from the surrounding nations because you guys are the Israelites are wealthy. They got the best air. The food is, fried chicken. They just willingly came through to just be humble slaves for you guys. And the moment they say, "Oh, I'm tired today," God is allowing you to unleash and strike his male or female slave with a rod. It's not even a hand.
And do you see how this is the mistake of the Christian guy study to show, because God did not agree with a man beating his slave. He didn't. But God used the preposition if, because he know what would happen. The all-knowing God knows exactly what would happen, and this is why the preposition if is used. Like, for example, God said, if the priest sin, this is what the priest need to do. In the book of Leviticus, he says, if the priest sin, the high priest sin, if the priest sin, God doesn't want any of us to sin, but he used the preposition if you sin, what you should do. If this is how God's work, because he know you will. He can see in the future and see what will happen. And so he give protection. He give laws for protection, law to govern in case these things happen. But the study to show the Christian guy, he actually say God said it was okay to beat the slave, but he did not. Because according to Leviticus, you should love them like you love yourself. The people who sojourn with you, the strangers within your house, you should love them like you love yourself. So you don't beat yourself. So why you beating your slave? This is so that was the Christian guy mistake, because he sometimes we are human beings. We can make mistakes. It's not like I'm gonna beat up on him for making a mistake like that. And we are human beings, and yeah. So my brother is saying that pregnant slave murdered, and this is Sunan Abu Dawud 4361. Yes. I love to have you here, Phil, man, because you're quick. You are very quick on your and here he goes again. Safwan answering Islam. That's anybody want to learn, man. This is where you can go and learn. God gave Sam Shamoun this wisdom and this knowledge that a lot of us don't have, and he's a resource for us to use. So we use him because he's not against us using him as long as we don't we understand what he's saying. So that's important. So anyway, so the brother made the mistake. The Christian brother made the mistake by saying God gave the law to beat the slave. No, he didn't give the law to beat the slave. And as I showed you yesterday, but I will show you again, just as Sam Shimon always say, repetition is good because we are creatures of repetition, and this is how people learn. So let me show this again so that you guys could see that God did not want anyone to beat anyone at all. It's just that he give law, just like God says in the book of Leviticus, if the priest sin, God didn't want the priest to sin, but he gave a law that says if the priest sin, this is what need to be done and that what need to be done and all that stuff. So let's look at something here. We're going to show you guys again because it's important that we establish truth. So what we're going to show right here is let's see, I think it's Leviticus 19, but a way to find it is hit the word if. So if we scroll down, so you notice the word if a man, if God is always using the word if, because that's not what he wants you to do. So he's saying in case. The word if can be used in a phrase that can be used for the word if is in case. In case. And in case doesn't mean that God wants you to do something. It's just that it wants you to sin. In case you sin, do this. In case this happened, do that. So let's look down. But we'll find it. So do you notice, do you notice the preposition if? If, like again right here, if a man sell his daughter to be a maid servant, she shall not go out. Do you see if? You notice the word if? If any of your fellow Israelite become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. So you see if. This is how God used the word if. The word if doesn't mean that God wants you to do something. He knows that something will happen, and he uses the word if to tell you, like, if this happened, as I explained yesterday, I said to my son, if the police stop you, call us before you stop. So when the police stop you while you're pulling over, call us. Doesn't mean that we want the police to stop my son. No, I don't want the police to stop my son. But if I say if the police stop you, that means in case. But if you see the word if all over, the word if is used, but we're going to get to the point where God uses the term if. He says, if a man beat his slave, if a man this, if the master, you see, all the way we use the term if. And if a man beat his slave, do you see that? It's a preposition if. God is not telling, and see what is here, God is not telling these Jews to beat their slaves. God did not want the Israelites to beat their slaves. He was just dealing with the reality, which is foreknowledge. Can you imagine? If I could say if, what about God, who can see things and know it will happen? See, I can see things and know that it will happen, but I still use the word if. So God, who can see things, he should use the word if more than I use the word if, because he knows that these things will happen. So he's telling you, if it happened to you, meaning if it happened to you, he knows it will happen, but you don't know that it will happen. So he's telling you, if it happened to you, this is what you need to do. So you see this? But look at this. This is Leviticus 19, verse 34. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God. And Paul says the same thing. Paul says totally similar. So that's where I wanted to establish that. Now let's continue with the video. And thank you everyone watching. And remember, mods, all those who are mods, don't stop the Muslims from talking unless they disrespect our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and our God. That's when we stop them. You know, if they disrespect me, let them stay, because sometimes what they say can be used against them. I'm not scared of the Muslim talk as long as they don't disrespect God Almighty.
A backhand, or just, it's not even lock them up. You know,
Hey,
deprive
can you-
them.
wait,
let me land. Come on. It's me.
Let them land. I'm about to bust both
Yeah,
of
let
them.
them
Bust me. It doesn't even say deprive them from the good food you had. You said earlier, like, you guys are wealthy, they came because they needed food and shelter. Why can't you just put them outside or just deprive them from food? Why is it God?
See, that's a Christian problem. The Christian make the brother, and I love that brother. I talked to him before. Study to show he make the speech that God command to beat the slave. I think he did, if we go back a little bit from yesterday, but that's not true. As you just see me establish that that's not true. God was using the preposition if, because he know what man will do. Just like, you know, I could say, if you ever eat your wife, if I say something to my neighbor, even though all my neighbors right here, the closer ones are women, you know, but if I say to my neighbor, say one of my male neighbor who say, which I don't have a male neighbor who beat his wife, but suppose I heard my male neighbor beating and his wife, and I said, if you ever eat your wife again, it doesn't mean that if mean yes, in case you ever, this is what I'll do. Not that I will fight him, but you know, I'll find, and you know, there's police, call the police, but it's just something like that. That's how God used the preposition if.
Instructing you to beat them with a rod.
Okay, so I'm going to answer the question where Daffy yelled like a wild animal, "You lie!" So anybody that's following
they're
along,
accusing me of being racist. I'm black. I'll PTR my
listen. I said Daffy, man, be quiet. It says
I'm talking
okay.
about the
So
chat.
this is
They calling me racist in the chat.
Bro, stop interrupting them. We only got 3 minutes left.
My bad. 3 minutes, bro. You sped up the time, bro. Go ahead.
Listen. This is Deuteronomy 23:15. If a slave has taken refuge with you, do not hand them over to their master. So if I abuse my slave and they run to Avery, and Avery says, okay, yeah, you abused the slave, then he cannot give them back. And they're free, and Avery has to take care of them, and I have to give Avery money to take care of them. That's how it works in the Bible. We can't just mistreat slaves. So
Yes. So
before you quote anything, make sure that you're covering your tail.
So say he was beaten so bad that he couldn't run to Avery.
Hold on. Hunter, hold on. Hunter.
Do you see how they jump around? If he was beaten so bad that he couldn't run to Avery. You know, it's like if according to the law that I just showed you from Leviticus 19 verse 34, if God give you a law said to love the slave like you love yourself, and you coming and seeing a man beating his slave, you should be saying, hey, according to God's law, you can't do that, bro. You can't do that. You're not supposed to do that according to the law of God given to Moses. You cannot do that. You're not supposed to beat them because he says to love them like you love yourself. Do you beat yourself? No, you don't. You know, and this, you know, you got if you are going to deal with these Muslims, sometimes you have to have a foundation and stop them in their track. Because when you allow them that big voice, then they make themselves look like they are equal to you when they are not. They when I say equal to you, I don't mean as human being, because all human beings are equal. Equal to you in knowledge and equal to you in wisdom. Our God is a God of wisdom. The Muslim God is a nobody, a creation by a madman. So at the end of the day, you know, we are to equip ourselves, so we shut them down early. You know, you got to shut them down early. You got to know and shut them down early, and have them biting their lips and going back on their words. That's how you got to shut them down early, especially in a setting like this where you can actually make your point without being booted off or stuff like that. You know. Anyway,
You want to jump in because we're
No. I want to respond to that. No, come on. You guys stop HK. If Hunter comes in, HK can come in.
Be quiet. Hunter, go ahead.
Yeah.
And then
No, Avery, my connection is your messages.
oh, he is bad.
Yeah. Can I? If I get interrupted by your fellow Christians, HK must come in. It's not fair, bro.
Yeah, so I understand the point.
do you notice how they chatter? All they do is just chatter. And then if you were on their stream, they're kicking you off. And that's the difference you see. They are crybabies, little crybabies, you know. They need binkies and pacifiers and formula. They need formula. The other day they have a formula crisis in the world. There was a big formula crisis in the Western world because of something happened. I can't remember what caused the formula crisis. I think it was COVID-19 that caused the formula crisis, where there were not enough formula in the United States and the Caribbean and other places like that, and not enough formula to feed the babies and stuff like that. It's the grace of God we did come through, but I'm sure these Muslims were suffering, not the Muslim babies, but the Muslims, because they are formula babies. They are binky babies and blanket babies, formula babies. Do you notice how much they cry? We all the way home.
Yeah, so of course, like, a slave can run to Avery, but say the slave was beaten so bad that he was bedridden, and then he dies a day later. Surely the master is not to be punished for the death of the slave.
Yes, he is punished because it states in the Bible that the master is punished if the slave dies.
No, if he dies a day later, he's not punished.
I'll give you the verse. I'll read it again because that's part of our minutes. When a man strikes his male or female slave with a rod so hard that the slave dies under his hand, he shall be punished. Okay, so if you do it so hard and they die, then you're punished. But however, if the slave survives a day or two, that's the requirement. They just got to survive a day or two. He's not to be punished since the slave is his own property. You're using a rod. You could use a rod.
So of course, like, I understand. Can I
it talks about an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
Do you remember there's a time limit and you're cutting
DJ.
Yeah, well,
I will say something here. There's a lot of things to take into consideration. There's a story that I know of myself. I am a nurse, and let me tell you a story that happened about, I would say, about 4 years ago, 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago, if it's not 4 years ago. Nurse's aide went into a room to transfer a resident, and according to what is said, that she transferred the resident with a mechanical lift. And when I say resident, I mean a patient. But because you're living in a nursing home, you're not called a patient in a nursing home. You're called a resident. So because you're in a home, so they don't call you patient when you're in your home. They call you resident because you're living in a nursing home. So she went to transfer the resident, and when she was transferring the resident, she should not transfer the resident by herself. When you're using a mechanical lift, don't care how light that person is, you never transfer that person by yourself, because it's a mechanical lift and it have fault and it can cause problems. So two people need to be there in case you need a second person there So in case something is happening, the person can take care of that thing. And even when you're transferring a resident without a mechanical lift, if the care plan says 2 people should transfer that resident, you cannot transfer the resident 1 person. You got to follow the care plan. Whatever the care plan say, you must. It's compulsory that you follow the care plan to the T. You cannot deviate from the care plan, because the care plan is there to protect the resident and take care of the resident or the patient. So what happened is this. According to what the report that I heard, the nurse's aide go by herself and transfer the resident, and the resident falls and hurt herself and was taken to the hospital. She ended up with a broken hip, I think, or something like that, and was taken to the hospital. But when she was taken to the hospital did their diagnostic workup, which is the X-ray, CT scan, all these fancy things that hospitals are equipped to do to make sure that a person is okay. When they did their scans and they whatever their ultrasounds or whatever they did, when they did them, guess what? They found cancer all over the woman's body. Cancer all over the woman's body. And she died not too long after. If we're living in a primitive world where there is no CT scan, no X-ray, none of those technology, guess what? The blame would be on the nurse aide, that the nurse aide caused her death. But literally she didn't cause her death, because what? The incident revealed a bigger occurrence in the resident system, you know. And if it wasn't for the incident, no one would have known that this lady is going through what she was going through. And even though the fall may have speed up her death, because fall does hurt the elderly in a big way, and that's why we try to prevent fall as much as, because a person fall, what can happen to them? They stop eating, they stop this, they stop doing this, you know, and because of that, mobility, depression increase, a whole lot of stuff, a whole bunch of stuff. So, but what I'm trying to say is that if a person die sometime later, they may not have died from the incident. They could have died from something else. So if my wisdom shows these things, and I'm not God Almighty, God's wisdom is greater than my wisdom. And that's what I will say right here.
He's the one that brought the HK. He's the one that brought the objection.
I understand.
Answer this objection.
It's okay. I was hearing what Seti was saying, but like I was just saying, say the slave was beaten to the point where he is unable to run to Avery to take refuge, right? Because he's afraid of this abusive slave master, which is his owner, and the slave is the possession. Anyway, and also Study to Show also talked about waging jihad. We don't have this concept. Well, how do you talk about Deuteronomy 20, the chapter called Going to War, the idea of tributaries, right?
He didn't listen to the guy. And this is why these Muslims don't listen when you're talking to them. Study to Show wasn't talking about jihad. He said offensive jihad. If you guys remember yesterday, at the last part of the video yesterday, you hear where the brother Study to Show said offensive jihad. Offensive jihad is jihad where you go to a person's country or a person's tribe or a person's dwelling for no other reason but to spread Islam. They weren't your enemy trying to destroy you. You just go there just to spread Islam and you fight these people. That's offensive jihad. So this is and this is what Study to Show speak about yesterday. Can you imagine? You are right there listening to the conversation, and your ego cause you not to be even in the conversation. This is what we see with Muslims. You're talking to them, but they're not listening to you. They won't listen to you. I love this. E.A. Dawa Khalil is I think she be such a chicken. He really is a chicken, man. I'm telling you, chicken. Hey, my brother Chris Claus, you want to come on and speak? If you're not at work, because you work like I work, I could let you in, my brother. You work just as much as I work, man. You are I always hear you talking about work. So let's sorry. Let's see if I could invite anybody want to come on. If more people want to come on, they could come. I don't have a problem with my brothers and sisters, even the Muslims. If they want to come, I have no problem with it. As long as they're not respectful and disruptive. So if Chris, anybody want to come on, there's a link right there. I just gave the link. So if you want to come on. Hey, Chris, how are you, man? God bless you, brother. Happy Frenzy is in the house. That's been with me for a long time. Anyway, let's continue to watch this video. So when you look at it, you know, and watch the video yesterday, you will see my feeling and slavery. I don't look at slavery like the typical black man look at slavery. I look at slavery different. I'm not saying that, you know, everybody have their own opinion of things and it's okay. But my opinion of slavery is different, you know. Anyway, so let's continue.
When you march up to attack a city, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to slavery and shall work for you. If they refuse to make peace and they engage you in battle, lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand,
you in battle,
don't
if
interrupt
they
the word.
engage you
Don't
in
interrupt
battle.
the word.
I said
Don't
if
interrupt.
they, yes, as I was saying, if they did not, what is it? They shall be subject to slavery and shall work for you. If they do not fight back. If they do, however, right, engage in war, well, they're defending their city, surely, right? Because the people are coming and waging jihad, as you would put it. They do fight back. And what happens? When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put the sword, all the men in it. As for the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city, you may take these as plunder for yourselves, and you may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you. Chapter 20, Deuteronomy 20, verses 10 to 15. And you may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies. This is how you are to treat all the cities.
And do you notice that it's not talking about offensive jihad? It's talking about God giving you a commandment to go and destroy certain people for pay retribution and judgment to certain cities. And you can never show anywhere in the Bible where the Hebrew people were going around spreading their doctrine on other nations. They don't do that. They've never done that, where they go about forcing other people to become under their religion, whatever the name of their religion was at the time. You can never find anything like that. Nothing like that at all. But in Islam, you will find where Muslims were just going from one place to place, conquering places just to spread Islam, and in some cases just to steal from the people, just to take from the people, just to rob the people. Muhammad made a boast. He said, I was make what he says, my livelihood came from my spear. What is your livelihood? If you look up the word livelihood, what does that mean? Your livelihood mean how you eat, sleep, drink, wear, came from his spear. Can you imagine that? You make a statement like that, your livelihood came from your spear. Isn't that crazy? You know, isn't that crazy? That is crazy. But anyway, let's says he blocked me weak like me. He blocked. Yeah, because they are coward. I'm telling you. He came onto a stream thinking that I was soft, but I was so surprised he didn't even say nothing to me. He wanted to talk to me, but then when I say something to him, I said, you have gone to a point where you are questioning your God, to the point where you question your God. You're so worried about your God only having two hands, because your mind, you let your mind carry you too much to the point where you worry about the hands of your God. Why he didn't have three hands? Why he didn't have four? Why only two? Khalil actually worried about how many hands his God had. This is such an idiot, man. Don't be surprised if you hear that this idiot is an atheist. But he's making money from Islam now, so he might not, he might be an atheist right now, but still trying to make this money. Because if you notice, their channel growing so fast and they're making money. That's all they are into, making money. It's not really speaking any truth, but making money. I'm not saying that a person cannot make money from their channel, because some people do it full time and other people aspire to do it full time, which I believe is good, because more people are dedicated to spreading the good news of God. That's good for the Christian I'm talking about. But where do you don't see a Christian questioning a Christian apologist questioning God to the point where he said, why God only have two hands? Why God this? Why God that? Having doubts, just like Muhammad have doubt and was trying to kill himself.
That are at a distance from you and do not belong to the nations nearby. It says to treat all the nations from a distance that do not belong to the nations nearby. So don't say that this is a concept that's foreign and it's a concept that is about Islam and jihad. This is something within your own scripture. It's okay. Very clear. Yeah.
All right, that's the time on that. So just to give an answer, and then we'll be able to get back to this later. So guys, make a mental note of these objections. Just the last point.
Bruh,
we're going to read the Exodus part, and we're going to reset the timer. But we are like literally out of time on this point.
No, it's just supposed to be a response.
X.
Do you notice that how GodLogic allowed the Muslim guy to speak, and as soon as GodLogic starts speaking, this clown called X is speaking? Do you ever notice that? Because this is what they came for. If it was a written dialogue, they would have bombarded the page, just like this Muslim tried to do the other day to me. But then when he realized it doesn't work, I haven't seen him since. But do you notice that GodLogic and all the Christians that are here allow the Muslim guy to speak? But as soon as he finished speaking, and GodLogic is about to speak, then here comes this idiot called X speaking. Do you see that?
Quiet while the moderator is moderating. Thank you so much. So as going to the first point that was raised, or the objection with treatment of the slave, beating of the slave, what happens to them? Are they punished? Yes, if the person, as Scott said, if they killed the slave, they were put to death. Let me repeat: if the person killed the slave, then they were put to death. If they injured the slave, the punishment that they did not receive, that is talking about in that context, is the capital punishment. They were not put to death if they did not kill the slave. However, if you keep reading in the same chapter, it talks about the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and so on and so on. That goes for the master as well. That goes for the master as well. When you read Exodus chapter 21, and you read how it mentions, let's see where it is.
But an eye for an eye, they didn't want to work. So why are they getting beaten? They just didn't want to work.
But if there is harm, then you shall pay life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. When a man strikes the eye of his slave, male or female, and destroys it, he shall let the slave go free because of his eye. If he knocks out the tooth of his slave, male or female, he shall let the slave go free because of his tooth. And so all of that is in the context of eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and the master gets punished for injuring the slave, just not the capital punishment if he doesn't kill him. If he kills him, he gets the capital punishment. We will return to this. We'll give this.
How does that justify them being, for the day or two?
Brother Avery,
yeah.
Can I answer HK because he missed two.
Do it in the next. We have.
And do you notice that X is asking the same crazy question? He's just asking the same crazy question over and over again. You know, a crazy question that really and truly doesn't deserve any answer, because what? The answer is already given. The answer is already given. And logic would tell you that if people from other nations are selling slaves, because Israel was told that they could buy slaves from the other nation, but logic would tell you that if people from other nation, he says, what if the slave doesn't want to work? What do you think that Muhammad would do to a slave if the slave doesn't want to work? That's the question. Those are questions that needed to be asked. What do you think that Muhammad would do to a slave if, when he go to the slave to have sex with the slave didn't want to have sex with him? What do you think that Muhammad would have done to that slave? Huh? Those are questions that you need to ask. If Muhammad could beat a slave, could allow Ali to beat a slave for something that the slave doesn't know anything about, what do you think would have happened to a slave? Let me show you what Muhammad used to do, because these Abduls don't know anything about Muhammad. If Muhammad was doing this to his fellow Muslims, what do you think that he would do to a slave? This is let me show you about Muhammad. These people have no clue when they're dealing with Muhammad. Who was Muhammad? What kind of person was Muhammad? These Muslims are clueless. Let me show you something that Muhammad used to do to his fellow Muslims. Fellow Muslims, not just slaves. Fellow Muslim. And let me show you what Muhammad did to a slave. I will show you something that Muhammad did to a slave girl, and I will show you something that Muhammad did to his fellow Muslims. So let me show you this. If you notice the topic here, the abuse of Muhammad. Let me show you what Muhammad did. Okay. Let me show you. Okay, this is here it is. Abu Huraira reported Allah's messenger, Allah's apostle, as saying, O Allah, I have a covenant with thee against which thou wouldest never go. I am a human being, and thus for any Muslim, notice what he says, for a Muslim, not anybody, but a Muslim. Can you imagine if Muhammad was doing this to a Muslim, what he was doing to his slave? Look at this. And for a Muslim whom I give any harm, or whom I scold, or upon whom I invoke a curse, or whom I beat. So Muhammad was beating Muslims. Muhammad was beating Muslims, beating his fellow Muslims. Make this a source of blessing, purification, and nearness to thee on the day of resurrection. And this is Sahih Muslim 32, 32, number 6290. This is not hard for you to find, in Sunnah.com. All you gotta do is just copy a part of it and throw it into the search engine, and guess what will come up? Exactly what? Let me tell you where you can find that. You could find that at Sahih Muslim in sunnah.com. You could find it at Sahih Muslim 2601b. Sahih Muslim 2601b. So we're not making up anything here. The only thing that is going on is that the Muslim they constantly changes things, changes the numbering of things so that they can brainwash Christians. So you can, a lot of times you can, when you have a citation, it's hard for you to find it where it's by the number, but all you got to do is copy and paste and you can find it. So, you know, let me just show you guys that this, for the people who, just for the Muslim's sake, we'll do this. For the sake of the Muslim, because we know the Christians know that we don't lie because we have no reason to lie. But if you look right here, do you see it? Whom I scold and invoke a curse, and whom I beat. So Muhammad was beating Muslims. Beating Muslims. And his excuse was, I am a human being. I am a human being. So can you imagine if Muhammad was beating his fellow Muslims, free men, fellow Muslims, free people? Can you imagine what he was doing to this? And why was Muhammad beating these people? Do you believe that Muhammad was just beating them because they commit some form of sin? No, because he was only human. He's temper. Let me show you. Let me go back and show you. Just because of his temper, he was beating people. Can you imagine what he would do to the slave if the slave decided, I don't want to have sex with you, I don't want to do this? Come on, man. We are no fool. You only would have to be a fool to be thinking that, oh, sorry, Muhammad was a good person. Only a fool would think that Muhammad was a good person. No. Muhammad was a very bad person, an evil bastard. Now look at this. Let's show you why he was doing these people. He have arguments with them, and he would treat them this way. Look at this. Aisha reported that two persons visited Allah's messenger, and both of them talk about a thing of which I am not aware, but that annoy him, and he invoked curse upon both of them and hurl malediction. And when they went out, I said, Allah's messenger, the good would reach anyone, but it would not reach these two. He said, why so? Do you see how stupid he was? he is a prophet, and he invoked curse on them, and then he's gonna ask why so. And listen what happened. I said, because you have invoked curse and hurled malediction upon both of them. He said, don't you know that I have made a condition with my Lord, saying, O Allah, I am a human being, and that for a Muslim upon whom I invoke a curse or hurl malediction, make it be a source of purity and reward. Do you see? Now look at what he did to a slave. Look what he did to a slave. Look what he did to a slave. Salim, the freed, and this is a free slave, or the daughter of a free slave. Look at this. The woman Salim is Muhammad's superior. Muhammad should learn from this woman called Salim. I'm going to show you why I said that. The free slave of Salim, the free slave of whatever, No, no. Muhammad should learn not from Salim, but from this woman. I will tell you who it is. The free slave of this name, Nasrin, said, I heard Abu Huraira as saying that he heard Allah's messenger as saying, "Oh Allah." No, this is not the one. This is not the one. Oh, yes, it is the one. So Muhammad even cursed an orphan girl. Look at this. Wishing that she wouldn't live long, making her cry as a result. Anas B. Malik reported that there was an orphan girl with Salim, who was the mother of Anas. Allah's messenger saw the orphan girl and said, "Oh, it is you." Look at this. Saw the orphan girl. For what reason? This is how evil this bastard was. Allah's messenger saw the orphan girl and said, "Oh, it is you. You have grown young." I don't know what this means. You have grown young. May you never advance in years. That slave girl returned to Salim. So it's a slave girl. Do you see that? So the orphan girl was a slave girl. Salim, Sulim is Muhammad should have learned from this woman instead of this woman learning from Muhammad. Muhammad was not a wicked bastard. The slave girl returned to Salim weeping. Salim said, "Oh, daughter." So notice what this woman is calling the slave girl, daughter. She adopted the slave girl and calling the slave girl her daughter. "What is the matter with you?" She said, "Allah's apostle invoked curse upon me that I should not grow in age, and thus I would never grow in age." They believe in this man so much, but look how he was abusing them. Or she said, "In my length of life." Salim went wrapping her headdress hurriedly. This is a mother, a tiger, ready to protect her daughter from a bastard like Muhammad. Until she met Allah's messenger. He said to her, Salim, what is the matter with you? Do you see how evil he always is? After he cursed the woman's daughter, he's going to ask her what is the matter with her. Inconsiderate bastard. Evil bastard. She said, Allah's apostle, you invoke curse upon my orphan girl. He said, Salim, what is that? He even now, do you see the dumb bastard that they call a prophet? He used to forget the Quran, and now he's forgetting even what he said to a little girl. He cursed a little girl, he don't even remember what he told the little girl. This is how careless this dumb bastard was. She says, the orphan girl said you have cursed her, saying that she might not grow in age or grow in life. Allah's messenger smiled. Wow, what a beautiful Allah's messenger. Smile. Smile to Jannah. What a man. And then said, Salim, don't you know that I have made the term with my Lord? And the term with my Lord is that I said to him, I am a human being. Do you see that? His excuse for cursing a little girl is that I am a human being. Please, just as a human being is pleased. Wow. So he was, what kind of example he was? I'm a human being pleased just like a human being is pleased. And I lose my temper just as a human being loses temper. So for any person from amongst my ummah whom I curse, and he in no way deserve it, let that, Lord be made a source of purification and purity and nearness to Allah on the day of resurrection. What a beautiful Muslim. So to make sure that we can find it, I will tell you where to find it. So we copy a part of it like this. Copy. And then we just throw it into the search engine and suna.com. And let's see what we get. Here we are. Here we are. So this is Sahih Muslim 2603. Sahih Muslim 2603. So anybody who want to go and find it, Sahih Muslim 2603. So you want to tell me this man wasn't beating slave? Wow. What a beautiful, beautiful religion. Stay far away from this religion. Move swift with precision. Move in the opposite direction. Far from this religion, this evil religion. Don't you be feeble. Stay far away from this evil. Yeah. Because this come from the heart of the devil. Muhammad was a rebel. Of the people living around him, so miserable. So miserable. Yeah. Do you see this? We're not lying, man. We don't lie here. We tell the truth here. Orphan girl. I lose my temper just as human being loses temper. So for a person amongst my ummah, do you see? Same thing. Same thing. And Sahih Muslim. See it right here? We don't lie. We don't lie. We are not that kind of guy that live the lie and live a lie and make an orphan girl cry. No. See, the slave girl returned to Salim weeping. And this man, according to Surah 33 verse 21, is the perfect example. Do you see what I see? Muhammad is no example for me. Jesus, who died on Calvary, is the example for me. Do you see what I see? Muhammad can never be, will never be no example for me. Jesus Christ, who died on Calvary, yeah, is the example for me. So let's get back to it.
If we're going to be consistent, we have to do it in the next segment. Yeah, we have to do it in the next segment.
Hey,
So
moderators. Oh my goodness, he lied about lied about Deuteronomy 20.
I read it verbatim.
I know that's going to be
we'll address it. Hey, Scott,
yeah.
we'll address it in our next round. But Avery and Zaytoon, we have two Christian sisters, Angelina and Snow, that would like to enter the room. However, they are blocked. I can name off the people I can name off the people that don't have them blocked. Avery, Scott, Gavin, Danny, Chris, Life, DJ, Hunter. Yeah, those people would definitely.
So do you see why they can't enter the room? These Christian ladies cannot enter the room. Why? Because the Muslim have them blocked. Cowards, man. Little crybaby cowards. They block two women. You know why? The women have half of a brain according to Muhammad, but they have to block them. Why? Because Muhammad, something was wrong with his bloody head. These clowns have to block women. And that's why I said, moderators, we don't block people unless they disrespect Jesus. That's the only way we block people here. If they disrespect me, let them be. I'm not on the level of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. If they disrespect the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, you block them. But if they disrespect me, don't. I don't want to be like Muhammad. You see these Muslim killing people for Muhammad because they put Muhammad on the same level as God. Because according to blasphemy law in the Bible, you kill, in the Old Testament, you kill people for blaspheming the name of God. You don't kill people for blaspheming men. These Muslims are undercover Muhammad worshipper, and they pretend as if they're not.
Not have Christian sisters blocked. So
it's Zaytoon because they're Somalian. Zaytoon has to go down.
Zaytoon's Jamaican.
Anna blocked.
Wait. You said Snow. I got Snow blocked, but not Angelina.
Okay, you got Anna X blocked, so you might have to go down just to let her. Not because you're Somalian, but because they're Somalian.
Can we get to the point?
How
does that have anything to do with him? Yeah.
So Zaytoon is Jamaican. Is a Jamaican Muslim. I would like to corral that guy. Jamaica versus Jamaica. Can somebody arrange that? Jamaica versus Jamaica. Zaytoon, is he Jamaican Christian or Jamaican Muslim? Because I would like to get a go at that guy. I would like to get a go at that guy. Very slow at that guy. Because I know that that guy is nothing but a lie.
About them being
He's Jamaican. He's Jamaican.
HK, just stop your complaining. We don't care. I don't.
Bro, Zaytoon's Jamaican.
How am I complaining?
I don't care about Somali, Egyptian, American, Chinese. I don't.
Yeah,
care.
so then don't tell me. Tell study to show. Don't tell me about that.
The problem is.
Do you see what study to show make a mistake and they took it up onto some prejudice thing? He make a mistake. That's what he did, and he acknowledged that he make a mistake, correct his mistake. But you know, when you notice a Jamaican dude, he really saying anything, because one thing with Jamaicans, we don't take offense so easily. Like, you know, we are tough-skinned people. Anyway,
no, Zaytoon.
Christian sisters.
Is he Somali or Jamaican?
I've intervened. Listen, I've intervened between Zaytoon and these sisters before, so I know their history.
I understand.
He has them blocked because
I understand he has them blocked.
And he doesn't
why are
like
you saying
they converted to Christianity?
Yeah.
So Zaytoon have them blocked because they are Somalian. What a Jamaican! Wow, that's what Muslim being a Muslim. Do you see what a Muslim do to you? Being a Muslim do to you? A Jamaican blocking two women because they are Somalian and they can convert to Christianity. Can you imagine that? A Jamaican. This is what my countryman has come to. Islam turned him into a donkey. a cowardice donkey that's scared of women. What a catastrophe. Wow.
Just say that's fine. But then stop saying it's about them being Somali.
Kick out the Jamaican. I agree. Kick him out. Don't let him stay there.
Kind of odd. Yeah.
That's the reason why he says
okay,
they're
we're
not Somali anymore.
Like,
anyway,
yeah. Move down so we can
get to the point. Zaytoon fixed it. Zaytoon fixed it.
Well, GodLogic, you would have to.
Zaytoon is a cartoon.
You would have to move Zaytoon down and then remod him when he comes back up.
He's gonna fix it. Give him a minute.
Oh, never mind. Snow is in. He unblocked her. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only one I have blocked. But Angelina should not block.
Cool. Well, I mean, you may not have Angelina blocked, but there's a couple, Muslims on the stage.
I don't have no one blocked. Let's keep going.
What about Bubbles here? Because Bubbles, he likes to sexually.
All right. HK and Bubbles, I'm moving you down.
I don't have anyone blocked. I don't
Bubba's
have
not
anyone
even
blocked.
here.
It doesn't matter.
Why? Why moving me down?
What do you mean, just in case? I didn't block anybody. I don't even know who they are.
All right, Bubbles, you was moved down, man.
Christian rooms and their complaints, bro.
I bet.
No, because you guys need to stop blocking people. Like you're blocking people with Christian rooms and they complain. Of course, if you have Christians who want to come up on a Christian platform, and because you clowns got them blocked, what do you think gonna happen? Like, what is wrong with these?
They're gonna come back up. Don't worry.
All that crying and lying.
Is she in? Is she coming in? Like, I don't even know why we're stopping this whole thing for one person. Like,
exactly, I agree.
I'd say 30 seconds and then we just move on.
Appreciate it.
Hi, Mom. Am I on YouTube?
Yeah, you are on YouTube. Tell the people to give a like.
Love you, Mama.
Like the video.
I'm doing.
Do you see how he say, "I love you, Mom. I love you, Mama"? when Muhammad used to sell the mother of Muhammad used to allow these Muslims to sell the mother. This is shameful that they're talking about slavery, and he's saying to his mother, "I love you, mama," which is cool. That was kind of cool. But guess what? Guess what? Muhammad used to let them sell, men sell, sell the mother of their children. Muhammad used to let his men sell the mother of their children, and he's saying, "I love you, mama." Isn't that isn't that something that this guy is on there saying, "I love you, mama"? But Muhammad used to allow his men to sell the mothers of their children. Wow. Isn't that's something, man? Look at this, my people. Do you see this? I showed that yesterday, but I think it's appropriate to show it again since he says, "I love you, mama." Look at this. Sunan ibn Majah 25:17. Jibir bin Abdullah was heard to say, "We used to sell our slave women and the mothers of our children when the Prophet was still living among us, and we did not see anything wrong with that." And he said, "I love you, mama," which was so beautiful. But then, look what these people used to do to the mothers of their children. Sell the mothers of their children as slaves. So they would have sex with their slave women, and when the slave women give birth to their children, then they would sell the mothers, sell their mothers. What a beautiful, beautiful religion. Stay far away from this religion. Move precisely in the opposite direction. Move fast, move with perfection. Move toward Jesus because he is the one with perfection. What a beautiful, beautiful religion. The religion of a madman. Do you see what they used to do? And then there is one that actually says it was when Umar, see, we saw slave mothers. Slave mothers mean mothers of their children. The slaves who have children for them. The slave who have children for them. During the time of the Messenger of Allah and of Abu Bakr, when Umar was in power, he forbade us, and we stopped. Can you imagine that? And he said, "I love you, mama. Mama, me love you so much, mama." Do you see? Oh, appropriate. Man, what a religion this was. Man, you stay far from this religion as the east is from the west. As the east is from the west, stay far away from Islam, because it is the religion of a madman. Mohammed, something was wrong with his bloody head.
Jihad for you, mama.
Hey, hold on. By the way, logic. I want 5% of the proceeds, bro. That's all I'm saying. 5%.
What did he say? Jihad for you, mama.
You, mama.
Like the video.
I'm doing jihad for you, mama.
Who was there to do jihad for those slaves' mother? Those Muslim. Do you see that, man? The wickedness of Islam. You will never find nothing like that in the Bible. Wicked religion, man.
Hey, hold on. By the way, logic. I want 5% of the proceeds, bro. That's all I'm saying. 5%.
That's too much.
What the hell is that too much?
We should be doing it for God, not for money, man.
Exactly.
Oh, I definitely is, though. I still want 5%.
Alhamdulillah, we get shahadas daily these weeks in the past few weeks, bro. You guys are getting money and getting no one. You're not winning souls for Christ. You got Israelite.
Do you see these clowns? These clowns believe that when people make lateral moves from their wicked life and go to Islam, that they're winning souls. They're destroying souls. That's what they're doing. These clowns believe that they're winning souls. Man, do you see what we are revealing from this stupid religion? You see what we reveal from this stupid religion? And then they say that, okay, we are winning soul. Winning soul for who? For Satan. Sahih Muslim 28:14, Muhammad said he have a devil that was commanding him.
Like opening up 300 people rooms. Why don't y'all go after that?
We don't have to go around. We don't have to go around telling people that people are leaving Islam. They see it.
Come bring it. Bring it. I dare you. What about the Israelite rooms?
Thousands of people are leaving Islam. And these idiots will show the 1 and 2 people who jump in from the frying pan into the fire. But they don't know that thousands, when I say thousands, every day, thousands of people are leaving that stupid religion. And some Muslims who go to their mosque and pray are undercover. They already leave Islam. They just do it because what? There's a consequences. There are consequences for their action, and they have so much to lose. So much to lose. It's just like leaving Jehovah's Witness organization. You have so much to lose. I know and heard of Jehovah's Witnesses who leave and they lost their family. You know?
He's saying we could start out.
I literally sat in an Israelite room last night. It was 300 deep. No Christian defended it.
So do you see how foolish he is? We sit in a Israelite room with 300 deep. 300 who? 300 Israelites. It's just like when you're watching a Muslim, most of the time when you're watching Muslims podcasts, who are there? Muslims are there. Muslims are there. Like, you know, and I will show you guys something. I'm going to show you guys something in a video later that it's a very short video. It's just to reveal something. But I'm going to show you guys something in a video later that is so crazy that Muslims are creating YouTube channels, YouTube account, and they pretend to be Christians, and they pretend, and I actually caught one guy. I caught a guy. They pretend to be Christians. They pretend to be other people, and claim that they just convert to Islam. I actually caught him red-handed, like red-handed, right hand. I caught him so bad, and I told him, I said, you are not what you say you are. You're a liar. You're a Muslim undercover, because that's what they do. They call multiple accounts. They have multiple accounts, and then they bombard these Muslim pages, and then it look like so many people watching the video, so many people do this, so many people do that, and they comment as if they are Christians. And, oh, I'm a Christian, but I have to say that I like what Muhammad Ijab say. I am a Christian, but I have to say that I love what Ali Dawa say. I am a this, I am a that. And they are not Christians. I caught one red-handed. 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 Let me tell you, he have multiple accounts, different names for the account, but he's saying the same thing in every one. Every one of his account, he's saying the same thing. The same thing. He copy and paste the very same thing in all of his accounts. All of his account. Copy and paste. The very same thing. Can you tell me that you have 4, 5, 6 people who think the same way, write the same way? This is not Umar and Allah. Umar said something, which is Surah 66, verse 5, and Allah gave the revelation exactly like Umar said it. Exactly like word for word. The same way Umar said it, Allah gave the revelation the same way. This is not Allah and Umar for 5 people to have the same account. 5 people to be saying the same thing. Exactly. When I say exactly, I'm telling you exactly the same thing. I actually take a screenshot of it in case that if they erase their account, because I have a feeling they would erase the account after I called him out. So I took a screenshot of it because I said, you know what, this is something that I have to use later. This is how deceptive they are.
So
I'm about to start the timer, guys, so we can get on with our
And
side.
it's
Yo, who
really
dropped
just
HK?
one of the reasons why I'm in this room
Nobody
is,
dropped HK. Nobody dropped HK.
the topic.
What I
The
dropped,
topic, like it's Christianity. Is part of the it's used those who use the Bible to justify transatlantic slave trade. So, like,
No,
this topic
that's not
is a
the
moot
topic.
point.
That's
You
a
should know
cute
this.
story. That's a cute story,
on.
Dappy. You'll have to wait for the next half hour because we're moving on to your religion.
I don't have time for
we
that.
probably gonna have to drop this
I
on
don't have
Johnson.
time.
I'm
Like,
sure you don't have time.
He
for that.
thinks he thinks he has some Arab handlers in here.
Yeah,
think
everybody
ain't
begging
got
you to
it.
run like a coward, Dappy. Go ahead.
listen,
He's
listen,
trying to
I
sell
don't have
himself
time.
to AM.
Everybody mute
Even
up.
Paul,
Is this- are you guys
even
just
So you notice the guy he called Dappy Boy, Dappyboy. In Jamaica, the word Duppy mean dead person, a dead person. So this guy is a Duppy Boy. He ain't no Dappy Boy. He's a Duppy Boy, an idiot. he speak like a dead man, saying nothing.
gonna disrespect
Paul,
that?
Paul the
Usually we have
Apostle
to-
spoke about slavery.
Everybody mute up, please.
You know,
Boy, mute
he
up.
spoke about slavery.
Okay. So since you don't want to respect the moderation, you got moved down for that. You can come back up once I start, and you can engage with the area we're going with. So
Are you gonna allow
about to start the
disrespect like
timer.
that, bro?
Please mute up. Stop interrupting me, bro. So now we are starting the timer on the next segment, slavery in Islam. Getting ready to start this right now in 3, 2, 1. All right, let's get it. Okay, so I have this first thing that reminded me of this is so beautiful. Was the treatment of the slaves that X was against. He was against he thought that the Bible was unjust when it came to treating slaves. Although we found that slaves got justice when a slave was killed, the master that killed the slave was put to death. If the slave was injured, then the master also was injured in return, according to.
Do you see the disrespect? So he unmute his mic while GodLogic was speaking and hit a buzzer.
The eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth law. And so we saw that that's applied to the master. Now, if X is going to be consistent, then he has to drop Islam. X, what happens if a master kills a slave?
First of all, we brought the issue with, are you able to just go and get free people and then
Do you see that? So he continue. He continue. Now they're asking him things about Islam, and he don't want to answer that. He want to continue to talk about the Old Testament. That's what he want to do. He want to continue to talk about the Torah. That's what he want to do.
them? You did not justify that from the Bible. I showed you clear verses where other nations, you're supposed to take their people and they come to you and you keep them for a set amount of time. In the hadith in my PTR, first evidence, Allah will oppose a man who sells a free person and consumes the prize. Sahih Bukhari
I
in my
asked you a
PTR.
specific
I refuted
question,
it.
X. You're wasting time not addressing what I asked you.
Do you see this idiot? He says Allah will do what with a free person. Offensive jihad was to capture free people. Offensive jihad is fighting against people who are not fighting against you, and to capture free people. Free people. Not just you, you are fighting in a war where people are fighting against you and you get slaves in the war. That's not what is there. That's not what he said there in offensive jihad. Offensive jihad is where you go to a war with people who are not going to war with you. You are invading their land, invading their homestead, invading their district and province and provinces. That's what you are doing. And you are doing it for what reason? You're doing it because of trying to spread Islam. That is what that is talking about, offensive jihad. Oh, hold on a minute. I think I hear my little boy. So let me let this play.
Yeah. Allah
What
opposes a man who
happens
sells a
if
free
a
person.
master kills a slave?
You cannot get it open.
If a master kills a slave,
yes, what happens?
I can find you a reference on that. Let me go ahead and look for
I
that. Do you have any? I mean, if you're
Right.
making the claim, show me. I don't have anything off the top of my hand right now.
So you don't know. It's okay. Does any Muslim on the stage know what
Yeah,
happened?
Ibn Majah 2663. Whoever kills a slave, we will kill him, and whoever mutilates a slave, we will mutilate him.
Okay.
Yeah, just because I don't have an answer right off the top of my head,
So what you see there, the guy quoted Sunan Ibn Majah, whoever kills a slave, we will kill him, and whoever mutilates a slave will mutilate him. But you see, those things are lies. Those are just made up stories come up later that is totally a lie. Because you know why we know that it is a lie? You know, Muhammad himself allow a man to kill, you know, and our brother had already gave us the source of that. Muhammad himself allow a Muslim man to get away, a blind Muslim man to get away with killing a pregnant slave. A pregnant slave. Muhammad allowed the man to get away with killing a pregnant slave, put a dagger in the belly of the slave and kill the slave, and got away with it. You know, so let me actually show you that, just to show you that these guys are just making up stuff, and nothing they say is something that you can trust. Nothing. And these people are not people that you should trust with anything whatsoever. Anything whatsoever. When they say something, because what they do, they realize how bad their religion is. So somewhere in the after Muhammad left, they made up all these hadith, you know, that to make Islam look good, when it cannot. It just doesn't work. It's gonna be a little bit noisy because my little boy is awake, and when he's awake, he's awake. So let me show you what we are talking about. Okay, I think I should just find it right here. Slave mother. I think I could find it here. Let me find Acts. So I think I have a version of it right here. Who used to? Okay, so if you look at and I most of you know this story already, but for the people who don't know this, you know, we do it for the people who don't know. But I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen this story before, where Muhammad allowed this man, and literally there's another hadith that says that the woman was pregnant. That says that the woman was pregnant. A blind man have a slave mother, meaning a woman who have children for him. That's what it means when you see slave mother. That's what it means. And according to this blind man, the woman used to disparage the prophet. That means he used to abuse or say something, slandered Muhammad. And what he did? So he took a dagger, place it on her belly, press it, and kill her. A child who came between her legs was smeared with the blood that was there. Look at this. To be real with you, he said a child who came between her legs. But guess what? Literally, what it meant to say is a translation error. It means that a child fall down between her legs because she was pregnant, according to the other hadith, which for some reason it's always difficult for me to find that hadith. Always difficult for me to find. I don't know why. if I put, and Muhammad allowed him to get away with it. Notice what Muhammad said. Thereupon the prophet said at the bottom, thereupon the prophet said, oh, be witness, no retaliation is payable for our blood. See at the bottom? But there is no evidence that this woman was abusing Muhammad. It could be something else why he killed. But Muhammad allowed him to get away. And get away with killing the unborn child. Because, let me show you. Let me see if I could find it. Hey, baby boy. Let me show you. As I say, it's going to be a little noisy. So what should I put? Fetus. Let me see if I could find it this way. Let me see. Fetus. So now I can't find it this way, but the corresponding verse talk about Sammy, calm down, boy. The corresponding verse talks about a fetus falling between her legs. The corresponding hadith speak about a fetus falling between her legs. For some reason, it's one of the hardest thing for me to find when I want to find it. I told myself I would save it the next time I find it, and I didn't. I don't know why I didn't, but I know Phil always help. So let me see if Phil have it. Pregnant slave murder. Okay. So Phil, let me see here. So Phil have it there on this. So let me see what I could do here. Pregnant slave murder. That's what he has. So like pregnant slave murder. Let me see if I could find it that way. Pregnant slave murder. PREGNANTSLAVEMURDERED. Just to show you guys. ISLAM. Yeah, here it is. So here is the other version of it. So let me just take you guys over to this and just show you the other version of it. That Muhammad was a very evil person, a very, very evil man. And these Muslims, I don't know what is wrong with their brain that they can't see how evil this bastard was. I don't know. No, for me, it is very disturbing that they look. Very disturbing that they can't see this. A blind man had a pregnant slave. Do you see that? A blind man have a pregnant slave. Let me actually save this so I could find it when I want to. So all I should have put in is a pregnant slave and I would have got it. So do you see, he allowed the man to kill a pregnant slave and got away with it. So you murder two people. That's abortion. He murdered his slave woman and abort the child Who knows why he murdered that who knows why he did what he did? Sammy, you are noisy like a parakeet. So anyway, so what we are seeing here is the Muslims making claim that we see how much evil, that allow you to see how much exposed how much evil Muhammad was. You would never see anything like this in the Bible. Nothing like this in the Bible at all.
I can't find it. But what was that reference?
I'm asking you for yeah, it's okay. It's Sunan Ibn Majah 2663.
2663. Because I want to put in my PTR.
Yeah, Samurah bin Jundab reported, radiallahu anhu, that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Whoever kills his slave, we will kill him, and whoever mutilates his slave, we will mutilate him."
Alhamdulillah.
And do you notice that this hadith make it like, oh, Muhammad was such a nice person. Whoever killed his slave, we will kill him. What did was the blind man killed? No, the blind man actually killed two people. The blind man actually killed two people because according to the hadith, what he says, a blind man have a pregnant slave who used to abuse the messenger of Allah and defame him. The blind man forbid her, but she did not stop. What would be the correct law if you have a slave person who is abusing someone, and it's against the law to abuse someone, is to report the person. One night she began to slander the prophet, so he took an axe. According to this, it's an axe. Place it on her belly, press it, and kill her. And she was pregnant. So remember when the other hadith says, Sammy, shh. Remember when the other hadith says a child between her leg was smeared with blood? It was the baby in her belly that falls from her belly that was smeared with blood. Muhammad says nothing, no retaliation for her death. So how do you reconcile this hadith that they are quoting now with what Muhammad did here? Cannot be reconciled, and you see that they are liars. Sammy, they make up hadith. They are making up hadith that says Muhammad did this when Muhammad did not.
As the brother said, right? The golden rule: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life.
Beautiful.
Right? So this is what you guys said. Yeah.
All right. Beautiful. So that's applied. That's applied to slaves, as you said. And what do you take as authority? Is it the hadith or the Quran?
We take both as an authority.
Both as an authority. So,
do you notice what they says? What do you take as an authority? They said we take both as an authority. But which one should have more authority? The Quran or the hadith? The Quran or the hadith? Which one should have more authority? They said we take both as an authority.
So the hadith cannot contradict the Quran, correct?
They absolutely cannot. Can I give you one more as a backup?
No, excuse me, hold on.
I found another one.
No, we're going to read a Quran verse.
Yes,
wait, there's one more, and then you can read it. I have one more evidence.
Excuse me. He made
I'm answering your question with one more evidence, please.
He made a claim.
I want to answer with one more evidence.
Mute your mic, Axe.
What is wrong with you, dude?
I want to give one more evidence.
What's wrong with you?
Is this guy like a child or what? Oh, that guy have a voice of a grown person, but his behavior is just like that of a child. How many times have they have to tell him to chill out? Just like a child.
Addressing HK, hold your mic.
But HK stole my answer. It was my turn to answer.
He said HK stole his answer. Do you see how stupid this little clown is? HK stole my answer. He already gave an answer, so let them respond to his answer. Like a child. Mommy, he stole my cookies. What an idiot, man.
He stole it from me.
No, it's not your turn.
He stole it from me. But the Christians are so patient with this clown because me, I would put him down. I would kick him down until I make my claim. Then I put him back up because this is ridiculous.
Mouth X.
He wasted timer, bro.
I'll be right back. Give me a minute.
Where you going?
No, look at that. The Muslim who make the claim now he's running. You know why? It's a strategy. So if he ran out, he's actually leaving the floor open for X to speak. Because now he sees that GodLogic is addressing what he claimed. So, but he want X to speak. So he said, oh, I got to go. They are so deceptive. Wicked donkeys, man.
I said I'm with family right now. I literally left the room and I came back.
He's with family, but he could come and make all these statements and then left, you know? Deceptive donkeys, man. Tick your donkeys.
I'm with my family the entire time. I left my room just to say that.
Wait, hold on. You had enough time to address the topic on Christianity.
Because X Planet, X Planet message.
I'm right here.
Mute these Muslims. They're talking over the moderator.
If you don't want to let me read it, it's in my PTR.
Mute up. I'm engaging with HK right now. HK, you made a
Do you see how many seconds, minutes, whatever, wasted just because they don't want to hear something?
Claim. So stick around long enough. Mute up, X Planet. Stay around long enough, HK, where you at least get a response to the claim that you just made. Okay? At least have enough respect for.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening right now, but please, I'm not gonna speak about slavery around my family. Can you understand that?
Oh, he's not gonna speak about slavery around his family. He was willing to speak about slavery in the Bible around his family, but he's not willing to speak about slavery in the Quran and slavery in Islam around his family. Do you see the deceptive, idiotic donkey? Because what? He has something to hide from his family. He don't want it. If there is ever any family there, he don't want his family to see the evil of Islam. He don't. But he would speak about the Bible around his family and let his family hear this stuff. But then he would not. He doesn't want to speak about. I bet if he have a little daughter, his daughter don't know that Muhammad have sex with a 9-year-old. Like, Daddy, why did Prophet Muhammad have sex with a 9-year-old? I am 9. Why did he have sex with a 9-year-old? I'm just 9. Do you see the deception of these clowns, man?
They're probably Muslim. GodLogic, can I read the verse?
You can't say the Quran around his family. Family's not the Quran's not appropriate.
Do people not respect? Do you not respect family?
Hey, let's not waste time.
He said, "You do not respect family." Did you respect your family when you were talking about the Bible and slavery? No. But as soon as you come to the Quran, you talking about respect your family. Wow. You do not respect your family? Do you see the stupidity of this clown? Who is who is this clown, man? We can't see his name on this stuff. Who is he?
Avery, can I read the Quran first?
Yes. So just to establish, so HK agreed that the Quran takes.
I'm right here, bro.
Hadith,
don't worry about it. I'm his backup. I'm right here.
You're in this too, X. Stop, bro.
Shut your mouth,
X.
X. You interrupt me one more time.
Logic. How is it fair that the Christians are talking to us like this, bro? Shut your mouth.
Of course. Yeah, you need to shut your mouth. Can you imagine somebody have to tell you to shut your mouth so many times? For real, you're a grown person and somebody have to tell you to shut your mouth so many times. Isn't that ridiculous, man? Totally ridiculous.
Nonsense, bro.
If everybody shows respect, stop interrupting, y'all will be good. Stop running.
Yeah, but you gotta tell your people to not talk to us like this.
Hey, it's very simple.
You're accusing us of running. We're right here.
Zay, you got to control your guys.
Hey, y'all look.
Nobody on the Christian side is interrupting them when the Muslim speaks. But the Muslims cannot control themselves as soon as we start going deep into stuff.
Zaytoun, he's accusing us of running. We're right here.
Really, it's X-Planet. X-Planet is the one who's coming off his mic. So Zay, you got to control X-Planet.
Okay,
cool. You don't want me to kick it down.
I get what you're saying. Now look, HK, now to be fair, we're gonna keep this fair, okay? If HK is saying that he can't address something, then like I told you earlier, if a person leaves, a person has something to do, they allow somebody else to do it. It's the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
HK, can I address this then?
Hold on, X. I'm just addressing, and so I gotta also, since we're wasting time, I gotta pause the time too. Yeah. I'm also addressing something that HK said, and I told him, don't run off now that we're addressing his claim.
We're here together. We're the Muslims. We're here. Don't worry. Address it.
So now we're addressing it. All of a sudden, his family being around stops him from engaging. This is silly. He was able to have an input when his family was around.
Can we move on? I'm right here. We're here. Don't worry.
You set up what's the reference already, and we're going to talk about it.
So we're
going to.
We're going to talk about it. Okay, so the Quran takes precedent over the hadiths. You cannot take a hadith that contradicts the Quran, is what was stated here. All right, so go ahead and read.
They don't contradict. Go ahead.
Okay, just go ahead and mute up, and I'll read the verse. I'm not sure if you had another verse.
What's the reference to the verse? What's the reference? The ayah?
It's Surah 2. It's Surah 2, ayah 178. Okay, so open up your Quran and read along. I'm not sure if you had another one.
That's exactly the one.
Okay.
Now, my people, how long did it take for them to even read this Quran verse? Look how long. Do you see the deception of these wolves?
Okay.
Can I read it?
No, I will read it. O ye who believe, retaliation is prescribed for you in the matter of the murdered, the free man for the free man, and the slave for the slave, and the female for the female, so on and so forth. Right? I think we covered the part that we needed to cover.
Whoa, you didn't even read the
whole verse. And a free for free.
No.
And do you notice you didn't read the whole verse? Because what? You don't have to read the whole verse to understand what is going on. Muhammad is saying to them, this is a prescribed retaliation for those who are murdered. A free man for a free man, a slave for a slave, and a female for a female. Do you see that? A free man for a free man, a slave for a slave, and a female for a female. What is that actually telling you? That if a free man kill a slave, the retaliation is to kill a slave. And if a woman kill a slave, the retaliation is to kill a slave. If a man kill a female, the retaliation is to kill a female. That's what that is saying. Because prescribe legal retribution or legal retaliation. If you look at some translation, it says, retaliation, while some translation says retribution. So the legal retaliation for a person is to, if a female is killed, is to kill a female. And guess what? This revelation was given when two tribes were feuding. That's why this revelation was given. It wasn't given because anything else than two tribes were feuding. They were feuding with each other, and the one tribe is saying that, hey, if you kill a female from our tribe, we are gonna retaliate and kill a man from your tribe. And if you kill a slave from our tribe, we are going to retaliate and kill a free man from your tribe. That's what the tribe was saying. So let me show you let me show you that this can be supported. Let me show you that this can be supported. It's not like, okay, we don't know that the background behind this. So we have the background behind this, and this is how you move when you have the background. So here is the background behind it. Sammy, shh. Too loud, baby boy. Sorry. Love you, but you're loud. So let me show you the background behind it. So here's the background. Muslim scholar Mahmoud B. Harub writes, it was related by Wahidi that this verse was sent down concerning two feuding tribes, Arab tribes. The stronger of the two tribes vowed to kill a free man for a slave. So the tribe was saying, if you kill a slave, we are going to kill a free man from your tribe. Sammy, a man for a woman. So if you kill a woman, we are going to kill a man. And two men for one man. So guess what? The foolishness of Muhammad says. So the silliness of Muhammad says, hey, a free man for a free man, a slave for a slave, and a woman for a woman. So you can see it right here, the citation. Wahidi, page 44. See also Tabari. And this is from our brother Sam Shamoun. So do you see what we are saying? As I say, my son is here, so it's a little bit noisy today. So do you see what we are saying about this? That this is the reason this was given. So Muhammad was actually saying, no, you can't do that. If a free man is killed, then you need to go and kill a free man. Regardless, listen, this law was given regardless of who the killer was. Regardless of who the killer was. You might not know who the killer was, but it's retaliation. Literally, that's what this actually, when you read it, that's what this is saying. And if a free man kill a slave, that man is not supposed to be killed, because what? Only a free man, a slave can be killed for a slave. This is what this is saying. Do you see? It's not. It's not odd. This is not rocket science. It is not rocket science. But you're gonna see how the Muslims try to get around it, because for everything that we present to them, they have a deception to sell.
No, the Quran doesn't work like that, Danny. You have to read the whole entire verse, my friend.
Yeah, that just put away your hadith.
You didn't do anything. You read one part of the verse and said, okay, blah 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 blah.
Go ahead and read the whole verse for them.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna read the verse. O you who have believed, prescribed for you is legal retribution for those murdered, the free for the free, the slave for the slave, and the female for the female. But whoever overlooks from his brother anything, then there should be a suitable follow-up and payment to him with good conduct. This is an elevation from your Lord and a mercy. But whoever transgresses after that will have a painful punishment. You have to read the whole.
And what does that change? Reading the old verse, what does it change? Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Because we see the background. Why was this given? So the verse only said that, oh, you could forgive. But the verse also says that a free man cannot be killed for a slave. That's what the verse says. A free man can never be killed for killing a slave. That's what the verse actually says. So I don't see why reading the whole verse make any difference.
Verse. You cannot just say one part. That's it.
No problem. So, what happens when a slave is killed according to the verse?
It's a slave for a slave. So if a slave killed, he gets his qisas. It's
No,
just right.
It's not a slave for it.
Yes.
It's not if the slave kills. The person
Yes, it
that's
is.
doing the killing is the master.
Yes, if the master do the killing and kill the slave, what happened?
Slave.
Retribution is prescribed for you in cases of killing. If a free man is guilty, then the free man. If a slave is guilty, then the slave.
No, that's not what the verse says. The verse says slave for a slave. A slave for a slave, a freeman for a freeman. Do you see how deceptive these donkeys are?
No, it doesn't say that.
If a female, it literally says it. Read 178.
All right, so when it says X,
his reading comprehension is grade 3.
Paul,
Sorry.
you're gonna run and say it.
The man says his reading comprehension is grade 3, because that's true. If anybody read that, this for this, this for that. If I say a mango is for $10 and an orange is for $3, you cannot use $3 to buy a mango. You cannot. And that's what Muhammad is saying. A slave for a slave, a freeman for a freeman, a woman for a woman.
Don't let them drag the time, you guys. Just mute them and tell them what it means.
Go ahead.
When
He's
it
gonna
says,
drag it out.
when it says free man for a free man, what does that mean?
A regular citizen who's not in slavery.
So
A free man.
Now, if a free man were to kill a slave,
Ibn Majah, he says in do you have that reference, HK? Sunnah Ibn Majah, where the person who kills a slave is to be punished?
not
He brought that
according to this
reference.
verse. That's wrong.
No,
Yeah.
I'm
we
sorry,
don't just take
Avery.
from
Can
Paul,
you,
don't interrupt.
can you
I
let
want
me
to
in?
reference Sunnah
Can
Ibn
you let
Majah.
me
Paul
in,
reference.
Avery?
Can I?
Okay.
Yeah. So
Sunnah
X
Ibn Majah.
asked me a question, right? So it's in Sunan.
Yeah, we're not gonna.
Can you
I
stop
thought this is the
interrupting?
Christian side. I thought this is the
Yeah.
Christian side.
No,
Is
no.
it the Christian side or?
Let
Okay, please.
HK
Yeah.
gave the reference. Go ahead and
Sunan
call it.
Ibn Majah. Whoever
We're
kills a slave.
Sunni
Yeah. So
Muslims. We take from the Quran and Hadith. You do not control us. Go ahead, HK.
yeah, Sunan Ibn Majah 2663. Right, where it says, "Whoever kills his slave, we will kill him, and whoever mutilates his slave, we will mutilate him."
The verse you brought
Yeah.
is 1 for 1. Free man for free man, slave for slave.
Okay.
That's it. Like
Can
you didn't
you
bring
Yeah,
can
anything.
you link
about-
it? Can you link
yeah.
it, HK? Link it.
Yeah, I can send you a link right now.
But again, 2178, a free man for a free man, a slave for a slave. There's no issues. Again, do you have anything stronger?
Yes.
Oh,
So
we're
please,
going to show
can
you
I
how
jump in?
you are misinterpreting your own
How?
verse, how
We
your
just
scholars
read
go
it.
against you. We're about
We
to show you
just
in a
read
second. Go ahead
it.
and Paul to give a response.
Okay, so quickly, the fact that you have the reading comprehension of grade 3 is concerning. The verse says al-harru bil-harru wal-abdu bil-abdu wal-untha bil-untha. That means you cannot change those categories. In other words, as well.
Translate it.
Wait. How do you say
Please,
you can't change
just-
the category as?
I'll
well?
show you. Just shut
You're
up
dragging
so I
the
can
question
talk.
Why
out
are you
so that
screaming?
Because you're
Wait,
interrupting me.
and you guys are allowing it.
Paul, can you translate? You just read Arabic. You translate.
Yes, it's exactly what you said. Now,
A free man
if
for
you
free man, a
please,
slave for slave. Yeah, what's the
please shut
issue?
him up.
Hey,
Please
one
mute him.
second, one second. I'm letting you know right now, X. The next time you interrupt, bro, you're done. That's just straight up.
Is he having a discussion
So-
with me? Because he keeps addressing me.
I haven't finished my discussion with you. I haven't even finished a sentence.
So come
So
off your mic.
that's an issue.
That's just
Okay.
what it is. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. All right. So one more time, the verse is clearly having a category for a category, a category for a category, and a category for a category, and given the decapitation ruling for it. So that all being said, these categories cannot be changed, and that phrase that was said before, a life for a life, is not violated by actually this verse. And the biggest proof of this is actually the fact that a life is still given. And if you read all the tafsir, it will tell you that these categories cannot be mixed or mingled. And you have.
What does the tafsir say about the abrogation of it, though?
Can you move
Oh,
HK
perfect.
down? They're going to drag
Perfect.
this out.
Thank you.
This is going to be the only thing that
Relax,
we address
son.
because you guys are falling for it.
I'll get to. No, it's fine, Brother Scott. That's actually a valid point. It's not a deviation. So the fact that Ibn Kathir says this has been abrogated, that is meaning nothing, because none of the previous tafsir actually did say the same thing, and this is highly disputable. Ibn Kathir died in early 1500, and all of a sudden Ibn Kathir have the authority of abrogating a Quranic verse after Muhammad died. When let's do the math: 1500 to 600. Go figure. who's Ibn Kathir to abrogate this verse? And the fact, even if this ruling was actually valid for one day, you still have to own up to it. You still have to own up to it, even if it's for 1 hour. The fact that it's abrogated does not negate the fact. This is pathetic. That the fact that you kill a slave of yours instead of your life. So if a free man get to kill a slave, he can offer his slave, the innocent slave of his, to die in his place or in the place of the slave he killed, the free man that killed.
Where does it say that in the verse? Where does it say that?
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please. No, I'm not done.
How long?
I'm not
Somebody
done.
else wants to jump in. And interrupt.
Can you guys move X-Planet down, please?
So
why is another Christian interrupting us?
Guys, I'm sorry for interrupting. Come back.
I'm sorry, I have not finished. So whoever's speaking, mute up, please.
He's interrupting. It's a fellow Christian,
so,
but then I'm going to get dropped.
All right. Well, then let me finish, please. So, and the biggest proof of different categories as well is the fact that if you look at all the consensus of Islam, the non-Muslims are not equal to a Muslim. So if a Muslim kills a non-Muslim, the Muslim will not get the death punishment, period. That is in consensus. That you can go to Islam Q&A, you can look at all the actual jurisprudence ruling, and you will get this thing. If it's premeditated, if it's on purpose, if it's on accident,
can you land your
all
plane,
of them.
please?
So all of these, can someone just like slap him into the audience for a moment?
He's gone.
Thank you. So all these categories, different categories of a Muslim killing a non-Muslim, especially from Ahlul Dhimma, that he will not. I will challenge anyone to show me that the Muslim will get the death punishment according to a jurisprudence. It doesn't exist. And I'm done here. Then just to wrap it up, the life of a Muslim and the freeman is superior to the life of a non-Muslim and not the free. And the biggest proof is in this verse and the jurisprudence for a Muslim killing a non-Muslim.
And that the brother is totally right. And there is so much, let's look at some things just to show that the brother is right. Because when you're on a platform like this, it's hard to show things that support what you are saying. But so we could show some support, and as I say, all credit due to our brother Sam Shamon, because he do the research. But I've read this thing before from him long time ago, and I know that the brother is right when he's speaking in that sense. So let me see. Yes, here we go. So if you look at it, you see that our brother Sam Shamon is talking about Surah 2 verse 178 right here. And he says, to explain the aforementioned verse, the Badawi relates, if it's Badawi, relates what really happened when the Prophet Muhammad, Abu Bakr, and Umar. This is recorded in his book titled Commentary of Al-Badawi. Page 36, we read, the Safi and Malik prohibited the killing of a freeman if he slay his slave. Do you see that? If he slay, so the Safi and Malik prohibit the killing of a freeman if he slays his slave or other man's slave. That's exactly what Muhammad say in Surah in Surah 2 verse 170. He said the free man for the free man, the slave for the slave, the woman for the woman. So a free man can never be killed for killing, according to that verse that Muhammad gave. A free man can never be killed for killing a slave, whether he killed his slave or someone else's slave. He said this is because Ali bin Abi Talib mentioned that a man has killed his slave and Muhammad scourged him only. So he killed his slave and Muhammad beat him only. Do you see that right here? He did not kill him. It was related on the authority of Muhammad that he said a Muslim, look at this, a Muslim should not be killed for a non-Muslim. Do you hear what the guy was saying? That everything he says was the truth. Nor a free man for a slave. Also because Abu Bakr and Umar ibn al-Khattab did not kill a free man for a slave. So who is Abu Bakr? Muhammad's immediate companion and best friend. Who is Umar? One of Muhammad's friend and companion. So you want to tell me that they don't understand what the Quran means? This was said in the presence of all Muhammad's companion. And no one disapproved of it. So if we look at, this is something I was supposed to do. Let me see. I think this guy here lives, let me show you. Let me show you where this guy lives. Just to show you the early source, how early this is. And share it with you guys. So this guy lived in the 13th, like the 14th, early 14th century. This guy lived in the early 14th century. And this is what he says. Al-Badawi, he was a Quran commentator and a Persian Jewish, a theologian, as Americans say. Sorry. So do you see what I'm saying? That the jury agree that a Muslim should not be killed for a non-Muslim. And we see it all over Islamic literature. And also they agree that a slave should not be killed for a free man. So if a master kill a slave, that master would go, he would live. This is what Islam is about. So if you look at it, these are the verses of the Quran that the attitude of Muhammad himself, as well as Abu Bakr and Umar. So Abu Bakr, Abu Bakr and Umar believe exactly that a free man should not be killed for a slave. the Safi, Malik, and Ibn Taymiyyah pronounce the same principle as in the Quran. And I think this is a typo right here, because it's actually Quran 2 verse 178, but they got Quran, so this might be a typo here. Imam Safi. And when you look at Imam Safi, we are talking about Imam Safi. So let's show what time he lives. Let me show you guys, read what time he lives. So this man is early, very, very early. Very, very early in Islam. Very, very early. He lived in the what's this, 900. So he was born 767 CE, which is like 767 AD, and died 820 AD. So this man was born 50 years after Muhammad died, or after Muhammad's time, and then he died not when he was like 54 years old. So you see, the closer we can get to the source, it proves it is more logical and more historical. The closer you can get to the source. So you see that this man is telling us that a slave cannot be killed for a free man. A man is not to be killed for his slave, nor for the free man for a slave. Do you see that? So all credit to Sam Shamoun for his research and his hard work. You know, I thank God for that, brother. On the same page, he adds, a believer is not to be killed for a non-believer, nor a man for his son, nor a man for his slave, or for a woman. Do you hear that? Or for a woman, exactly like the Quran have it. Exactly like the Quran have it. Totally exactly like the Quran have it. What justice? I think Sam wrote this. What equality? Then he adds, is this? Then he adds, wow, can you imagine? This is part of what the man wrote? I don't know. It's like, this is crazy if he wrote that. The free man is not to be killed for a slave according to the scholars. He says that. The free man is not to be killed for a slave according to the scholars. Malik ibn Anas was asked, what is the punishment for a master who beat his slave to death? He answered, nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. And what time did Ibn Malik live? Let's look at it. Because they always go to Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir is a liar. Big time liar. He came afterward making up stuff. A lot of things that Ibn Kathir says is he's just a liar. He realized how bad his religion is. So he was born in 715 and he died 795. Earlier the source, more credible is the source. And this is what Christians do. And we thank, as I say again, we thank God Almighty and the Holy Spirit for using Sam Shammon. As I remember, my baby is alive and running around here. So he's a little noisy. Hey, hey, baby boy. So you're gonna hear him. He is glorifying God. You know, children talk and be creative. They're glorifying God. They exercising the wisdom that God gives to them. Okay, anyway, so look at this. So if we go back, we're gonna go back and see where Sammy is quoting from. Because we see volume 6, this and volume 6. So we're gonna go back up so you guys could see where he's quoting from. So that, you know, the Muslim can say, oh, he was reading from something and we didn't even see where he was reading from. Ibn Taymiyyah also says, what we mention in regard to the believers whose blood is treated equally is restricted to the free Muslim against another free Muslims. So do you say the blood that is treated equally is the free Muslim against another free Muslim? So do you see that? Sammy? So you see that? So can you, Sammy, drink your drink. Your mommy coming to get you. No. You don't want mommy get you? You know, how could you get better scholars than these? Abu Bakr, Umar, Ali, Muhammad, and all these people. You can't get no better scholar than this. A slave is not entitled to property or money. Ibn Hams says in volume 6, part 9, the slave is not permitted to write a will when he dies. Now can he bequeath anything because his entire possession belonged to his master. Everything he owned, even himself, belonged to his master. So let's look at where Sam is. Let's make sure we give the citation. Citation always good. So it is talking about the book. Sammy, shh. The commentary of Albert, this is where it is getting it from. So that's where he's getting this from. And it gets worse and worse and worse as we go along. It's not the Quranic verse, marry of the women who seems good to you. 2 or 3 or 4 are meant for free men only and not for the slaves, because he says, Sammy, shh, in it that the one who acts fairly is the person who owns money, and slaves do not own money. So do you see? Continue. What we see. Malik Ibn Anas says, volume 2, part 3. I see the page number. Slaves and women do not have any portion in the bounty. So you see, even Ibn Kathir, the guy is going to quote Ibn Kathir. And notice what Ibn Kathir says. Sammy, shh. The slave does not get anything from the bounty, whether the bounty is money or women. So do you see all these quotation, but there's more, even more. Sammy, boy. What a noisy boy. Noisy baby.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let me refresh the room real quick. Look, in the chats, everybody be respectful. I don't care who you are. You get kicked out of here. Disrespect another person. Disrespect one religion. You're out of here. Okay? I don't care who you are. Be respectful in the chat. Y'all all adults. Be respectful in the damn chat. I hate cussing. Stop freaking being disrespectful. I will kick all of y'all out of this room. And just be us people on the stage. Stop being disrespectful. You're all adults in the freaking room. Paul, go ahead and speak.
Oh no, I landed. If any of my
that guy is not a Jamaican at all. No way, no form is he a Jamaican.
Suspicious, or you don't believe me, please ask me for references. Even though I'm driving, I'll be shortly into a safe spot where I can pull all the references. But about the Muslim killing non-Muslim, Islam Q&A, and any other jurisprudence, you will get the same idea. The harru bil harru wal abdu bil abdu wal untha bil untha, you can look at all the tafsir. That's for Surah Al-Baqarah, I believe 173. This on top of my head, but I could be off by a number here.
So again, this is typical, reinterpretation. The verse is clear. What he's calling for is a clear contradiction of chapter 5:45, which is a life for life. The verse meaning is very clear, and Ibn Kathir, he lied upon that. No one said that Ibn Kathir abrogated. Allah abrogated what He wishes. The Quran clearly.
Explain it.
Let him finish, please, because I don't want nobody saying we're unfair. Are you done, X?
No, I'm not done. I wanted to continue.
Landry, go ahead.
Give me just a moment. We're going to read it again. Oh, you have believed, prescribed for you is legal retribution for those murdered, the free for the free, the slave for the slave, and the female for the female. Or whoever overlooks from his brother anything, then there should be suitable follow-up and payment to him with good conduct. This is an alleviation from your Lord and a mercy. But whoever transgresses after that will have a painful punishment. Okay, what does this mean? Does it mean that a free man who wrongly kills a slave man will not be put to death for it, nor the man who kills a woman? If so, does this also apply in the case of reverse, i.e. a slave who kills a free man shall not be put to death, nor the woman who kills a man? What happens if it's vice versa? We're going to discuss that. And the confusion is with deliberate misconstruction is due to ignorance or deliberate oblivion of the actual context in which was the verses that were revealed. On the authority of Ibn Abi Hatim, Ibn Kathir has reported that just before the advent of Islam, war broke out between two tribes. Many men and women, free and slaves belonging to both, were killed. Their case was still undecided when Islam period set in and the two tribes entered the fold of Islam. Now that they were Muslim, they started talking about retaliation for those killed on each side. One of the tribes, which was more powerful, insisted that they would not agree on anything less.
Do you notice he's quoting Ibn Kathir, who came years later? Years later, Ibn Kathir came way after this guy. Sammy? So Ibn Kathir came way later after these guys, and he's quoting Ibn Kathir to disprove what the brother says. I'm using sources earlier than Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir was in damage control mode. Sammy? Ibn Kathir was in damage control mode, and that's what Ibn Kathir have been in.
Then a free man for their slave and a man for their woman be killed from the other side. It was to refute this barbaric demand on their part that this verse was revealed. By saying free man for a free man, slave for a slave, and female for a female, it is intended to negate the absurd demand that a free man for a slave and a man for a woman should be killed in retaliation, even though he may not be the killer. The just law that Islam enforces was that the killer is the one who has to be killed in qisas, retribution. If a woman is the killed, why should an innocent man be killed in retaliation? Similarly, if the killer is a slave, there is no sense in retaliation against an innocent free man. This is an injustice which can never be tolerated in Islam. The verse meaning nothing but what has been stated earlier. And we repeat that one who was killed will be the one killed in qisas, retribution. It is not permissible to kill an innocent man or someone free for a killer, woman or slave. So make sure that you guys are paying attention to what I'm saying. It does not mean that an innocent slave is to be killed for the guilty of a free man. Absolutely not. This is a clear lie. Tafsir.
And do you notice he's trying to tell them to pay attention to what he is saying? And all the source, the one source that he quoted is, guess what? A late source. That's how dangerous this religion is, man. They damage control. Quoting someone who is doing damage control, not someone who is closer to the Sahaba. You see the quotations, the citation that I gave from Brother Sam, that these people, and I make sure that I give you the time that they live, so that you will see the difference, why these people are more credible. We give like when you look at the people that we give, like who did we give? Samish. We give like Al-Shafi, if I'm pronouncing it right, Alshifii. I'm not good at pronouncing these names, but he lives like in the 800s. He lived in the 800s, but this guy is quoting Ibn Kathir, who lived in the 1400s. Do you see this? This is the deception of Islam, man. So my son is here. It's a little bit noisy. His mom is coming to get him. I think, who is this? Safras. I know you are there, but actually, let me set you on and see what you have to say. Let me put you on. See what you have to say.
Hello, you're right, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, you're okay.
All right,
yeah?
man. I'm good, man.
Yeah. So, I see where you're going with all this slavery and stuff like that, but we have to admit, yeah, slavery is there in all the scriptures. It's there in all the scriptures, man. Jewish, Islamic scriptures, Christian scriptures, it's all there, man. So I don't know why.
We're not denying that. If you listen to the dialogue, if you've been listening, we're not denying that slavery is a reality. I'm the son of slaves, so we are not denying that slavery is a reality. That's not what we are here for. So I don't know where you're going with that.
No, so why attack Islam when it's already in your own scriptures? That's what I'm saying. Slavery is there in your own scriptures. So why?
No, we are showing the difference between slavery in the Bible and slavery in the Quran. That's what we are doing.
Yeah, yeah, but the main thing is, yeah, the West hates this word slavery. Yeah, the West. This is why all these atheists, whatever call them, yeah. They hate this word of slavery. So you lot are there saying, oh, slavery is here, slavery there. Come on, man. There's more important things to, talk about. There's more important things.
Safras, there is nothing important than issues that are in our lives. There is nothing more important than issues in our life. And I'm not one of those people who point finger at Caucasian people and said, "Oh, your ancestor put me in slavery." If you listen to the first, I'm not that kind of guy. I actually believe that because of slavery, I am not a Muslim, and I'm glad for that. Because if I was born to my ancestor in Africa, I probably would have been a Muslim, and I'm glad that I'm not a Muslim. I would never follow Muhammad. As you know, if my life, if you have to put my head and cut my head off, I would make my head be cut off than to follow Muhammad.
I know it. It's all good. Everyone has their own beliefs. Anyway, you got your own beliefs. We all got our own beliefs. So.
Hey, Nate, you want to say something, Nate?
Yes. Good evening, and
your
yes,
volume is very low, man.
Okay. How about now? Is that good?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Good evening, everyone, and God bless. Yes, slavery has been in the past, and that's the beauty of Christianity, because Jesus gave us an example. He did not own any slave, and Jesus stressed that every man is in the image of God. That's why we want to treat everybody the same as we treat ourselves. And that's, I think, if everyone would follow Jesus, then this will be a beautiful place. Thank you. That's it.
I totally agree with you, Nate. I agree with you. Yes. So Safras, one of the thing is this. Muslims always use slavery to, especially with black people. I was on a platform one time and I can't believe you're following the religion of your slave master. As if, yes, you guys say that.
No,
you do.
The only people that say that, the only people that I know on YouTube that say that are the bloody, what they called in the USA, the Hebrew Israelites. They're the only people that...
No, Muslims say that. You want me to show you a Muslim that say it? Right now, I could show you a Muslim that say it. You want me to show you?
Yeah, but you only have the one or two Muslims.
No, a whole bunch of Muslims say that. And guess what? Jesus never tell us to enslave anyone. Paul never tell us to enslave anyone. But Muhammad had black slaves, enslaved people, so I don't see why Muslims are using that strategy to point to us and then, oh, you're following your slave master religion. If the slave hold on 1 minute. If the slave master had followed Christianity the way Paul want Christianity to be and the way Jesus want Christianity to be, there would be no slavery.
Yeah, the thing is, the reason why Jesus didn't have it because he wasn't the ruler of Israel at that time, because the Jews were against him. But if he was in charge of all Israel, and he had to follow the scriptures, the Torah and stuff like that, it would have been different. But he had no authority over the Jews, so he was just what I see of the New Testament. He was always hiding. He was always hiding, running, hiding from his enemies, and he had no.
Hey, Safras, let me stop you for a minute. When Jesus speak, what did Jesus says? The word that he speak is his Father's word. So you want to tell me that God doesn't have any authority over the Jews?
Yeah, but he had no authority over them, because he just had a group of people there,
Safras, listen to what I asked you. Listen to the question that I asked you. I said, when Jesus speak, a lot of times when he speak, he said, the word that I spoke are my Father's word. So are you telling me that God have no authority over the Jews?
God had authority, obviously. God had.
So if God have authority over the Jews, and Jesus's word is telling us to do unto others as we like them to do unto us, and to love our enemies and pray for those who persecute us. And these words are from God Almighty, from the Father, not from the Son, but from the Father. So you are telling me that God have no authority over Israel, and this is why he was telling them something other than what the Torah says?
No, what I see is the Christians have only about 5%, 10% of what Jesus actually taught, because you have to understand that that you have no record of him when he was between 12 till about 30 years old. You only have scriptures when he was 30 to 33, I think so. So you only have 3 years of his whole, ministry. So this is the
Actually,
question. You only have few
my
years of his
friend,
life.
my friend,
Yeah.
Islam have no record of the Old Testament. They have no books because Islam claims that the books have been lost, the Injil and Torah. So there's no record of the
That's got
previous
nothing to do
prophets
with
if
what I'm
you go to
saying, brother.
Islam.
I'm saying that, brother, I'm saying
No,
that you have
exactly.
no record
You
of
have a
Jesus
bigger
when he was
problem,
12
my
to 30
friend.
years old, brother.
My friend,
Well,
Islam has a bigger problem because you have
brother,
no
we don't have no
record.
issues. We don't have no
Can
issues,
you
brother.
show us the 10 Commandments in the Quran?
Brother, you never answer my
And,
question. I
and
said you
hold,
don't
hold,
have.
hold on 1 minute, 1 minute. Safras, does
Yeah.
Islam have any record of Jesus' life whatsoever?
We have his we have about certain verses of him, certain verses, but that is not important. But at the end of the day, the Quran
So
was
you're
given.
making a claim.
Yeah.
You're making a claim as about records of Jesus' life when he was this year old and that year old. What is that relevant to Jesus? How is that relevant to Jesus' teaching?
Because nobody knows what he was teaching between the age of 12 till 30 years old. There's no record of him.
How do you know that he was teaching? How do you know that he was teaching anything at all?
But in Islam, we've been taught that in the day that he was made a prophet in his cradle.
And how can you substantiate that with historical proof? This is the key thing about this is the bad thing about Islam. Islam doesn't speak with your God. Forget history. Your God have a hatred for history. He have a hatred for actual things that people can verify. Your God have that hatred, and Muhammad have that hatred. You see where Muhammad made up stories about Moses being naked and running after a stone. Where is the proof for these things? This is what Islam do, friend. Islam is a religion that do things on conjecture that nothing can be verified. It cannot be verified, and this is why you know that it's a false religion.
My argument is, if we look at Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, the Jews know exactly when Moses received his first revelation. Islam, we know the exact time when he received the revelation. But when did Jesus receive his first, revelation from God to be
Jesus and Moses? Jesus and Moses are two different of revelation, two different way, and came about in two different way. But if you look at Moses, does the Torah tell the total life of Moses?
It tells you exactly when he received.
No, I'm asking you a question. Does it tell the total life of Moses?
What do you mean total life? Obviously, ain't gonna tell you the whole, every single detail of him. No, obviously.
No. I'm talking about every. Does the Torah have Moses' age from a little baby? Tell about Moses from he was a little baby. Everything that happened in his life from he was a little baby, and all the steps of his life. Does it know that? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And David. What about David? Does the Torah does the Tanakh tell the whole life of David?
But Moses in the Torah and in the Quran, it talks about him being a baby, growing up, and he was sent to the house.
And Jesus, it talk about Jesus being a baby too. Doesn't it talk about Jesus being a baby?
My friend, even Islam does not have record of their prophet. So the thing here, with the little record we have from the teachings, Jesus did not teach us to enslave, only in the cult of Islam.
Brother, you only have 3 years of Jesus' life, man. Nothing. You don't have anything. You're in 3 years of it.
So
Safras. Nate, hold on a minute. Let me say something to him. Whether we have 1 year of Jesus' life, we have enough. Hold on. Hey. Calm down, man. Whether we have 1 year of Jesus' life, we have enough from Jesus, and we see Jesus teaching, and there is nothing about slavery in Jesus teaching. Jesus teach us to be against slavery, literally, because he told us to do unto others as we like them to do. He actually tell us to love our enemies and pray for those who persecute us. So whether it was even 1 month of Jesus' life, we have teaching of Jesus that tells us that we are not supposed to have slaves.
Okay, can you answer the can you answer the First Peter chapter 2 verse 18? First Peter chapter 2 verse 18. When
the video. Watch the video that we did yesterday. I did yesterday. It tells you all that. It cover all that.
Which video? Oh, the video you did yesterday.
Yes, about slavery. It cover all that stuff.
Who did you?
Huh?
Who did you did?
Yeah, the video cover all that stuff. But anyway, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it here. So you want to talk about which Peter what?
Peter, First Peter chapter 2 verse First Peter chapter 2 verse 18, when Peter says that you who are slaves, be obedient to your masters, even if they are cruel to you. You have to be obedient to them. Now,
hold on. So you ever heard of Muhammad beating Muhammad allowing Ali to beat a slave?
You're changing subject here.
No. I didn't change the topic. Hey, friend, calm down. If you listen, if you stop ranting, and if you stop, hold on, Nate, let me deal with him. If you stop ranting and listen, we will come to we'll come to something. Have you ever read where Muhammad allowed Ali to beat Aisha's slave? What do you think would happen to the slave if the slave was fighting back?
Which hadith that? I don't know the hadith that.
So this is one of the things with you guys.
No, but
okay.
We accept it. We accept in Islam that there is slavery happening there, but
and we accept. Who said we don't accept?
You said to me now. You just said to me now that Jesus did not preach slavery. Now I'm telling you,
Jesus is against slavery. What Peter says.
Peter was saying it's okay.
No, Peter didn't say that it was okay. You lied to yourself.
You are slaves. Be obedient to your master, even if they are cruel to you. You have to be obedient. So slavery was happening. Slavery was happening.
Hey, calm down, man. Calm down so you can listen to the other side of the story. You're just running so fast, bro. It's like you're talking in cursive. You're talking in cursive, like cursive.
I'm not cursing.
No, I didn't say cursing. Okay. You're talking in cursive.
Oh, cursive.
Cursive. You're just joining up everything together. Where can you, I have it. Hold on, my friend. I have it right now in front of me. First Peter 2 verse 18. And where did Peter say in this that slavery was okay?
No, what I was saying to you, he's saying to the slaves that you have to be obedient to masters. Meaning, it was happening at that time. It was happening. He was not against.
Yes, he was against it.
Against slavery.
He was against it. He was against it.
How was he?
He was against it, but he was against it. As I say, you could be against something, but you cannot stop something. But what you can do is stop people from hurting themselves. And that's why I asked you the question, when Muhammad was having sex with these women that he captured, if these women slap him in the face, what do you think would have happened to these women?
They wouldn't slap him.
Why would they wouldn't slap him?
Why would they slap him for? A prophet, come on.
Why would they slap a prophet?
Hey, the prophet will slap him.
These women that he was having sex with, these captive women, were seeing him as a prophet.
Everyone knows that at that time he was a prophet.
So the women that he was capturing and having sex with, they acknowledge him as a prophet.
No, he was not having sex with them. Come on, man. Really? Sex with them.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And he allowed his men. Do you want me to read something for you? He allowed his men to have sex with captured women in the presence of their their husbands.
But you're not answering my question. I'm talking about Peter, and then he's jumping out of Muhammad all the
And
time.
that's what I'm saying. Peter was telling them to be obedient to the slave master because he know how cruel these slave master can be.
You have to be
just like Muhammad was cruel.
No, but it was
just like
happening
Muhammad.
then. Oh my word! There's no such thing. There's no such thing as. When did
can I show you? Can I show you an evil that Muhammad allowed a slave master to get away with?
No, but you have to answer my question. When did Jesus and Peter say that you cannot have slaves? You can have slaves.
Did Peter agree with Jesus saying that do to others as you like them to do to you?
That's got nothing to do with slavery. That's got nothing to do with slavery. Slavery was,
of course,
nothing to do with slavery. You show me one verse where Jesus said that you are not allowed to have slaves. You show me one verse. You never. You know why?
My friend, it's not about allowed to have. Jesus didn't have to say you're not allowed to have slave.
He was
if Jesus says, my friend, calm down and just listen and use your brain. This is one thing with you. You rant a lot and you doesn't use your brain. I want you to use your brain. If I say to you, do unto others as you would like them to do to you, does that mean that you can have slave?
That means, yeah, that be good to other people like you want to be treated good. You be good as well.
Okay, so having slave, how would you, if you do have slave, how would you treat your slave? I'm based on that verse.
If you what's that? No. He says there in the day what Peter is saying there is even if you're a master of cruelty, you have to be obedient to him.
So if the master is, I'm asking you a question, then this is why I use Muhammad as the example, because Muhammad was a cruel bastard. So I use him as the example. So if Muhammad, who was such a cruel man who used to even beat Muslims and abuse Muslims, if Muhammad was rough and harsh, which I know he was, because I actually, if you come in earlier, you will see where I show you Muhammad told a little slave, orphan slave girl, that he prayed that she doesn't live until she get old. If I'm paraphrasing what he says. So if a wicked man like Muhammad, who says, I wish you did not get old. Suppose that slave girl was supposed to retaliate and said to Muhammad, go away, you dirty fool. What do you think Muhammad would have done to that little slave girl?
What did to her? I don't know what he did to her.
You don't know?
No.
If Muhammad gonna meet an orphan slave girl and said to the orphan slave girl, I wish you don't live. May you not advance in years. That's actually what he said to the little child. May you not advance in years. To the little child start crying. The little girl start crying. If Muhammad had said, may you not advance to the little ears to the little child, and the little child turned around and said, go away, you semen-covered nasty bastard. What do you think that?
Look at that. You talking like that, yeah. You know, when I talk like that, you're angry. you lot are no.
What do you think? What do you think that
the Jews?
The
Jews say the same thing about Jesus.
The Jews say what?
About Jesus. They're calling
the Jews said what?
As well. They're calling Jesus.
No. Why are you changing the subject?
No, the Jews. But no, I'm just showing you how stupid the Christian and Jews are. They're cursing each other. You're cursing. You're saying curses out there.
Surprise!
Bastard. I mean, you're not calling Muhammad.
There's another person here.
You're both lost. You're both lost, man. The Jews and Christians, you are lost. The Jews and Christians, they say the same thing about Jesus. You read the Talmud, they will say one thing about Jesus, and you talk the same thing about Muhammad.
I'm telling you. I'm saying to you, if that that little girl that Muhammad abused, if that little girl had said to Muhammad, "Go away from me, you nasty, smelly bastard, full of semen," what do you think that Muhammad would have done to that little girl?
That will not even happen. You would not even say that to him anyway.
And that's what Peter was protecting the slaves from, the cruelty of their master. Because a disobedient slave would have gotten killed or beaten by the master.
Yeah, but the
So
thing
Peter,
is, the main argument I'm pulling here, Jesus was following the Torah. He was following Torah laws. So he was
no.
Oh,
Let me tell you something. Jesus is. Listen to me, my friend. Jesus is the Torah.
Yeah.
Jesus is the Torah.
Jesus Torah. Where do you get that from?
Yeah, Jesus is the Torah.
Moses is the Torah. Moses is Torah.
When Jesus came on the spot, Jesus is the Torah. Have you ever read your own Quran? Quran 3 verse 50.
3 verse 50.
Yeah, go read Torah to show you that even your prophet didn't believe that Isa should follow the law to the T.
He was following the Torah and the Injil.
No, you cannot follow the Torah. You cannot read Surah 3 verse 50. You cannot follow the Injil and the Torah at the same time, according to Surah 3 verse.
This is what I'm saying to you. He was following the Torah. He was following the laws of the Torah. He was following the laws.
Where can you find that in the Bible? What? That he was following the law of the Torah, and not that he was completing the Torah, but following the Torah.
He was teaching the laws. You read Matthew chapter 15 verse 4. Matthew 15:4. He told Pharisees, isn't it written in the law that any children curse their parents has to be put to death? Where did he get that from?
You know why he said that to them? You know why he said that to them?
Torah,
my friend. What he said?
Yeah?
What?
I said he got that from the Torah. That's where he got that from, the Torah.
Why did you stop me when I was trying to answer you?
I wasn't.
Okay, let me tell you something. What are the Jews? Who was he talking to?
To the Pharisees.
And who are they?
Obviously, they were Jews, weren't they? Jews.
Who are they? What occupation they have?
They're the scribes and the Pharisees, isn't it? Obviously.
And what does it mean to be a Pharisee, my friend? That's what I'm asking you. What occupation is a Pharisee? Sammy, shh. What occupation is a Pharisee?
They were the head. They were same thing. They were Jews and they were following the laws, but they were hypocrites. They were the hypocrites of the Jews. They were the main hypocrites.
Okay, so they were teachers of the law.
Yeah, but
he was saying that to them. They didn't believe in Jesus, but they believe in the law. But he was saying to them, even you don't even believe in the law that you claim to believe in. Because what does Jesus say to you? But what does Jesus say? Jesus said to love your enemies. And he said, a man enemy shall be of his own household. He said, a man enemy shall be of his own household. So if you're supposed to love your enemies and your enemy is of your own household, you cannot kill your enemies. Because love and killing your enemy doesn't show that you love your enemy.
Man, he was calling them Pharisees some nasty words, man. Jesus.
Of course, because yeah. So what's your point, my friend? What's your point?
My point was he was following the Torah. That's why he was preaching the
No,
Torah.
he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Man, I guarantee you this.
No, let me tell you. Jesus followed Jesus. Jesus followed Jesus. That's what Jesus followed.
He was following the Torah, man. Come on, man.
No, let me show you that Jesus wasn't following the Torah. Let me show you one thing that Jesus didn't follow the Torah. Can you read Matthew 5 verse 28, where Jesus actually called your prophet adulterer?
Matthew chapter what?
Matthew.
Can you put on the screen?
Yeah, we're gonna put it there. Matthew 5 verse 28. Just put Matthew 5. We're just gonna put Matthew 5, and then we show it. To show you that Jesus, the law of Jesus is a completion of the Torah, not the exact Torah that Muhammad had.
Come on, he was following the Torah from the letter.
Let me show you. Let me show you. See, I speak with evidence. You speak with your ego. So I speak with evidence. So let me show you evidence. Because you speak with your ego, my friend, and that's something
not ego,
that
man. He's not ego. Even
look at this. Look at this. If Jesus was following the law, let's go. Let's go. We're going to 28. If Jesus was following Moses' law and not Jesus' law, watch this. Look at this. Look what Jesus says right here. Jesus is following adultery. Look what Jesus says. You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. Where was this said?
Yeah, obviously Old Testament.
In whose laws?
Torah.
In Torah, Moses' law, right?
Yeah.
But look what Jesus said now. But I tell you that anyone who look on a woman in Moses' law, when you look on a woman, was that considered adultery?
Tell you that whoever looks, this is going even extreme to adultery. Like Moses said that.
Right, because Jesus' law is above Moses' law.
So are you telling me
Jesus' law is the completion of Moses' law?
Oh my word! So are you telling me God said to Jesus that if anybody commits adultery, they'll be okay?
No. This is more extreme than this is even more complete than Moses' law. Do you not notice what I'm telling you? Notice what Jesus says. Friend, calm down. Notice what Jesus says right here. You heard that it was said, thou shalt not commit adultery. But he's saying, but I tell you that anyone who look on a woman lustfully had already commit adultery with her in his heart. What is that telling you? That Jesus' law is not the same as Moses' law. It's a completion of Moses' law.
He just
fulfillment.
He just added an extra.
Oh, thank you very much. So Jesus add things to Moses' law, right?
But no, what I'm saying to you is this you shall not commit adultery. Jesus was already preaching this, that you should not commit adultery, but he's added an extra thing onto it. He said,
and just the same way he add extra to don't kill your children when they sin against you.
No, he never.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He's what he says. He says a man. Let me show you, my friend. Because you don't. Let me tell you, we add things up. We add things up. You don't, because you're a Muslim.
Matthew 15:4. Jesus told the Pharisees, "Isn't it written in the law that if
in whose law, my friend? In whose law?
Torah law.
And who teaches the Torah? Pharisees teaches the Torah, right?
Jesus was preaching Torah. What are you on about? You preach Torah.
Oh, no, he didn't teach. Did he teach? Was Jesus teaching Moses' Torah?
Yes, of course he was.
No, he was teaching a completion of the Torah, not Moses' Torah.
No. This is what I'm saying to you. You've only got 3 years of his life. You've only got age 30 to 33. You have not got the full teaching of Jesus. He was preaching.
No, we have the full teaching of Jesus, not the full life. We have the full teaching of Jesus, not the full life of Jesus. So stop talking nonsense. The life, his ministry begins when?
When?
The Bible tells us when his ministry begin.
When? What age? What age did his ministry begin?
His ministry begin after his temptation.
When?
After his temptation, his ministry begin.
Where is that?
Who?
Where is that?
And let me show you. And that's the problem with you guys. You jump over the Bible.
No. Islam is saying his ministry began the day he was.
Islam don't have no history. Islam doesn't have any history. Islam doesn't have any history.
No, but he protected his brother in the cradle when the Jews questioned her, said, how have you got a child when you've committed adultery? But then he spoke up for her. He spoke up for his brother and told, no. she did not commit adultery. This is a medical from God. Simple.
No, Jesus didn't speak when he was a child. That's a lie. That's a made up lie.
Come on, it makes sense. He spoken for her. He defended his mother. He defended her. Respect.
Nobody had to defend his mother because his mother have a husband. So there is no way to.
Husband.
There is no,
she never had a husband. She never had a husband.
Yeah, she did.
Oh my word.
Yes,
she never had no husband. Who is that? Who?
Joseph was her husband.
Oh my word. She was not touched at that time. She was a virgin.
So did Joseph walk around and tell people that she was not touched? Did Joseph walk around and say, "Oh, I never touched my wife"?
She was a virgin Mary. She had no husband at that time.
I didn't tell you that she was not virgin. There was no reason for her to defend herself because Joseph stay as her protector. So if somebody question who the father was, Joseph is. No one would question who the father was because Joseph was there.
Are you telling me everyone thought at that time that the father of Jesus was Joseph? Are you?
Oh, of course they thought. Yes.
Oh,
what did you think? Safras. What do you think they called Jesus? What do you, apart from your stupid Quran that called Jesus, called Isa ibn Miriam, which a man is not named by his mother. So what do you think that they called Jesus?
What do you mean when they called Jesus?
They called Jesus, son of Joseph.
Man, I'm telling you now, no one thought that.
What do you think they used to call Jesus? They called Jesus son. Can you notice what they say? Isn't this the carpenter's son? Remember they said, isn't this the carpenter's son? Because they believed that Jesus was the son of Joseph.
No.
Bro, your Quran is nothing but stupidity, man. I'm telling you.
She was an untouched woman. They questioned her.
I didn't say that, friend. I didn't say that she was not an untouched woman, but nobody knows that of the people who didn't know about the story of Jesus, like the disciples who know how he was born, no one knows that he was not David. They didn't believe that they did not believe that he was not Joseph's son. And Joseph wasn't running around, running off his mouth. Oh, he was not my son, and this and that, and putting his wife at risk.
So, are you telling me that Joseph was thinking at that time that Jesus was his?
No, because the angel told him that he wasn't his son, and he told him, "Put not away your wife." He told him, "Do not put your wife away," and he obeyed the angel. What is wrong with you? You don't read the Bible, clown?
You lot got different. You lot got some fake story of Jesus.
Fake story. What you talking about? Fake story? It's inside the Bible. It's inside the Bible where the angel said to go to Joseph and said to Joseph, "Put not away your wife."
Can I cut in a little bit, brother?
Who is that? Who is that?
Oh, it's Abu Musa.
Okay, go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, Safras. Oh, okay, I have a question for Safras because this guy seems like he has no brain cells at all. Because the reason why I'm saying this, Safras, sorry, I'm not insulting you, okay? The reason why I'm saying this, imagine, just imagine this scenario. You live today, and people write about you. Then about 500 years later, someone comes and says, "No, what you see there is a lie. This is the right thing." Does that make any sense to you? Do you even think? Do you even think? You think the Quran is right?
You know why?
It's a lie. The Quran is a lie. For Muhammad, it's for his feelings.
You asked me a question. You just asked me a question. Let me answer now. You know why? Because you lot don't have the original Hebrew Aramaic Gospels. You don't have nothing.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because your earliest Gospels go back to 4th century, 400 years after Jesus is Greek.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. The earliest gospel, earliest gospel is Mark. It was written
show me one
in the same century. In the same century, about 60 to 70 years after Jesus died.
Abu Musa, let me say something to him right here. So my friend, you have a bigger dilemma because we have we have something that goes, according to you, that goes back to the 3rd century, according to you.
400 years after Jesus. Yeah.
Hold on, my friend. But guess what you have? Something that goes back to the 8th century, the 7th century. So who have a bigger dilemma?
Ours in Arabic is been memorized for 400 years by millions of people. We have no issues of ours. We have no issues. No, not issues.
Of what? What you talking about? What you talking about?
The Quran memorized for 400 years by millions of people. Millions of people have memorized that Quran for 400 years.
So what does that prove, man? What does that prove?
I'm trying to prove to you that we've got in this.
No, you have something. What I'm trying to say to you, you're talking about memorization. Do you see the guy came in, Abu Musa, and he actually revealed you that you don't use your brain. We are talking about.
And my brother, if you think about it right, the Romans wrote that they killed Jesus. The Jews have books that they killed Jesus.
Yes,
Christians have books that killed Jesus. Muhammad comes 600 years later and said, no, it didn't happen.
It never happened.
Safras, please use your brain,
there
please.
Are scriptures out there.
Please, Safras, please.
Wait. There are scriptures out there. Wait.
Danny Davis, I welcome my brother. Welcome.
Who's that?
Welcome, Danny.
There are scriptures out there.
Your microphone is not working. Hey, Danny, your microphone is not working. Hey, Danny, say something, man. Your microphone wasn't working. Okay, go ahead, Abu, because Danny having
no, my claim is that there are scriptures that were not added in. For example, the Peter, he had a scripture which says that Jesus did not even die. They are
Safras. That's not my point. That's not my point. The Christians have scriptures that say Jesus was killed by the Romans. The Romans have scriptures. Romans, not Christians. Romans.
Look at that Romans.
They killed Jesus. Jews have books that say they killed Jesus. Muhammad comes 600 years later and say it did not happen.
All of Abu. He make a point. So let's address his point that he make. He says Peter have something that says Jesus was not killed. Can you prove that that Peter have something that says Jesus wasn't killed?
It's the scripture which was found in Egypt inside a tomb of a monk. It's called a Gospel of Peter from, I don't know which year it is, but there was a gospel. If you go on internet, it's there. It's everywhere. There is one gospel which says that Jesus was with Peter on top of a tree, and he was there happy. He said that this person they are killing is not even me. And there is a gospels. There are 2-3 gospels there that are saying that.
What I want you to do, I want when you finish, you go to my YouTube channel that is called Islam is a Mess. You may not be able to find it at Shake Your Booty. But I don't have time to deal with that issue right now because.
Have you got email address? Have you got email?
My friend, Sammy, calm down, bro. Son, calm down. I know you're ready to go. But my friend, what I want you to do, I want you to, when we finish this dialogue, because we are not going to go into that gospel because I already deal with that in a video on Islam is a Mess. I want you to go to my video. And Islam is a Mess, and look for. You will see. You put in when you go in the search engine of my stuff. You put the word Peter in it.
Yeah.
You put the word Peter in it, and you will see. And me and you can communicate there in the comment, and you will see where I actually demolish and destroy that book that you're talking about.
So which one is it? Is it the one that was found in Egypt?
Yes, the one they claim was found in Egypt, where Peter was talking to Jesus, and Jesus was saying that this and that and that. Go and see how I demolish them, because a Muslim
come on, man. There are many of them scripts going around.
You want me to play this video right now? You want me to show this video how I demolish? You want to show me to find it and show you how I demolish it?
It will take ages. I have to go.
No, it won't take no ages to find my video. How are you gonna take ages to find a video on my channel?
I'm saying
let me find it.
I have to go. I have to go now.
Okay. I will let the audience make. I will play the video so that the audience see what you are talking about. Just to reveal your nonsense.
Man, your audience isn't
Because we
agree
are-
with you anyway. Your audience doesn't agree with you anyway. They're gonna always agree with you, even if you're right or wrong. They're gonna agree with you anyway.
No. They will see what I see.
They're a Christian
They will
audience.
see. They will see. No, my friend.
We're not Muslims. We look at facts. We look at the truth. We're not Muslims. Muslims
You're
are brainless. If you think you want to be a Muslim, if you have a brain cell, you gotta be a Muslim and think that you have endless peace when you die. You have endless peace. 72
Man, you never
virgins.
knew. You never knew your
72
early
virgins when you die.
Gospels were in Greek. Your earliest gospel in Greek, 4th century. Get a life, man.
If you have a
Why
brain
is
cell,
it?
you're a Muslim.
No, my
If you have
friend.
a
Why?
Muslim,
No, hold on, my brother. Let's ask him. Why is it should not be in Greek?
Yeah?
Why should not it be in Greek?
Because even the scholars saying they don't know who wrote these gospels 400 years after Jesus. They don't even know who they are. Your earliest gospels are in Greek. Jesus did not speak Greek. He was
You know that. You know that.
speaking Aramaic. Aramaic people. He was speaking Aramaic to his
How
people.
do you know that Jesus didn't speak Greek?
Because the Jews were living there, that he was living with it, were speaking Hebrew or Aramaic. Simple. We all know that. The people who were living with him were Jews, Pharisees. They were not speaking Greek. They were speaking Aramaic and Hebrew.
How do you know?
Safras, that's a lie.
Safras. How do you know that they were not bilingual, multilingual like I am?
Come on, man.
How do you know that? If you were Sammy, I'm talking loud, so he believe I'm quarreling, so he's shouting.
Oh yeah.
When kids hear you talking loud, they believe you're quarreling. So and you know. Sorry.
Yeah. So you know what it is? The Pharisees, the scribes, they were not speaking of Greek. They were not even Greeks. They never had no Greek genes in them. They were always following the Hebrews. They were true Hebrews. Greek Jews, they were not speaking Greek.
So if they were, my friend, if they were ruled by Greek speaking, like for example, when the slaves came to America, did they speak English?
No.
Right, but then when offspring are born to them, what happened?
What offspring?
When offsprings are born to the slave, what happened to the offspring of the slaves? Do they speak English?
Obviously, slowly.
Yes. So this is why what you're saying doesn't make any sense. If the Greek, hold on, my friend, if the Greek colonized the Hebrew people for so many years, you don't think that at one point they would speak what the Greeks speak?
No, the argument is the Christian scholars are saying that the earliest evidence that they have is book of Mark, and they go is the size of a credit card in Hebrew. They're saying that these were gospels written at the time just after Jesus, but they cannot find them anymore. They cannot find them. They were written back then, but there is not a single gospel now remaining. The only ones that are remaining are these 4th century Greek ones, and this is the issue.
Why is it an issue?
Because nobody knows these Greek men written in Greek. Come on, man. Nothing to do with it.
Look at the question. Look at what I asked you, and you jump over it because it fly over your head like
Greeks. Jesus was not dealing with any Greeks. He was not dealing with Greeks, man. He was dealing
with. How do you know?
Learned.
Because he was dealing with his own hypocrites, the Pharisees, all the time. He was there arguing them non-stop, shouting at them, swearing at them.
And who told you that these people he wasn't arguing with them in Greek?
Eh?
Who told you that he wasn't arguing with them in Greek?
I did not say he was speaking in Greek. I said he was speaking his own language to the hypocrites, Pharisees.
How do you know that? How do you know that, my friend? That's what I'm asking you the question.
Because the New Testament says he was always arguing with them, teaching them how to come.
Do you remember what I said to you, Safras, that went over your head like an aeroplane going over a building to land at the airport in Kentucky? Do you notice what I said to you? I said, when my ancestors came here and the slave ship, did they speak English.
Obviously not.
Right. So you are telling us, you are trying to tell us that after years of being ruled by the Greek, the Jewish people only speak Aramaic.
At the time of Jesus, he was not speaking Greek with them. That's one thing. To guarantee he was not speaking Greek. Come on, bro.
Jesus
How do
speaks
you
to the
know?
Roman
You know
soldier.
that as well. You know that he was not speaking
Jesus
How did he
spoke
speak?
to the Roman soldier.
Oh, good, Nate. I like that. How did he speak to the Roman soldier?
What's that? Roman.
How did he speak to the Roman soldier?
I don't bloody know.
Surprise!
Surprise!
My surprise!
Are you telling me he was speaking Roman? He was speaking Greek. He was speaking Aramaic. Come on, man. He was not dealing with Greek people.
Surprise! We need sister. We need sister Chloe Wicked. We need sister Chloe Wicked here to say stuff. Come on, Surprise!
Surprise! Yeah, he not teach no Greek. He not teach no Greek. Man. Come on,
come on, Surprise! Hey, Surprise! I'm gonna show you. You make up. You say something that Jesus was not killed, and there's a book. You said Jesus was not killed, so now I have it here. So let's play something. Let's play something for me. So because you're in a rush, we're gonna play for the people who want to learn. So let's play for the people who want to learn. So here we go. We're gonna show you that this book that you're talking about is not really sensible. Okay. So you ever heard of this Muslim called Jesus and his disciples were Muslims?
What?
Have you ever heard of this Muslim on YouTube who go by the name Jesus and his disciples were Muslims?
I've seen some comments. I've seen the comments around.
Okay, so let me show you what he says. Let's start with it. So we're gonna share this video so people can see, because you said Peter said that Jesus was not killed, and when Muslim make statement like that, I want to show that this is a lie. So let's show this video to show that this is a lie. As more evidence than the people who were there when the accident occurred.
I can't see it, man.
I'm saying, so he says Allah saved Jesus. So I'm asking him a question. Where is your? I'm literally asking you, where is your evidence that Jesus was saved? And guess what he decided to do? Look at this. This is when he answered. When I asked him the first question, never answered.
Mate, can you open up the screen, please?
Open up the screen, okay. Apocalypse of Peter was written and spoken by Peter himself. How does this clown know that it was Peter himself who spoke that? Is there any evidence that Peter himself spoke the book of the Apocalypse? No, there is no evidence of that. Unlike the Gospel of the New Testament, the Apocalypse of Peter was directly written and spoken by Peter himself. Do you see this clown? Where is this evidence? This is how Muslims speak without any form of evidence. Oh, we can say whatever we feel like saying, and you should take it for, oh, yes. Oh, it means what we are right. We could just say whatever. So it was written by Peter himself. Where is the evidence that this book was written by Peter himself? He said the revelation was widely accepted and believed in by the early Christian during the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century. Look at this clown. If you look up the book, the Apocalypse of Peter, it was written in the 2nd century. So how was the 1st century people believing in the Apocalypse of Peter? If you look it up, which I will show, from what I know, it is said to be written in the second century. But according to this guy, 1st century people were believing in it early as 1st century. Not that I know of, but anyway, the early Christian clearly reject the lies of the crucifixion and Trinity. Look at this clown. The early Christian clearly reject the lies of the crucifixion and Trinity. Do you notice this clown? What he says, the early Christians clearly reject the lies of the crucifixion and Trinity. Can this clown show us any early Christian earliest Christians who reject the Trinity, or the earliest Christians who reject the crucifixion. Can you show that? Do you see how stupid this guy is? And then look what we're gonna show you from even the book that he's talking about, the Apocalypse of Peter. We're gonna look into the Apocalypse of Peter. And you could see that it's all about copy-paste nonsense. Discovered in Archmin, Egypt, in the grave of a monk by the French archaeologist Urbain Guriant in 1886. It was the first non-canonical gospel to be discovered. Here are the fragments. Look what he got. Here are the fragments of the. So he's he just copy and paste what he found. It's something, and actually, if you take this part off and just put it into Google, exactly like he found it in Google, he copy and paste it because he's an ass. Let me show you something. So here is what he copied from Google, and this is the gospel, not gospel. This is the Apocalypse of Peter. Listen this now. Come therefore, let us go on with the completion of the will of the incorruptible Father. For behold, I don't even want to read the whole thing because it doesn't. What I want to show you guys is a portion of it. You know, a portion of it. I notice this one doesn't have any verse, but listen to this. Listen to this. This is the part that I want to show you guys. Very, very easy for anybody with sense to see something going on here. So here it is. Peter is asking some question. Peter is asking some question. So Peter says, their mind shall be closed. Hold on, let's see. Peter says, and I, see Peter said, and I said, what do I see, O Lord? So you hear Peter asking the question, what do I see, O Lord? That it is you yourself whom they take. So Peter is saying that it is you I saw being taken by this so-called Peter. Is saying it is you who I saw being taken by as captive. You know, you were taken to prison. You were taken, and that you are grasping me. So while the so-called Jesus in this thing was being taken, he was grasping onto the so-called Peter. Or who is this one glad and laughing on the tree? So Peter is asking Jesus, who is this one that is glad and laughing on the tree? And is it another whose feet and hands they are striking? And now he's actually making the suggestion that is it another whose hands and feet they are striking? But look at this now. This is so crazy. So Peter is seeing two people on the tree, two persons on a tree, because one of them is glad and laughing, and the other person is, notice he said, and another one whose feet and hands they are striking. And notice what happened here. The so-called Peter is saying, the Savior said to me, which means Jesus said to him, he whom you saw on the tree glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus. So this is the living Jesus. Do you see that? This is the living Jesus. But listen to this part here. But this one in whose hand and feet they drive the nail is his fleshy part. Notice what he says. So one is the living Jesus and one is the literal fleshy body of Jesus. Notice what he says. But this one into whose hands and feet they drive the nail is fleshy part. Is fleshy part. He didn't say in his fleshy part. He says is his fleshy part. So who is the is? The pronoun is used for who? Jesus. But this one in whose hand, read it over. He whom you see on the tree, glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus. So the one on the tree, glad and laughing. So Peter saw two people, this so-called Peter, saw two people on tree. One of them glad and laughing. So he asked the question, who are these two people? Who is the one glad and laughing? And who is the one in whose hands and feet they are nailing to the cross? Who is that person? Who is the one that hands and feet they are piercing, are striking? Oh no. And the so-called Jesus answered him and said, he whom you saw on the tree, glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus. So the glad and laughing one is the living Jesus. So what do you see there, Socrates?
What I see there is Peter is on the tree with Jesus hiding, and he's seen Jesus laughing, and he's seen the other one on the cross getting tortured. That's what he's seen.
Peter is on the tree. Does the verse say? Does it say Peter was on the tree?
No, but he's saying that he's saying that ended that the one I'm seeing on the tree is you, Jesus, laughing, Jesus laughing away.
Right. So who is the other one that you see on the tree?
The other one is not on the tree. There's only one on the tree. Jesus.
Look, hey, come on, man. Come on, hold on. Okay, so anyway, say that he wasn't. Say one wasn't on the tree, but one was on the tree. Who was on the tree?
Jesus.
Whose hand is nailed? Whose hand is nailed on the tree?
The substitute, the other one.
That's not what it says, friend, and that's why you should need. Hey, Safras, I'm gonna play the video, and I want you to pay attention because it seems like when people become Muslim, they have a reading cognitive problem, and this is what I'm seeing, and this is why you should allow me to explain what was there. So let's continue with the video because it seems like something is wrong with you, friend.
Nothing wrong with me, man. You're seeing two people, one on tree.
But the one in whose let the video continue. The nail is his fleshy part. Safras, let me ask you the question. Whose fleshy part?
The one on the cross who's getting tortured.
Is whose fleshy part?
Eh?
This is talking about who? The Savior. Oh, hold on, man. Let me tell. Hold on, Safras, calm down because something is wrong with you. The Savior. Listen to what he says. The Savior said to me, "He whom you saw on the tree, glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus."
Yes.
But the one into whose hand and feet they drive the nail is a fleshy part. Hold on.
Yes. Because you know why? Because they are watching the crucifixion of the enemy of Jesus. Come on, man.
You might have to dress yourself. I'm on the live. So Safras.
Wait. Let me explain to you. Jesus is saying that this whom you seen on the tree is a true Jesus here. You know that you're seeing happy, but the one that you're seeing whose nails are being driven in, he's talking about they are watching the person on the cross getting crucified. They're watching it from the tree. Jesus and Peter are watching the one on the cross getting killed. It was not Jesus on the on that cross, but it was made to appear that it was him on the cross, but it was not.
Safras, hold on a minute. Safras, you have a reading disability.
I don't.
You really do. You really do. Hold on. Let me show you something. You have a reading disability, Safras, and I will show you why I say you have a reading disability. Let me show you why. Hold on. Let me answer my wife real fast, and then I show you why. Hi, babe. Hey, babe. She said she'd come out the boulevard. She's right here, babe. She's here. Oh, okay. Yeah. And if you don't mind, can you send me a couple chicken wings so I could fly like a chicken? Okay, thank you so much. Bye, babe. I feel like eating some chicken wings. She said she sent me no chicken wings, but she'll send me. That's all right. Go with your sister, you beautiful boy. You want to stay with daddy? You know, daddy. You love your sister. Go with your sister. You love her.
I got Rayleigh.
Go with Rayleigh. Just take him, my sister. Take him.
Come on, we're going to see grandma.
You're going to see grandma. You love grandma. What is going on with him today?
Ever since she sent him to
the daycare. Yeah, he acting different. Yeah. Something must have happened to other daycare. I don't know. I might go over there and ask some few questions. Anyway, so Safras, what I want you to pay attention to, Safras, I really want you to pay attention to this. It's gonna be a little noisy until my until my baby leave. But I'm sorry about the noise.
No. The easiest way is the easiest way if you go by verse, so easy.
And that's what I was doing. I'm breaking it down for you. Safras, look at this. Safras, look at what's going on here. Look at what's going on here. I want you to pay attention. The Savior said to me, he whom you saw on the tree, glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus.
Yes. No, that's Jesus now.
So what do you think was happening here? Was Peter witnessing the crucifixion, or was Peter having a vision?
He whom you saw on
hold on. Please pay attention to what I asked you, man.
Let me read it properly.
No. Listen, I'm asking you a question. Please pay attention to what I asked you, my brother.
Go on.
I have a lot of love for you. Please pay attention to what I asked you. Do you think this is the actual crucifixion, or is this a vision after the crucifixion?
This was either happening at that time, or it's already happened.
It actually is a vision according to this book. I will show you, and this is why I wanted to play the video and let everybody see it, because I sell truth. I don't sell lies. So it actually happened after the crucifixion, and Peter is saying, this so-called Peter is saying that he saw something like a vision. I will show you that. I will show the people that, because I love to share truth. I don't tell lies, man.
Yeah, cool.
I'm blunt, but I don't. I have a problem with a little anger problem, and but I don't tell lie, bro. I don't into this lie business. This is not me. But listen to this. But this one, let me start from it again. The Savior said to me, he whom you saw on the tree, glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus on the tree. So there was no, if he's on the tree, there is no substitution. I buy my son, you beautiful little boy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So he's saying Jesus was on the tree, on the cross, meaning on the cross. The living Jesus is on the cross.
No, he's not saying that. He's not
what is he? Read it yourself. Read it yourself. Safras, read it yourself.
He whom you saw on the tree, glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus. Yeah,
he's on the tree, right?
Oh my word! Come on,
Safras, where is he? Where is the living Jesus? Where is the living Jesus?
He's saying these verses. Jesus is saying that I was on a tree watching the enemy getting killed. That's what he's saying.
No. He was on the cross. That's what it means.
No, he didn't.
Hold on. Listen to this. Listen as we go along. But the one in whose hands and nail the one, because he have a vision, and he says the one into whose hands and feet they drive the nails. Yes. Is fleshy part. Whose fleshy part? Whose fleshy part?
The one that was getting killed. That was not Jesus.
No, hold on. Let's show you something. Let me show you something. How can you use is fleshy part? Whose fleshy part? They're talking about the living Jesus. And he says, who are they talking about?
Oh my word. You don't know about his verses. I've read his verses before. He does not say that. Peter's saying, I have seen you on the tree, laughing, and then I've seen you that looks, the person that looks like you is getting.
Where does it say the person that look like you? Where is it at?
Read it again. Read them all. Put the screen larger, but I can't read that properly.
The screen can get larger than this. I'm reading from a video.
Okay. He said, Jesus said, yeah, he whom you have seen on the tree, glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus. So Peter seen Jesus on the tree, happy, laughing, yeah. But then he says, but this one whom hands and foot they drive the nails in his fleshy part, which is the substitute, being put to shame. So he's saying that though that you see me on the tree laughing, and the one that's on getting punished is a substitute.
Hold on. We see all this.
Substitute.
Yeah, there's the word substitute there. It's right here. It's right here. But listen this, my brother. Listen this. Listen, as we continue, we see something different in this translation from another translation. We show you. But even this alone will prove something. Watch this.
Go on.
Which is the substitute put to shame, the one who came into being in his likeness. Watch this. But hold on, friend, calm down. But look at him and me. But when I had looked and said, Lord, no one is looking at you. Let us flee this place. But he said to me, I have told you, leave the blind alone. Watch this now as we continue.
Fleshy part. So this is his fleshy part.
Watch this.
Whose fleshy part?
Watch this. Watch as we continue.
As body. This is according to his.
You've gone.
Watch this. No. We go down to where it page down. That's what we went to. We went to where it page down. Watch this. Let me make sure that we're going down to where it page down.
Substitute being put to shame. Where there? And then.
So he says, which is under the law, but he stand near him. It is the living Savior. So look at it. Do what he says. Which is under the law. I don't know why this is break up like this. I think I page down. That's why I wanted the video to continue. But he who stand near him is the living Savior. This the first in him, whom they seize and release. Watch this. Who stand joyfully looking those who did him violence, while they are divided among themselves. Therefore laugh at their lack of perception, knowing that they are born blind. So then the one susceptible to the suffering shall come, since the body, look at it says, since the body is the substitute.
Yeah.
So the body is the substitute, but whose body is he talking about?
He's talking about the substitute that they think that they have.
Watch this. But
no, wait, let me answer.
Watch this. Hold on. Let me show you something.
Bro, yeah, they're thinking that they killed Jesus, and Jesus telling Peter, they have not killed me, they have killed the substitute.
No. Let me show you what happened. This is the real thing right here. This is actually the guy copy and paste from somewhere, but this is the real book with the verses and everything in it. The Savior said to me, the one you saw on the tree, happy and laughing, is the living Jesus. But the one whose hands and feet they drive nails into is fleshy part. Whose fleshy part? The living Jesus fleshy part.
Is the substitute's fleshy part.
Okay, listen. A surrogate becoming humiliated, which became manifest in his likeness.
Yes.
Now look at him and see me.
Yeah. He's saying to Peter that they think that they
look at this.
Me. Look at me. That's what he's saying to you. That's what he's saying to Peter. Look at him. He's my substitute. He's a substitute.
But look at this. Even Even if you're not getting, even if you're not getting what I got, look at this. This is not even anything truthful. Watch this. Then when I look, I said, Master, no one is watching. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
So look at this. Look at this. As we continue. Watch this. So let me narrate from here.
Is fleshy component.
Okay. Let's continue from here.
Telling Peter that his fleshy component is what's been sacrificed, is what's on the cross suffering. A surrogate becoming humiliated, which became manifest in his likeness. Now look at him and see me. Do you see that? But when did Jesus fleshy?
So if you notice what Jesus actually is saying is fleshy component. Whose fleshy component?
The substitutes.
No, Jesus fleshy component.
No, man, it's not. Read.
Look at it. Learn to read. Learn to read. Look at this. Look at this, my friend. The Savior replied, "The one you saw up on the tree."
Yeah.
Don't talk while I'm don't because that's why you're not getting anything. You cannot talk while somebody is trying to teach you something. The Savior replied, "The one you saw up on the tree, happy and laughing, is the living Jesus."
Yeah. Now that's these on.
Oh, hold on. I told you not to talk, friend.
Each verse you're going through each.
No, I told you not to talk.
Oh, go on.
Because there is one subject talking about. Who is it talking about? Jesus. So listen to what I'm saying. Watch what the subject is. And this is how you learn to read. The Savior replied, "The one you saw up on the tree, happy and laughing, is the living Jesus.
Yes.
But the one whose hands and feet they drive nail into is fleshy component. Whose fleshy component?
According to Islam.
No, the substitute have not been mentioned yet. So you cannot. Listen, friend. You cannot have listen, friend. You cannot have. I know how to read, friend. And guess what? Guess what? I actually have a degree in English literature, friend. I can read. I'm not the best reader, like reading out things, but I actually know how. If you see the is right here, this is right here.
When did Jesus' fleshy component come into?
I wish it wasn't. I wish I could find the page. This is. Hold on, friend. Let me teach you something about English. This is right here. This is right here. After we talking about the subject Jesus, it could never be talking about the surrogate yet. Why? Because the is, he said, but the one whose hand and feet they drive nails into is fleshy component. Why we know it is talking about Jesus? Because Jesus is the before mentioned subject. Now he says a surrogate becoming humiliated.
Yes. The substitute is getting humiliated. Simple.
No. The substitute is what? Is fleshy component. Jesus' fleshy component.
Oh my word.
This is what you are missing. The surrogate is Jesus' fleshy component.
You get it wrong, mate. You get it wrong all the way. You get it wrong.
No, you are getting it wrong. Anybody, let me see anybody in the chat who don't see what I'm saying.
Mate, you know what this is about? Peter has a vision. He's seen a person on the cross that looks like Jesus, and he speaks to Jesus and that I've seen you on the cross happy. And Jesus saying, yes, this is me, the one that's happy. But the one that's a substitute, they are putting nails into his hand. That's the one that's getting humiliated. The substitute, not Jesus getting.
So who's my friend? As I say, you need to learn to read, and that's what your problem is. When you are reading and a subject is mentioned, and then a pronoun is mentioned after the subject, it is talking about the subject that is mentioned.
If you read 53 and you read 54, then you understand that the one that's substitute, he's the one that's getting humiliated, not Jesus. Jesus happy on the cross. He's watching.
Friend. Even if we read 53, all this stuff, I'm telling you how to read. When you read something in English and there's a subject that come first, and then there's a pronoun come after it. The pronoun is talking about the subject that comes first. That's what I'm trying to tell you how to read, friend. So Jesus is the subject. So the pronoun is talking about Jesus here, where it says is. Is talking about Jesus. And even though it said a surrogate becoming humiliated, it is telling you that the Jesus that Peter was talking to is not Jesus in a fleshy form.
Right. You know, when it says which became manifest in his likeness. Now look at me. Jesus is saying to Peter that this person has been given the same looks as me. So they think that they're killing me, but they're not killing me. They're killing the substitute. That's what he's telling him. Come on.
No, he actually said they are killing his fleshy component.
He says his likeness, meaning that the substitutes looks exactly like it was medical, where Allah says in the Quran that they killed him not, they neither crucified him, but it appeared to them that they killed Jesus, but it was not him. This is saying the same thing.
No. Notice what he says here. No. What it is saying. No, what Jesus is saying is that Jesus, according to this, calm down, friend. Let me tell you what he's saying, because it's right here in front of us. The pronoun is here. The pronoun is here. The pronoun is here. Isn't this the pronoun? The noun is here. The proper noun, which is a name, is here, and then the pronoun follows. That means the proper noun, the pronoun is talking about the proper noun, is fleshy component, meaning Jesus's fleshy component. So this fleshy component is Jesus' fleshy component. So that mean while Jesus was talking to Peter, he was not in his fleshy component.
You know, if you honest, man, I have read this. We have read this, and I've gone through this many times.
And look at it. Look at it.
Look here. It says. Let me make it clear just one more time, because I'm in a rush. It says the Savior replied, "The one who you saw on the tree, happy and laughing, is a living Jesus." So Jesus saying to Peter, "The one that you seen on the tree laughing away is me." Then he says, "But the one whom hands the feet drive nails into." In his component,
no. In his component, you don't see no in his component. Is fleshy component.
Yeah, it is. Is his fleshy component. Surrogate becoming humiliated, which became.
So who is the is? Who is the is?
Let me.
No. I want you to tell me who the is. The first is right here. The pronoun. The first pronoun right here is. Who is this?
The one, but it says, but the one whom hands and feet they drive nails into his fleshy component, that's a substitute. It says, but, read it, but the one whom hands they put the nails in is his flesh component. And then he says, surrogate being humiliated, which become manifest in his likeness, meaning the person on the cross has been given the same image as Jesus. It was
okay. So let's say you're right. But watch this now, Safras. Let's say you're right. Watch what's gonna happen here. And we show you that this wasn't even real. This was not even real.
Oh, you can't see it.
Look at this. This was even real. The person having it was not even a real thing. Let me show you.
Yes.
Let me show you that this was not even a real thing.
It was a real thing. You know why?
No, it wasn't. You know look at it. Look at it. See, notice what it says here.
What?
Look. I remember I was winning. I was telling you what was happening. Look what the so-called Jesus said in verse 61. That which has the capacity to suffer must remain, because the body is the surrogate.
Yeah.
Yet it is my spiritual body that was set free.
Where you running off?
I was showing you all along. Oh my God. I was showing you all along, friend, that Jesus is saying that his earthly body died, and his spiritual body that was talking to. I show you, friend.
So why would Jesus saying that I'm on the tree whilst the other one's getting punished on the cross?
Because it was his spiritual body that was on the tree, friend. Did you see it here? He said, "Yet it is my spiritual body that was set free."
Oh my word! He's saying that he's getting humiliated.
And guess what? Safras, and guess what? It actually, when it goes to the end, it actually the guy, the so-called Peter, is saying that he's not sure if this is even a reality.
No. Because mate, you know, let me answer. Amongst
Look what he says. Look what he says right here. Look what he says right here, Safras. I am the wise spirit full of illumination. That means he was talking to when he was talking to Peter. He was a spirit. So his spirit was set free while his body died.
Right. Now let me answer. Yeah, according to scholars, I'll tell you straight. Yeah, there are two different meanings of this. One side of scholars say that he was not on the cross. The other scholars say that he could be on a cross, but he was staved before he died. Before they tried to kill him, he was taken. So that could be fleshy part of.
We don't have to be a scholar, my friend. You guys jump and say what scholars say. No one have to be a scholar to see common sense right here, Safras. The common sense is Safras. The common sense is right here. He said, "Yet it is my spiritual body that was set free." Yes. That means his body died. If your spirit comes out of your body, you are dead, Safras.
He was not. He was saying to Peter that listen to me. He was saying to Peter that look, they're driving nails into the body of the flesh, meaning that Jesus was departed before it all happened. He was departed before it happened.
Listen. When I read things, I go through it thoroughly and I read. And this is why I could tell you that his fleshy component was talking about Jesus' fleshy component. Because later when you read what he says, that which have the capacity to suffer must remain. So he was saying to Peter, his body, because his humanity can suffer. His humanity can suffer. And this is why his humanity is suffering, because the body is the surrogate. He's telling Peter, this so-called Peter, that his body that he have from birth is a surrogate. He says, "Yet it is my spiritual body that is set free, not his earthly body, but his spiritual body that is set free." Yeah, and then he said, "I am the wise spirit full of illumination." A man is not a spirit. A man is a being, a human being. So if he's saying all this thing, that means he died.
No. He didn't say that. He said to Peter that substitute that you're seeing, he's a substitute. He's a substitute on that cross.
That look, the surrogate. He speak of a surrogate, but he's telling Peter that the surrogate that he saw is his natural body. Is his natural, meaning is the body that he is born in. And what Peter is speaking to is his spiritual body. His spiritual body. In order for a person to have a spiritual body, what is happening? The person must first die. This is what it's actually saying. That he said that which have the capacity to suffer must remain, because the body is the surrogate. He's saying that the body that he have was just a surrogate to suffer. That's what it's actually saying from what you see. Yet it is my spiritual body that was set free. Yes. His spiritual body was set free.
Yes, because he's saying that the one that was on the cross with the nails in it, he's saying that there was a substitute that was put in his.
So where is his natural body then? I asked you a question. Where is his natural body?
This is what I'm saying to you. It was on the cross. So he was.
Whose natural body was on the cross?
Oh my word.
Whose natural body was on the cross?
According to this, according to this, according to Jesus is saying there that the natural body was on the cross. But
whose natural body? Whose natural body, my friend?
That Jesus.
So if Jesus' natural body was on the cross, and they do all these things to the natural body, you want to tell me that he didn't die?
No, because it says here that he's saying to Peter, I'm watching the person getting killed. I'm watching the person.
Oh, so you're watching his natural body getting killed?
No, there was a substitute that was put inside his body. That's what he's saying.
Well, did you hear what you just said? You said Jesus' natural body, and then you were saying that it was a substitute. But what was the substitute? What the surrogate? Whose body was the surrogate? Whose body was the surrogate?
No, it says that body. Jesus saying that the body is there in the fleshy part is getting killed. They think that I'm still in him. They think that I'm in that body. They think that but he's saying I'm not in that body. I was set free from it. So that means he did not die. They did not kill him.
So he was set free from the body.
Before they tried to kill him, he was set free. He was on that tree watching it.
So he was set free. He was set free from which body? The body that was on the cross?
The body, according to this scripture here, according to scripture that Jesus was watching the body getting killed, and whoever the substitute was inside that body, but it was not Jesus. He said it was not me. He said
no. He actually said it was him. He said it is my spiritual body that was set free.
He's saying it. He's saying that my flesh was there getting. He's saying that the flesh was getting punished, but I survived.
Whose flesh? Whose flesh?
Jesus.
So okay. So if his flesh was sacrificed and his blood was sacrificed,
but Jesus did not die. Jesus he survived. He was on the tree before they tried to kill that body. He survived it.
As a spirit. As a spirit.
As a spirit. As a spirit. You see what I'm saying? I forget you were there, my brother. So he survived as a spirit, not as a human. He died as a human.
What he's trying to say in here that before they tried to put nails into him, his soul got taken out, and there was.
So if your soul is taken out, you die, friend.
No, but I know, but listen.
Your body loses life.
Wait. You know the answer. For example, they wanted to kill him, but before they could even kill him, he was taken away. He would take his soul, whatever edit, were taken away. So they did not kill him. His soul got taken away. His body got taken away.
Nobody can kill your soul. Okay, no. Christian don't believe you can kill the soul.
No.
And Islam don't believe you can kill the soul. So what are you talking about?
He's saying on the tree that the person they're putting the nails into, that's the fleshy part, but I'll be taken away. They did not kill me. I'm me on the tree. They did not kill me.
So when you kill a person, is it the fleshy part that you kill, or do you kill the soul?
They kill the fleshy part.
No, listen what I say. Please pay attention to what I say, my brother Safas. Because to be real with you, of all the Muslims that I know, I love all Muslims, but I have more love for you than any Muslim that I know. The reality. But I'm asking you this question. I'm going to ask you the question. Safras.
Yeah.
If when you kill a man, I'm not saying when you Safras, because I don't think you are one of those killers. But I say if you kill a man, or if someone kill a man, like when somebody shoots somebody somewhere.
Yeah.
Is it the soul of the person they kill, or do they kill the body of the person?
They kill the body and then the soul gets taken away.
Then is that what we see happening right here?
What's happened here is Jesus is saying that the spirit soul, that the spirit has been taken away from the body and a substitute has been put in place inside our flesh.
So why would they put a substitute? What's the sense of putting us?
This is God's plan. This is why Allah says they kill him.
So okay, you take out his soul, you take out Jesus' soul, and then you put another soul in him. Is that what you think?
The spirit,
So Jesus have two souls.
No, the penalty was taken out and the substitute was put in. This is why Jesus saying I was laughing.
So a substitute was put in and his body died, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if his body died, that's what Christian believe died, right?
But you believe that it was him, it was his spirit that was inside the body whilst there was...
We don't care whose spirit was inside him, but all we care about is that his blood was shed for our sin.
No, when he departed, he departed before the...
So this doesn't support your theology. This doesn't support your theology because his blood was shed for our sin, and his body was killed for our sin. This is
for example. For example, now, yeah, I'm gonna try to kill you, but God, but no. Hear this out. I'm gonna try to kill you, but then God takes your head out of you and puts another person's head inside you, and then I kill you.
Who's the person? Whose spirit?
No. Then God puts his head inside you as substitutes, and then I kill you. That does not mean I killed you. I killed the wrong person. I killed the spirit. I killed the wrong spirit. The spirit that I
the spirit cannot die. The spirit cannot die.
I want to kill you, but
so what does it make sense that God do something like that when the spirit cannot die?
The spirit of God, my word. The spirit of Jesus is not there.
Oh my God!
Jesus, the spirit of Jesus.
Why even my friend, do you see the stupidity in this thing? Even if the spirit of Jesus was there, they could not kill the spirit. So why is it that they your God put another person's spirit inside Jesus?
It's not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying according to scripture that another spirit will put inside the flesh. And Jesus saying, "I am not that person. I am not there. I was not there."
Hold on. But look at this. Look at this. So we already accomplished that Jesus' body and blood was shed for us from this. But look. Jesus' body was died and his blood was shed for our sin from this. But look at this. Let's continue with this. Look at this.
When a person died in the
hold on, my brother. Listen to this.
What happened to that person? What happened to a person who died in the cause of Allah? Let's look. Because I asked him a question. I will show you the questions I asked him in a minute. Let's look and see what happened to a person who died in the cause of Allah. Okay. So the person who died in the cause of Allah, according to the Quran, what happened to them? Sahih International. This is Surah 3, verse 169. And never think of those who have been killed in the cause of Allah as dead. Notice, they are killed, but they are not dead. They are killed, but they are not dead. Notice what it says. Never think of those who have been killed in the cause of Allah as dead.
Yeah.
So you are killed in the cause of Allah, but you are not dead. Rather, they are alive with their Lord, receiving provision. Are they dead? Yeah, they are killed, yes, right? So when you read the apocalypse of Peter, it is similar to this in a sense. Why we see that? Because the apocalypse of Peter is telling you that the fleshy body that is being is suffering on the cross or on the tree belong to Jesus, even though the cognition of the author is not very good, and the author is telling you like, hey, it's a surrogate, it's a one with one mouth, the author is telling you that it is Jesus' fleshy body, and with another mouth, he's telling it's manifest in his likeness, that the flesh is manifested in his likeness. Because if you look back at it, it is saying, this is my fleshy body, my this, my that. I will show you again. So what we see here, the Quran, I asked him a question. So the spiritual body of a Muslim after death, because Muslims believe that when a person dies in the cause of Allah, here is the Quran verse that verify it. They are dead, but they're not really dead. They are killed, but they're not really dead, because they transform immediately after death. Their soul went on somewhere else. Peace and blessing be upon you too, my brother.
So anyway, what I want to show you guys.
So let me just put it together.
Let me show you something. Let me show you guys something that is so damaging to this crazy thing. Let's look at it. So let me show you. I think I'm not there. Yet the one who stands with him is the living Savior, intimately, whom they arrest but was set free, was remain happy as he sees those who assault him as dividing among themselves. Watch this. Let me show you. Look how crazy it is. Let me show you. I want to show you how crazy this story is. Oh yeah, right. I think it's right here. That which was in captivity to suffer must remain, because the body is the surrogate. Oh, I read that already. No, I want to show you guys. Oh, okay. What the problem? The big problem at the end of this story.
There's no problem, man.
Yes. Hold on, my brother. You don't see the big problem at the end. Listen, I'm showing you.
All right. But I've seen this prophecy in Psalms 91.
Hold on, my brother. Let me show you. The big problem in this story. Look, and after he had spoken these words, I returned to my senses.
Yeah. So that means it was a vision. That means it was not a vision.
No, he was in his right mind when he see these things.
No, it was a vision. He was seeing a vision.
So that means it was a reality.
That means it was a vision. That's when the vision ended, and then he come back to his own normal.
That real.
Hold on, I heard something. Oh. So you see what I'm talking about, my friend. He says, after he had spoken these words, he returned to his senses. That means it was not even the real crucifixion.
It was a vision of it.
A vision of the crucifixion.
It says, after he spoke these words, I returned to my senses, which could mean it was a vision he was seeing.
Where have you ever heard people make these claims that after these things have been spoken, only Muhammad make things claim like that? He returned to his senses. You can't. You're what? In a vision.
The main thing is what Jesus was saying at the end of the day, that I might tell it to come out before they could have killed me. They want to kill me, but my head is come out before they tried to kill me. But they killed instead.
Then is it, look, my friend. We believe that Jesus take his own life.
That's what you think.
No, according to Jesus in the Bible, he took his own life. He sacrificed his own self.
This is what I'm saying to you. There are many scriptures out there that say different things.
No, I don't believe. For me, as a Christian, I don't know what my brother and the panel believe. But I, as a Christian, I don't believe. I believe Jesus died when he chose to die.
No.
When he said to the Father, he said, "Father, receive my spirit." That's the time he chose to die.
Okay. what you believe is what the early church decided to put into the gospel. They took out many things, so that's what you believe.
What?
The early church, they threw out many things. They threw out the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch was agreed. It was supposed to be in the scriptures. It was in the scriptures, but they took them out. They took out many scriptures.
And with or without the book of Enoch, it doesn't make any difference. The crucifixion of Jesus doesn't make any difference.
I'm telling you now, there are many scriptures that was agreed, but then what they did, they just pick and choose what to add.
Friend, and this is the difference. This is the difference between Islam and Christianity. That we still have these books. So if a Christian decide, okay, I want to go read those books, or I want to follow these books, we still have these books that you could follow. When it comes to Islam, whatever was taken out by Uthman, we can't find them. We can't find it.
They were 114 chapters, simple, completed. They were completed.
100 of what?
114.
Why is it that Ubay ibn Ka'b, one of the men that Muhammad said to learn the Quran from, he's have 116?
Man, that's a fake hadith. Simple.
And why is it? Why is it that Ibn Abbas says, Ubay was the best of the reciter, and we leave out some of what he recite?
Man, that's a long. That's got another half an hour into dialogues, because some of them.
You see the difference between Christianity? We have everything. We have everything. Yes, we do.
The book of Joshua was also in. They took him out. They took out the Thomas. They took out Mary. Judas. They took them all out. Why?
Can you find the book of Thomas if you want to?
Huh?
Can you find the book of Joshua and the book of Thomas if you want?
Joshua, Thomas, Mary, Judas.
Can you find them?
The Barnabas. Eh?
Can you find them if you want to? If you want to read them, can you read them now?
We don't know where they are. We don't know where they went and where they are and what.
You don't know where, but
and what translations they're coming to now. Yeah, but there are many scriptures that were thrown out, and this is why your teachers went.
Why? Why? Because people realize that and you remember, you Muslims used to go about promoting the gospel of Barnabas. Then we found out later that it was written in the 14th century.
No. Wait. Listen this, yeah. They found one 1,500-year-old one in Turkey, in the original language of Jesus. 1,500-year-old one in Turkey.
What is called?
The Barnabas. 1,500-year-old.
What is called? The Gospel of Barnabas?
No, it's not even called the Gospel of Barnabas. It's written in Aramaic, in gold lettering, and it was found in Turkey in 2012. And the Pope asked for this gospel. The Pope asked for the gospel in 2012, and in 2013, the Pope resigned. As soon as he found out about the gospel, he resigned 2 months after asking for the gospel. You look at the news; they will not teach you this. The Pope resigned 2 months after asking for this gospel. Aramaic.
What was it?
Eh?
Oh boy!
This is a 15-year-old mate.
Much have been written. Listen what. So I put it in to see what you are talking about, and it said much have been written in the past few days, particularly in Muslim newspaper, on the discovery of a Bible in Turkey, a Bible that was apparently written in Aramaic, the language Jesus spoke in approximately of 1,500 years ago. The Bible is written. Letter pages, gold letters.
Yes.
Let's open it. Let's open it and see what it says.
But you can't read it.
Hold on, friend. We like to bust myth. That's what I do. We like to bust myth. So let's bust the myth.
Okay. But that news come out in where? 2012. The Pope asked for it in 2012. In February, 2 months after, he resigned. 2 months after he.
Hold on, friend. Hold on, friend. Hold on. Let's continue to read so we see if what you're saying make any sense.
He
But
resigned for a
alas,
reason.
hold on, friend, calm down, because you guys like to make up all kind of stories. Just like Muhammad make up a story about Moses Balsack. You guys like.
I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking facts that the Pope resigned.
Okay, all right. Let's see. But alas, the extraordinary discovery is probably a hoax. The work of a fort.
Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you that?
The work of look at this. The work of a forger, according to some, and has been a European Jewish scholar from the Middle Ages. The most factual criticism have been from the Syriac. So what we see here, we what is the name of this book that you're talking about?
Nobody knows the name on the cover, but they're saying this Barnabas is the one that wrote this, and he's saying that he's saying in there that Jesus only gave Barnabas the command to write. He was the only one that was commanded to write. Nobody else. This is why they hid it. The early church hid this for years and years because they knew it was talking about Islam. They knew
What is the name? What is the name of this book that you're talking about?
Nobody knows the name of this gospel. It's just there. I don't know what exactly it says on the cover, but obviously it's in Aramaic. But there's the only Aramaic gospel on earth. There's only Aramaic gospel on earth. Why? Because Barnabas was given the command by Jesus to write about his life, but the early church got rid of him on purpose. Barnabas was mate. Let me ask you something, mate. Barnabas was the most educated disciple of all of them. He was a Levite. He was Paul's teacher. He was Paul's teacher. He was the most educated guy around. Why did your early church got rid of him? Because they knew the coming of Muhammad. They knew it was going to be the coming of Muhammad. That's why they got rid of him.
Bro, you need to stop deluding yourself, man.
No.
You're living.
Mate, the Pope resigned 2 months after the discovery. 2 months after, the Pope shocked the Vatican. The first Pope to resign in 600 years. He was the first Pope to resign in 600 years. They questioned him, saying, "Why have you resigned for? Why have you resigned for?" He goes, "Oh, but God has given me a medical that I have to resign now."
Safras, the problem I find with you and your religion, that is, even if I didn't know our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, one of the reasons I would find with your religion, even if I didn't know I was learning your religion, the craziness of your religion to the point where you guys like to make up all kind of stories without any historical proof behind what you are saying.
It's their news. 2012, the Pope requested it. The Pope requested in 2012, and he resigned 2 months after. Why did he resign 2 months after? Ask that question.
It's news where? It's whose news?
The world news.
It's news by
everywhere.
who?
The world news.
Everywhere by who?
Look
everywhere
at the
by who?
Oh my word. The Western news. All Italy, England, everywhere. The Pope requested it. The Pope requested it in 2012.
Look. Everything anything can end up in England and everywhere if Muslims are promoting that stuff, that there's a book was found and the Pope took it.
It's not Muslim promoting it. It's your Western news. Your Western news.
Did the Pope tell you that he take a book? Did the Pope tell anybody that he take a book?
The Western news saying that the Pope had requested it from Turkey.
Where did the Pope where the Western news know that the Pope have taken this book? Can you prove that the Western news know that this Pope has taken this book that you guys claim?
That he requested it. He requested it. It's all over the news,
often, my friend. Every so often, Muslim came up with another hoax, like the Gospel of Barnabas. Every so often.
Mate, why would he resign 2 months after the news say that he's requested it? 2 months after. He resigned for a reason. He knew that gospel was the truth. He knew that gospel was the truth. That's why he requested it. And that's why Turkey said, whoever wants this is going to cost you £14 million. £14 million that gospel is cost. Why? Because it's the only Aramaic gospel written on animal hide. It's an ancient gospel, which was hidden by the early church.
And
this is what,
where's your proof? Where is your proof of that, friend?
What?
All the stuff that you're saying, man. That's what I'm asking you. I said you Muslims speak Turkey. What is Turkey? Turkey is full of Muslims and liars. Because you guys can practice.
You have to understand the history.
Actually,
Turkey.
my friend.
The history of Turkey. Wait. One more thing.
Let me hear what this brother have to say. Let me hear what this brother have to say.
Wait. One thing, brother. Well, you have to understand about Turkey is Turkey was Asian Minor, one of the biggest Christian empires at the time of Peter James. Turkey was the big Christian empire, one of the biggest educated Christian empire.
Okay, let the brother speak. Let the brother speak.
Hold on.
Okay. All right. Relax, Safras. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. All right, Safras. So your accusation is that since this somebody in the early Christian hide those gospels, right? So
yeah.
They must be telling lies, right? Okay. Don't you know that there's a big problem in Islam because Allah he had hidden the Torah and the Gospels. Where is it now? According to Islam, it's lost. No, your Allah hide those. Your Allah hide those.
It's nothing to do with what I'm saying to you, mate. It's nothing to do with what I'm talking about here. We're talking about
because we cannot see those originals anymore according to Islam. There's the Torah's gone, right?
This is the only Aramaic gospel on earth. Why?
Is the Torah still here? Is the Torah still here or not?
The Torah has been corrupted. We all know that it was found.
See,
thousand years after Moses.
Look at this. Look at this. From right here, according to a report from the National Turk, the Bible and alleged Gospel of Barnabas was seized from smuggler in the Mediterranean area in 2000 and held in a Turkish courthouse until safe transfer to the museum could be arranged. Authorities charged the thief were smuggling antiquities, illegal excavation, and the possession of explosive. They since been sent to trial. Turkish police testify in regard to the incredible age of the Bible, claiming it could be sold at as old as 200 years, 2,000 years. So this is all Turkish claim. And who are these people? Muslims.
No,
the Vatican has. Hold on. Look at this. The Vatican has made an official request to be granted access to the Bible. However, the Bible that is said to be worth 28 million is currently held at the Turkish government security. The only word are not written in Syriac is a luminous gold letter loosely bound between animal eyes. Syriac in dialect of Aramaic. The reported native language of Jesus Christ. Aramaic itself is a nearly dead language, rarely present in today's modern society. Aramaic is only spoken in small villages near Damascus. So, as far as we are seeing here, we are not seeing about no Pope of anything.
What do you mean you're not seeing no Pope or anything? It's Pope's there. It's all the West.
Hold on. This word possesses. Hold on. So far, we haven't seen that the Pope have it. So far, that's what I said to you. So far, we haven't seen anything that says the Pope have it. This word possesses the idea of proposed widely spread New Testament, and instead has noticeable similarity to the Muslim interpretation of Jesus. The Gospel of Barnabas even contain, notice it's called the Gospel of Barnabas. Wow. We already disproved this clown. We already disproved this clown thing that it was a book written by the Muslims. We already disproved this book was written by the Muslims.
It was not. It was written in Aramaic. How could we write in Aramaic?
Oh, what do you mean? How can you write in Aramaic?
How can we write?
What do you mean? If there are people in Damascus who speak Aramaic, how are you gonna say that? How could you sound like your God?
Okay. Answer this question. Answer the question here. It's written on animal hide in gold lettering. This is an ancient gospel. If it was new, it would be written on paper. Written animal hide.
Bro. Listen to me. This. Let me show you about the God. Let me just copy this and show you something. Watch this.
One more thing. Yeah.
We gotta come back. Hold on, friend. Hold on this. Pace. Look at this. Watch this. You're in a big rush, but watch this. Watch this.
Not the Italian version. Don't show me that Latin version.
Hold on. It was written in the 14th century. They say it was written in the 14th century. Is that what they're talking about?
No, it's saying it's written 1500. It's 1500 years old.
That's what you guys were claiming.
That's what Turkish officials who have got it are saying is 1500 years old.
Turkish, listen to me. You guys practice tikya. Muslim practice tikya. You can't listen to the Muslim.
Can I ask you one question just before I go? Yeah, where will the Council of Nicaea took place? The Council of Nicaea in 325, when all the church fathers got together. Where did that take place? Where is Council of Nicaea? Where all the Gospels got agreed upon. Council of Nicaea was where? In Turkey. Today's Turkey. And this is where the Gospels were. Use your brain, mate. You've done your own history.
So man. What does that have to do with anything, friend? That you guys fabricate. You guys are tikya and made of stuff. That doesn't have anything to do with the reputation of Islam.
This was a Christian empire, Turkey.
How does that change, my friend? How does that change the reputation of Islam?
I'm not talking about Islam, mate. I'm telling to you before that you got rid of Barnabas for a reason. He was speaking the truth. He was only one that wrote about Jesus in the original language. But they got rid of him.
Can you read this? Can you read this?
What's that? This is the other one, Latin version we're on about. This is the Latin version, the Latin version on
okay.
paper. I'm not talking about this one here. I'm talking about the 1500-year-old one that was found in Turkey in Aramaic.
That's what you guys say, that there was a 15-year-old, but we don't know nothing about that.
It's on the world news, man.
Of course it will be on the news. If you guys claim you found something, it's going to be on the news.
But they got evidence. It's in the museum. It costs £14 million for a reason. £14 million for a reason. It's in Aramaic in 1500 years.
I thought it cost £28 million.
No, it says according to that news, it says $28 million. But in English,
and who says it costs £14 million? Who said that?
It's read the world news.
No, let me I'm asking you, my friend. World news doesn't mean that it is truth. Uthman ibn Farouk claimed that he was stabbed, and he sent it to Al Jazeera, and Al Jazeera run a news on it, and it was found out that he was lying. So why are you
But the news channels are saying that Turkish officials have put a price on it. They put a price on it.
Turkish officials are who? Who are Turkish officials, my friend?
The one that run the country.
Who are they? Are they not Muslims?
The government, yes, they are.
Right, and that's why we don't trust no Muslims.
Mate, if that was a fake gospel, the Western idiot would have told them off, told her, you stupid, £40 million. No, they've gone on quiet. They know it's a 1400 years written on animal hide. Animal hide.
My friend, can you show us where any Westerner go and verify that? Can you show us where Westerners like American, British, and other Westerners went to Turkey and verify it?
They've gone there. Obviously, they've got pictures
Show us, my friend. Show us. This is a platform. My friend, let me tell you something. One thing about my platform is a platform that verify things. If you notice it, Christian platforms are platforms that verify things. I follow in the footstep of my brother Sam Shamoun.
Oh my word! No wonder you're bloody not.
Yes. So one thing I can say about my brother Sam Shamoun, he verify things.
Yes, yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
That's
one thing I can say about that guy. He may be rough like I am rough, but guess what? That guy verify what he says. This guy, I've never seen Sam Shamoun speak anything about Islam that he does not have something to verify what he says about Islam. Never.
My argument is, my argument is from day one, and I'm not the only one saying this. Many people are saying this, that the church leaders got rid of many gospels for their own gains, mate. They've left 4 gospels.
That's your assumption, my friend.
No. They got rid of.
That's what your assumption is.
Barnabas one, Mary. They got rid of many. Why? It was exposing their beliefs, so they got rid of them.
No, that's not the reason.
Rid of them, mate.
Nothing about the reason.
You was not there. You was not there.
No, but I read why. But I read on what the reason is.
What is the reason why they kicked out Mary? What's the reason why they kicked out Judas, Joshua?
Because
Enoch.
Judas.
Why? Judas. A book called Judas.
So you would take a book from even if there was a book called the Gospel of Judas, you would take a gospel from Judas?
No, but you have the answers to why they took the books out. Mary, Thomas, Joshua. What was wrong with Joshua?
Because Judas. Why would I trust Judas to write anything? Judas was a thief.
Put Judas aside, yeah. Joshua, Enoch, all these books, Mary, Thomas's, many books got taken out.
Okay, so now, Safras, this is what I want you to do for me.
What?
Which of these books verify that your prophet is a prophet?
The one in Barnabas, the Aramaic one.
Before that, didn't you guys say that the other gospel, the other gospel of Barnabas verify Muhammad?
No, the other one was a 15th.
No, I asked you a question. Before that, this is come on, Safras, be fair too. Be fair. Weren't there Muslims who were going around selling the other gospel of Barnabas that is verified Muhammad?
Yes, but they did not know that they were clueless. It was one from Italy or somewhere. I don't know where that was from.
No, it was many Muslims. Muslims.
I know they are. I know there are people that even today they're seeing it. But that was a.
After the shame, and look what happened. After the shame hit you guys, the shame kicked you guys in your face so hard. Why should I trust that another gospel of Barnabas was found in?
Because we believe Barnabas wrote. We believe Barnabas wrote, and this is why we were asked the question.
So okay, I could believe that what's the name? Umar wrote his own Quran, but can I verify that Umar wrote his own?
No. You have to understand. Yeah, Paul was Barnabas was Paul's teacher, educator, and what you have to understand is, why did the church get rid of Barnabas and put in Paul in his place? You know why? In that Barnabas calls Paul a man deceived by the devil. That's why they got rid of Barnabas. In the Aramaic gospel, Barnabas says Paul.
Where is it? Where's your proof, friend? You guys got all this big. You guys got this big book sitting on, and you guys are Muslims. Safras, use your brain for once in your life. Use the brain that Jesus give to you. You not the one that Allah give to you. Use the brain that Jesus give to you for once in your life. I'm asking you, please, my friend, use the brain that Jesus give to you, not the one that Allah give to you.
Jesus give to me brain. Are you mad?
Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm telling you how to think now. Because you are thinking with the brain that you claim Allah give to you. Now you need to think with the brain that Jesus give to you. If these clowns in Turkey was sitting on a gospel called the Gospel of Barnabas that could disprove so many things and do so many things and do all these things. Why is it we haven't seen anything of it?
It's in the museum in Turkey. It's in the museum.
I thought you said the Pope of it.
Oh my word! I said the Pope. Requested it in 2012, and he resigned 2 months after. He resigned.
So did he get it after he requested?
According to news, he requested it, but we don't know if he had it or not. But he requested it. It's in the news thing.
So if he requested it and then resigned after, how do you associate his resign to requesting the book?
He's talking about a few months after, 2-3 months after.
And if you're, and I'm asking you a question now. If your people have such a powerful book that can prove that your prophet is a true prophet and all this stuff, why don't they send this book out so that people can see it?
How can I send book out, bro? You know how it's cost. You know book is cost. £40 million. You don't take it.
No, all you got to do is copy the book, write the book into paper on the internet, and send the book so we can see the book. Go ahead and do that. Have you seen any part of the book? No, you haven't.
I've seen pages of it on the news. Pages of it.
You seen pages of it on the news, and what does it say? And what does it say?
It's in Aramaic, man. Come on.
And it cannot be translated, my friend.
They translate it. They translate and they put verses in there.
Who translated it?
They got verses coming out of it that they're saying that Jesus is saying that after me, Muhammad's coming. Simple. He's saying it there.
Didn't they say that the Gospel of Barnabas said the same thing? The fake Gospel of Barnabas said that.
This is what I'm saying to you, mate. There was a Gospel of Barnabas long time ago. There was a Gospel.
Bro, listen to me, man.
One more thing,
listen to me.
One more thing, brother.
Your religion is a religion of lie, man. You guys.
One more thing, brother. Yeah. One more thing, brother. You have to understand when Barnabas and Paul were close at one time. Yeah. Barnabas took Paul in as a disciple. Yeah. But then what happened then was Barnabas completely fell out with Paul. That's in the New Testament. He completely fell out with Paul. And after that, we did not hear about Barnabas. Now in his gospel here, Barnabas is saying it. Barnabas is saying it, that Paul was a man deceived by the devil. So in the New Testament, he's saying it.
And the Barnabas that was with Paul is a disciple of Jesus?
Yes, he fell out with Paul in the New Testament. He was a disciple of Jesus. He was from the tribe of Levi, one of the most educated disciples of Jesus. He was one of the highest of all, and he held out with Paul in the New Testament. And then we never seen Barnabas after that. Why did Barnabas fall out with Paul completely? Because he knew Paul was preaching a different gospel, and that's why he called him a man from the devil. And that's why they got rid of him.
Let me ask a question. Why did Judas fall out with Jesus?
Eh?
Why did Judas fall out with Jesus?
Judas was after bloody cash. You greedy, obviously.
So right. So why do you think that Barnabas fell out with Jesus? Because Paul fell out with Paul because Paul was an evil person. You can't prove. You can't. There is nothing that's.
He's saying that they fell out completely. After that, they never spoke even once. Then we never hear about Barnabas at all. We never hear a single thing. Where has he gone? This is why we question Christians. Where did Barnabas go? He was
so because this is how Muslim brain work. So because you questioning the Christian, where did Barnabas go? So you go and invent a gospel of Barnabas and not once but twice.
Because Barnabas fell out with Paul. So we're asking Christians here, where did Barnabas go?
Do you ever wonder where the 16th century, this 15th century book come from? The 15th century.
I'm not interested in 16th century.
No, but I asked you the question, my friend. Do you ever think to yourself where this 15th century gospel of Barnabas came from? Muslims.
Nobody knows exactly.
Muslims.
Author was
Muslims. They came from you guys. Because you guys are deceived. Yes, it did. It did come from you guys. You guys are deceivers. It came from you guys.
It's got nothing to do with me. But my argument is, our argument is
And when that didn't work, you guys in Turkey came up with another scam that cannot be verified. Anytime, the only time I will believe that there is any book called the Gospel of Barnabas is when I see American and European, what they call them, I can't remember the name, what they call them, can't remember what they call them, who read ancient writings, who can read ancient writings. When I see them go and verify that this book is this age and this book is this age, and yes, there is this book and this, then I will believe that there is such a book. Because guess what? You guys used to tell us that the Gospel of Barnabas, the fake one, was from the time of Jesus. That's what you guys used to tell us.
No, we never said that. It was on
Yes,
paper.
yes,
Italian.
yes.
It was in Italian. It was written in Latin.
No, you guys used to tell us that until you guys got busted. And if I go right now to my brother Sam Shamoun answering Islam right now, I can show you where Muslims were preaching that stuff until they got busted by Sam Shamoun.
Well, that was that. I'm not talking about 16th century. I'm talking about Aramaic one that's been found in Turkey, mate. I'm not talking about.
And that's what I say. Until European and American, because notice one thing I know. A lot of the people who in Europe and even in America that are doing that kind of work, they are not Christians. They are atheists. They are atheists. So they have no reason to lie to us about anything unless their atheism take over. And they want to lie and say, oh, yes, this it was older than this. I trust an atheist. For me, I trust an atheist. No, listen to me. I trust an atheist. I trust an atheist more than I trust a Muslim.
I know, but the atheists are not interested in truth or researching this and that, mate. Is a duty.
No, an atheist is interested in science.
No, okay.
Scientists say God.
Okay. You asked me this question here. If this was a forgery, the Christian leaders around the world would have gone Turkey and exposed Turkey.
No, you can't go if they are not invited. If you ask to go, you can't go somewhere you are not invited to go.
Anybody can go to Turkey. I can go to Turkey. I can go there.
Now go there and test the book is different. Testing the book and going there is two different stuff, my friend.
All they need to do is contact Turkey. All they need to do is all the Church of England or Church of whatever contact Turkey and say, end of the day, we need to see the gospel. Why have they not?
Who told you that they haven't done that? Who told you that they haven't done that?
Mate, because no one exposed Turkey. No one exposed them.
If you don't get a chance, if you haven't get a chance to examine the book, how can you expose them?
They have translated the verses. I've even read the English to Persian.
And who translated? Who translated, my friend? Who translated?
The experts have done it, of course, not me. Oh my word, mate! I'm telling you now, Barnabas was an important character. He was an important character.
Who said he wasn't that important character? Who said that he was not?
They got rid of the damn guy, man. We don't even know how he bloody died. We don't even know how he got killed. How this and that about him. And one more thing, mate. One more thing.
Do you know how all the disciples of Jesus were killed?
There is a lot. All of them is all over Google. Exactly how Paul died, how Peter died, how John died is written by the Christians. But
I'm asking you a question. Do you know how all the disciples of Jesus were killed?
Mate, I'm not an expert on this field. But we know for a fact they show you how Paul died, how Peter, John died, how all these disciples exactly how they show them. Christian scholars will tell you, but they will never tell you the Barnabas, where did he go and how did he die? They say that he died as a martyr, but we don't know because they got rid of him. We know for a fact the church got rid of him. Even if you believe it or not, this is why I will never accept Christianity. They got rid of the most educated disciple of Jesus. He was from the from the Levi. He was so educated, it's unbelievable if you read about his history. And they got rid of him. Why?
So because somebody was very educated, because he was from Levi, so he was educated.
Mate,
that means
all the disciples of all disciples, he was educated. You know why? Because Jesus.
Do you think that he was? Do you think that he was more educated than Paul?
Who? He was Paul's teacher. He was Paul's teacher.
Paul teacher of what?
Of the scriptures.
Paul teacher of the scriptures.
Barnabas, if you do your research, Paul was nobody. The Barnabas that got him into this.
You talk. I don't think you're telling the truth. Let's get into it. Just to show you that you.
I am already 1 hour late. I'll speak to you tomorrow. Carry on.
I want to verify this. Who was Paul teacher?
All right.
That's what I want. And because who was Paul? Who was Paul before before Paul become a Christian? Who was he?
Yeah, he was just wiping out the
followers. Who was he, my friend? Who was he? What career did he have, friend? That's what I asked you.
What career did he have? He was just he was what do you call it? He was what they call that thing? Bounty hunter.
No. Paul, guess what Paul was? Paul, listen to me, my friend. Let me read for you, because you talk nonsense. Paul, why do you think Paul was persecuting the Christians? Because of Paul's no, friend. Stop talking nonsense. Because of his status.
You know that as well.
And Paul was taught by Gamaliel. That's what who was Paul teacher.
Okay,
and listen to me, my friend.
Yeah.
Speak with evidence. When you speak, try to speak with evidence. Don't be like Muhammad and your God who speak without evidence.
Google's there right in front of you. Type in was Barnabas Paul teacher. I guarantee you, it will say.
Teacher in what? Teacher in what, my friend?
Scriptures.
In what scriptures? What scriptures?
He was learning from Barnabas. He was learning from Barnabas.
What scriptures, my friend? I'm asking you the question. What scriptures?
What scriptures are following the Jewish scriptures?
Did Paul include in the Old Testament?
There was no other gospel available at that time. It was only the Old Testaments that they were following at that time.
So, before you're talking about what time are you talking about? When was Barnabas Paul's teacher? I'm asking you.
No. You know when Barnabas was apostle of Jesus at that time, and then Paul met Barnabas, and Barnabas slowly taught him and then got him in. He told the disciples, he's Paul, and in the day, he's to be helping us. And they always, agreeing. First of all, they said no, but then afterwards they agreed. Barnabas was the mentor of Paul. I guarantee you, the
mentor of Paul, Barnabas was the mentor of Paul in what way?
I've told you before, in the scriptures, teaching him the teachings of mate. Type in. You got Google there. Mate. Type in.
Right. And what should I type? Let me put it on the screen so you can see. What should I type?
Barnabas was Paul's mentor.
Okay, so mentor and teacher is two different stories.
Yeah, no, same thing. Teacher, then you say, but the other word they use is mentor, meaning he's the one that's teaching him, ahead of him. He's like like a teacher to him, obviously. Well, now bloody lazy.
Look at this. What it says? I don't see what you see. So let's read this and see what happened here. And this is EDU. So this is actually from an educational journal. So let's see what this says. Let's make it big so we can read. Because one thing I noticed with Muslim make the biggest claim there.
The biggest claim. Okay, mentioned was look. Oh, come on, friend.
Man,
You
you're
were
not
reading.
Regis University. Who they can damn, man?
Who?
Regis University.
This is EDU. Anytime you rather me go to a little site. This is educational.
I rather you go to a Christian a Christian website.
A Christian site. You rather go to a Christian website. No, I rather go to an EDU.
Man,
so let me read from.
They're not Christians. They're not Christians.
And this is why we need to listen to them, because they're not Christians.
You listen, non-Christians.
They are not Christians.
Man,
they're not Christians.
Christian sites will be more education for you rather than a university.
No.
Atheists, man.
Right now, if you are in university and they ask you a question, who was Paul's mentor? Where would you go to find answer to it?
What's that?
If you were in school in the United States of America or in Great Britain and they ask you to who was Paul's mentor in school and they will tell you to write something about Paul and his mentor, where would you go to get information?
Man, if I as a Muslim wants to know about Paul, whatever, I'll go to your church.
We're not talking about are you as a Muslim. If a school asks you, this is how you do educational stuff, bro. Anytime you want to get reliable stuff, because what? A university is held at a standard to keep truth. And this is why I always go to EDU. When you want to find certain things, you go to EDU.
Yeah, go on, whatever.
Right. But I will go to a Christian site if you want, if that's what you want. Also, mentoring was a lifestyle of Barnabas also. Barnabas guided Paul by spending time with him and letting Paul observe him interact with new believers in Antioch. Where he said that Barnabas was teaching Paul.
He was teaching Paul, entering him. He was
showing.
He was
showing you, my friend, showing him how to interact with new believers in a Christian way doesn't mean that he was teaching him anything, friend.
Trust me, bro. I guarantee you, I've read it from Christian websites.
And I'm not saying that he cannot teach him anything, but Paul way advanced Barnabas.
Paul was not oh my word. If you're
yes, he did.
You are talking rubbish, man. You are talking rubbish.
He did. He did.
No.
Okay, can you show me anywhere in the God in any where in any gospel where any of the disciples tell you that Barnabas outweigh Paul? I'll show you anyways.
No, all it says in the New Testament, Barnabas took Paul on missions. He took him
and that doesn't mean that because you take somebody, the person don't out advance you.
No, but Paul was a nobody, but Barnabas got him in.
And I totally agree. A person was a nobody. But then when they got into it, like for example, should I say I was using somebody as an example. Say we're talking about GodLogic right now, since he's a young man.
Yeah.
There was a time when GodLogic, I'm sure, since he's a young man, I'm going to use him as an example. I'm sure that there were people who GodLogic learned from, and then in some way he advanced some of the person that he had learned from.
I'm sure GodLogic, the Avery, he gets all his education done by I know who, Sam Shimon. Simple.
No, I'm not saying that. No, you can get all your education from one place. Come on.
His most information that he hands out, I guarantee you, is from Sam Shimon.
Come on, friend. I'm not saying that most of his, because most of what I know, to be real with you, when I got into this and I found answering Islam and I started looking into some of the stuff, I would copy and paste some of the things that Sam Shimon say, and I drop it into different places, Google, different places, and realize that I said, wow, this brother is actually telling the truth. Because some of the things that he says, Muhammad say, I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? So I copy and paste it and drop it in the right place. And I said to myself, I said, bro, this dude is off the chain. Like, for real. That's what I have to say. This dude have done his research, because you are actually verifying what he says. You will never hear me say something that Sam Shamoun say unless I can verify that what he
prove
says.
It. Right. To prove
in the beginning. And then after I realized that this guy speak only the truth and things that he can verify. Right now, I will quote anything Sam Shamoun say without thinking that he's telling a lie, because I know he's not a liar.
Okay, you know when Barnabas and Paul went on missions, yeah, you know they had this huge fallout, yeah, they completely went their own ways. This man Paul, yeah, if you read Book of Acts chapter 21, this man Paul went to Asian Minor, is Turkey. He's in Turkey today. He went there in Acts 21. You can watch it after, read it afterwards. Book of Acts chapter 21 full.
Yeah, I actually read that before.
He went to Asia Minor. He was preaching there. And them people from Asia Minor, they come to James. They come all the way from Asia Minor to Jerusalem in chapter 21, verse 21. They come to James and they were complaining, saying that this man is coming to and he's preaching against the God's commandments. So if you read chapter 21, verse 21, James questioned Paul. He said that, is this true, what I'm hearing? So if you read then, James helped Paul that, okay, that these people are going to come again, and if they see you here, they are going to kill you. So you know what to do? That's right, vow. Go and take these men and do a vow, and they had to do an animal sacrifice in verse 26. So Paul did an animal sacrifice.
No, he did not. You're lying.
No.
You're lying.
Chapter Acts 21, 26. He did an animal.
No, he did not. They arrested him before the sacrifice took place.
No, mate. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. In verse 26, it says Paul did a vow and he did an offering. Offering means he did a Nazarite vow, animal sacrifice. Then in verse 27,
no. That's not what he says. That's not what he says, bro. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. That's what we like to do.
Okay,
that's what we like to do.
And in verse 27, the people of Asia come in to the temple.
Let's have a look at the verse.
Let's look at it, my friend.
I know. Anyway,
you're so quiet. You're so quiet, my brother. You're so quiet.
He's a quiet guy.
He's a real quiet guy, man. A real cool dude.
Right. And no, anyway, verse 27.
Okay. So I'm sure people already educate you on this, and you're still repeating it to yourself.
No, verse 27. The people of Asia come to Jerusalem. They seen Paul. They grab him and got angry, took him out, and then killed him. And then Roman guards.
So who were these people? Who were these people?
The people of Asia Minor. The people of Asia Minor. If you read verse,
who were they?
There were people that were
21.
following God's commandments, of course. They were on same teachings as James' law. They were on the same teaching of James. This is why they come to.
No, they were not on the same teaching of James.
They come to James in verse 21. James is saying to Paul, "Is this true? What I'm hearing, that they are saying that you are teaching against a
friend?" And they have look at it. They have been informed that you teach all the Jews who live among the Gentiles to turn away from Moses.
Yeah, and then
so they were lying. They were lying on him.
Okay, no,
because no Christian. Oh, friend, man, come on, calm down. No Christian teach that you should turn away from Moses. Telling them not to. Hold on, friend. Telling them not to circumcise their children or live according to our customs. So this is what they were saying. They were saying that Paul was saying this. Well, what's this? What happened, my friend? Friend, calm down, man. Calm down. What is wrong with you, friend? The evidence is here. You don't have to run around like Paul was teaching. Paul was.
You're saying to me You're saying to me that Paul did not teach against the law, but Paul himself
Let's
said.
read the text.
Paul
Let's
himself
Read the
said.
text. Read the text, friend. Friend, let the text speak. Stop ranting, friend. Let this text speak.
I can't even see on the screen.
You can't see the screen.
No, it's just Regents University.
Oh, I think I'm sharing the wrong place. Sorry. I think I went back to the wrong share. Calm down, my friend. How are you, Nate? How you doing?
Oh, good.
I'm sorry, man, but you know, sometimes when you're dealing with Safras, man, Safras is so hyper, man. He's hyper. So he gets you hyper too. I don't like
Man, I'm hungry for the truth. I see the truth. I do my education. This is why I come here. If I don't do my education.
Safras, calm down, man. You're getting ahead of yourself.
Right.
Okay, so verse 21, what he says. You can see it now?
21. No, he says 22. You have to put. Oh yeah. I have been informed that you teach all the Jews who are living amongst the Gentiles to turn away from Moses, telling them not to circumcise their children or live according to our customs. What shall we do? They will certainly hear that you have come. So do what we tell you.
Look, friend. Hold on a minute. Is it showing that Paul? Is it showing that James is against what Paul was doing?
No, he's saying that I have heard. He said I have.
So right, but is there any indication that James is against what Paul says?
No, he's not. He's not saying that he's against Paul, but he's questioning Paul that I'm hating.
Okay,
that you are going
and
there.
listen now. Listen to this. They will certainly hear that you have come. So he's telling Paul that they will hear that he's come because he's in a place where the Jews are, the same people who are accusing him, and because he knows that they will kill they will kill Paul. And listen to this. They will certainly hear that you have come, so do what we tell you. So he's telling him, giving him advice what to do. Not that he disagree with what Paul was doing. He's just giving him advice what to do.
Yeah, there are four men who have.
There are four men. Now hold on, my brother. Hold on. There are four men with us who have made a vow. So there's four men who have made a vow. Take these men, join in their purification, and pay their expenses. Okay. So that they can have their heads shaved, then everyone will know there is no truth in these reports about you, but that you yourself are living in obedience to the law. Okay? Right.
So wait there. So what James is saying that we are under the law. So if they find out that you are not under the law, they are going to kill you. So you have to show them that you're under the laws. So they were still under
under what law? Under what law?
Law of Moses.
No, he wasn't talking about the overall law of Moses.
Come on, under the law, mate.
He wasn't. Let me show you that he wasn't talking about the overall law of Moses. Hold on, friend. Let me show you that he wasn't talking about the totality of the law of Moses.
The law of
he
Moses
was not. Let me show you that. He gave him something to do because these men were Nazarene and take a Nazarite vow. Even though these men were not following Jesus Christ, he told Paul, hey, go and pay for their expenses. That's what he told these men to do. Anyway, as for the Gentile believers, we have written to them our decision that they should abstain from food sacrificed to idol, from blood, and from the meat of strangled animal, and from sexual immorality.
From blood. What does that mean? From blood.
What does it?
Halal and kosher. Take out the blood of the meat. Halal and kosher. You people eat the blood of the meat. You people
eat the blood. Who eat the blood of the meat?
You lot do.
Who?
You people eat from their blood, the meat from the soup packets that are not halal. Halal and kosher means you have to take the all blood out of it.
How do you take the blood out of your meat?
Mate, it's called halal and kosher. It's a rule.
No, I asked you a question, friend. How do you take the blood out of your meat?
I don't do it. The butchers do it. They
how they do it?
They slaughter it and take out all the blood out of the meat, wash it all.
How they do it? How they do it?
Eh?
How they do it?
What do you mean? What do you mean how they do it?
Do they dehydrate the meat?
Mate, they clean all the blood out of it. They take all the blood out of the
You
meat.
cannot clean all the blood out of a meat.
Oh man, that's why you call it kosher and halal.
Kosher and halal is two different story, bro.
No,
they're not done the same. No, that they're not. They're not, friend. I've been into a Muslim butcher shop all the time. I've been there. They're not the same thing. I don't eat their meat because your God's name is called over it, and that's pagan meat. But I don't eat the meat, but I've been in their meat. They don't do the same way that the Jews do their meat.
The Jews are making have a law. You have to take all the blood out and wash all the meat. You Christians do not do this, and this is what James is saying. Do not eat from the blood of the meat. You Christians do not follow what James is teaching here. Simple.
Abstain from no. Hold on, my friend. Abstaining from blood and don't drink blood have nothing to do with what the Jews are doing today.
The Jews
nothing to do with what the Jews are doing today. Friend, listen what I'm saying. Abstaining. If you read the Bible, you will see exactly. Abstaining from blood have nothing to do with kosher meat, because you will see in the Bible. Listen to me, my friend. Listen to me. Listen to me. You will see in the Bible where people kill animal and eat it right then. They kill the animal and eat it right then. What they didn't, you can't kosher a meat within in one day.
What's that?
The Muslim, the Jewish way of kosher is not biblical. Not biblical.
That's what kosher is. I guarantee you, they are
not. It is overreacting. All God was saying is for you to drain the blood out of the animal.
Yes.
Hang up the animal and drain the blood. And this is how I eat my meat. I don't eat meat with blood in it. I don't eat no meat. My meat must be fully cooked. I don't eat no meat with no blood in it.
All right, mate. Carry on with this. This take half an hour. Verse.
Right. Anyway.
26.
Right. So the next day, Paul took the men and purified himself along with them. Then he went into the temple. So, okay, what do you think when he said purify himself? What did it mean?
Wait, can you put on the screen again? Then he went to the temple, which is the temple of.
What does it mean when he said he purified himself with them, my friend? That's what I'm asking.
Purify. That means he's gonna complete the what do you call it, Nazarite vow.
So when he said he purified himself with them, what does it mean?
That means that they clean themselves.
He washed themselves, right?
Yeah, clean. And then he had to
right. But a lot of Muslim will one Muslim, let me tell you, Ijaz Ahmed, at one time I was talking to him, he said it means that he offers sacrifice. But that's not what it means. In order to go into the Jewish temple, you have to purify yourself.
Wait. It says there. Then he went to the temple to purify himself. But if you read the end part, it says the end of the day's purification would end, and the offering would be made for each of them. The offering means.
So the offering. Look what happened. So the offering will. Hold on, my friend. So the offering would be made for anyone, for them. Notice who the offering was made for them, not for Paul.
But my main argument is they were doing animal sacrificing back then. After Jesus, they were still doing animal sacrificing.
Yes, the Jews were still doing our animal sacrificing. Of course they were.
They were under the law still. That's why James was under the law.
Yes, these Jews didn't believe in Jesus, my friend.
Mate, they were in the temple. It says temple. That was temple of what?
My friend, these Jews did not believe in Jesus, so they were continuing to offer animal sacrifice. So what are you talking about?
What do you mean they were not believing in Jesus? They committed sins. They committed certain sins.
Oh, Father. Oh my God. Can somebody talk to this guy? If you didn't believe that Jesus died for your sins, like, what do you think they're gonna do? Still continue to offer sacrifice, my friend.
Man,
this is not Paul was not the one offering the sacrifice. These men were offering sacrifice for themselves.
Paul had to complete it as well. I guarantee you. And then it says
Paul have to do what?
this Nazarite vow. Nazarite vow.
No, he didn't say Paul did no Nazarite vow, friend. He said what he says. Read from it. Let's go back up. Purify himself, meaning wash himself before he goes into the temple. Even archaeologists, my friend, let me show you something. Even archaeologists today, not long ago, found in front of the temple these pools that these people used to have to wash themselves into before they enter. They have to totally wash and clean themselves before they enter into the temple.
But the main thing is that they did this offering. But then verse 27, it says, when the 7 days were nearly over, some Jews from the province of Asia saw Paul in the temple of Jerusalem. They stirred up the whole crowd and seized him. So they grabbed him inside the temple, shouting, fellow Israelites, help us. This is a man who teaches everywhere against our people and the law and the places. And beside he who has brought Greeks into the temple and defiled this holy place. Where are you going?
Okay.
Where's that? Then it says they had previously seen Paul had brought him in the temple. But then if you read after that, they beat him up. They beat him up outside the temple.
Right. So what does that prove, my friend?
So
what were you trying to prove?
No, what I'm trying to prove to you, where is James complaining to these people of Asia? They've come into the temple of Jerusalem, and the elder of this temple was who? James. They've grabbed Paul, took him out, and nearly killed him. And then what happened then was the Roman guards, if you read verse 32, the Roman guards grabbed Paul, arrested him, jailed him. Yeah? And so, then
what's your point? What's your point? Your point?
My point is the Asia Minor rejected Paul. Why?
No, the Jews, friend. The Jews who were practicing Judaism, not the Christian Jews.
But it says, Paul said to Timothy in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15, as you know, all those in Asia have turned away from me. All of those, he said.
You want us to go to Timothy and show you that you're not telling the truth either?
1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15.
Can we go there into Timothy and show you? 1 Timothy?
1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15.
Let's go to 1 Timothy.
This is where he's writing to Timothy. He's been in all.
Hold on, friend. This is why I told you.
I am 2 hours late.
What are you going, man? You're going to eat halal meat?
I am bloody hungry, man. Got some takeaway, man. Doner kebabs, man.
What you want?
Doner kebab and chips, man. That's our food down here.
1 Timothy. 1 Timothy what?
2 verse 15.
2. All right. I hope you're not eating no McDonald's.
Yeah? McDonald's harami.
That's not halal, man.
KFC is halal here. KFC is halal here. KFC.
But don't be believe that the kosher food of the Jews are actually the way that people were doing it in the Old Testament. That's not how they were doing it.
Where you've gone, where you've gone here. 1 Timothy 15, verse 15. Is it?
You said 1 Timothy 2, right? Okay, yeah, so let's go down to 1 Timothy 2. 2:15, you said. All right. Yeah, it's right here.
Oh man, I'm on the wrong one. I'm on the wrong one. It's
right. 1 Timothy. What is it?
Sorry, mate. It's 2 Timothy chapter 1:15. I mean, sorry about that.
2 Timothy chapter 1,
verse 15.
You turn it the other way around. So that's okay.
Sorry about that, man.
No, that's cool. That's cool, my brother.
1, 2 Timothy, 3 Timothy, 4 Timothy.
So you say 2 Timothy. Okay. 2 Timothy 1, right?
1:15. Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. Because when a Christian read, he read around surrounding chapters, surrounding verses. When a Muslim read, he take things out of context.
15. You've gone.
Oh, is it? Okay.
15.
Okay, here we go.
Very hope it is so.
No, you are in a different place, bro.
No, 15.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Oh, you're in the Acts. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because both of them is on there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you said 15, right?
No, 15.
One day, if me and you can eat, have no meat, because I wouldn't eat a meat sacrifice to your God. But
You know.
But but I really wouldn't eat the meat sacrifice with the God name call over it. But I wish one day we could sit and have a meal one day, Safra. You're a okay Muslim. I'm not gonna lie about it. You know that everyone in the province of Asia has deserted me, including Philios, is that Philgelos,
So he's
and
here to Timothy.
Hermogene.
Yeah. So he's telling him that everyone in the province of Asia has. He's saying that you know. So Timothy already knows that everyone in Asia has turned away from Paul. Now the province of Asia are who? The seven temples of Asia. I don't know if you've heard about these.
You know what you know what you got to be careful when you see the word everyone.
Everyone in
and a lot of Muslims read this way because they see the word everyone. They make it.
Everyone, mate. Everyone, come on, man. Everyone there.
No, my friend. Listen to me. I could say everyone is against me. I could go to my job, which people love me at my job, so I couldn't say that. I couldn't use my job as a reference. But say I go to my job and I say, man, everyone, and we having a meeting, and I say everyone here is against me. Does it literally mean that everyone is against me?
Trust me, them temples were under the law. They were the law keepers.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something how to read, my friend.
I'm in a rush. I have to go now.
Oh, okay. You could go, but just to show the other people
But mate, if I had a choice who to choose out, Barnabas or Paul, I'll choose Barnabas, man. He was a man.
Right. You choose Barnabas. You chose Barnabas. You choose Barnabas because Paul is saying that it's a demon that your prophet meets in the cave.
Paul was practicing against the laws. If you read it,
against whose law? Against whose law, my friend?
God's laws. He's telling people in the.
No, he was against. He wasn't against the law of Christ. He was against any law that wasn't the law of Christ. That's what he was.
Whoever has been circumcised, whoever has been.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So for us, okay. So Saint Paul is against the law. Remember that God in the Old Testament said, "Keep the Sabbath," and the Jews keep it on Saturday, but Islam have it on Friday. Therefore, Muhammad was a lawbreaker.
We do not keep the Sabbath.
Come on, be consistent.
We do not keep the Sabbath. It's not for us law.
Why you don't keep the Sabbath?
Sabbath is not for us law. We have got the final revelation of the Quran. We got the final revelation. Simple. We got own.
So why wasn't it Paul that have the final revelation, but your genie prophet?
Because they were teaching. James was teaching the old law, Torah law. This is why he did the Nazarite.
And also, you are saying that because James was teaching the old Torah law, then that make Paul wrong.
Paul had no right to go around Asia Minor and tell him to turn away from the law. This is why they.
Who told you that Paul have no right? Who are you to say that Paul have no right?
Because James questioned him. James said, "Is this true? What I'm hearing that you're going there?"
What about Peter? What about what Peter say about Paul?
But James was the elder. James was the elder of the church. He was a head person.
Remember in Acts, James agreed with Paul that the Christians no longer require the circumcision.
It's nothing to do with Christians here. We are talking about
it has. But for the Jews, we don't disturb their laws as far as they are.
Right, that's what James was actually saying.
Paul was disturbing them, saying to him that you don't need to do the circumcision. This is why they got angry.
But they don't need to. They really don't need to.
They do need to. They follow the law.
No, they don't. They don't need to. They don't need to.
So why would James complain? Why would James?
There are
because the people
Safras, relax. Okay, there are Jews that there are Jews that have converted to Christianity. Yeah. So of course they would learn from Saint Paul that those Christians, every Christian, because there's no Greek nor Jew in the church, everyone is one. If there is an uncircumcised Gentile, they don't need any circumcision. Now, there are in the church Jews that insist that they should still be circumcised. And
Right.
then that's the whole point. In the church, as a Christian, we no longer require circumcision. Okay? So, of course, Jews that are new to the church are somewhat scandalized. But then, at the end, James and Peter and the whole church agreed with St. Paul.
Oh, no. There were disagreements going on. There were disagreements in the New Testament between Paul and Peter. There were disagreements going on.
What was the disagreement? What was the disagreement?
They were hanging about with the Gentiles. I don't know the full.
What was the disagreement? Can you tell what the disagreement was?
It was about the Gentiles that eating the foods.
And do you think that Peter was right?
Yeah.
Do you think Peter was right and Paul was wrong?
Mate, I don't know what happened there, but they were arguing and they never.
But you need to know what happened there, my friend, before you can comment on something neat. Please know what happened. Let me tell you what happened. Peter was being a bit hypocritical that when the Jews were around, he would not eat with the Gentile, but when the Jews were not around, he would eat with the Gentiles. So Paul called him out on that. And Paul was right for calling him out on that.
Yeah, but you have to understand. Yeah, my argument is not to do with the Gentiles. My argument is to do with Paul going around to the Jews and trying to convert and trying to tell them that you don't need to turn, you do not need to keep the laws. He was the only disciple, the so-called disciple, going around on his own preaching this. This is why Barnabas.
You're lying.
Please quote the verse. Please show us the verse. Safras, please.
No.
Please,
show me where James told the Jews.
Why James have more authority over Peter?
James was the elder of the temple,
and
not Peter.
Because who did Jesus tell that when he recovered he should strengthen his brothers? Was it James?
No, Peter then.
Who did Jesus give the authority and said, hey, when you recover from this thing, strengthen your brothers? Who? Was it James that he gave this authority to?
No, he did Peter, but the head of what
he gave it to Peter. He gave it to Peter. And what did Peter say about Paul, my friend? What did Peter say about Paul?
Paul, they say that they've only met about 2 times. I think it was 2-3 times, whatever. They never met.
Don't care how many times. Don't care how many times you meet a person, because I have friends. I have friends that I only meet. Once, and so I have friends that I've never met.
They met twice or once or twice, and that was it. And it was nothing has happened. He got arrested, and nobody helped Paul. James did not help Paul when he got arrested and beaten. Peter never helped Paul when he got beaten.
Help him in what way? Or is he gonna be helped? And my friend answer the question.
Peter is old.
Asia were right about Paul. That's why they caught him in the temple and said,
and who are the Jews that beat him, my friend? That's what I'm asking you, and you never answer that.
The Jews of Asia who are under the law.
Were the Jews who followed Jesus, or were the Jews who followed Moses?
If they come to the temple, that means they're following Jesus and Moses. If they come to the temple
of they weren't following Jesus. They were not following Jesus.
They were coming to the temple of Jerusalem. That means they were following Jesus and Moses.
No, they were following Moses. They weren't following Jesus, friend.
They were following the laws of Moses. They were following the laws of Moses.
They weren't following the laws of Jesus. If they were following the laws of Jesus, they would have realized that the law of
Jesus was preaching the law of Moses. James was as well. James
said it. Bro.
James said the Jews have to keep the law, but the Gentiles do not keep the laws.
Bro.
But James said the Jews have to keep the laws. It's there in Acts 21:25. He said it. The Jews have to keep the laws. And what are you on about?
Where did he say? Where did he say the Jews have to keep the laws?
Read Acts 21 verse 25. He's talking about the laws that the Gentiles do not need to circumcise, but the Jews have to. Where's that?
Oh, okay. So, and this is my question to you. So, if James believed that the Jews have to be circumcised, and Paul believed that the Jews does not have to be circumcised, what makes James have more authority over Paul?
Are you telling me Paul has more authority over James? You must be on drugs.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
Barnabas brought Paul into it. Barnabas brought Paul into it.
Into
he
what?
Himself. Barnabas brought Paul in as a disciple.
No, Jesus bring Paul as a disciple.
No, Barnabas brought him in. I guarantee you.
Jesus bring Paul as a disciple.
Read the scriptures. Read the
Stop
scriptures.
talking nonsense, bro.
Read the
Jesus bring Paul as a disciple. And who bring James as a disciple, my friend? Who bring James as a disciple?
Are you telling me Paul had authority higher than Peter and James? If you are saying that, mate, you are all over.
Paul has authority on the level of Peter.
You must be joking. You must be
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did, friend.
So why did James tell Paul? So why did James tell Paul, go take these 4 men? He was commanding him. He said, go take these 4 men and do this because they're gonna come here and kill you. And that's what happened. They nearly killed him.
Because Paul is a humble man. Paul, when he's in Paul, yes, Paul is a humble man and he's in James' jurisdiction, so he follow what James say. When you go to a church, hold on, my friend, my friend. If I am a deacon at District A, and I go to District B where they have a different deacon, who you think is the leading deacon in District B?
What are you on about, man?
I ask you a question. If Paul is in the territory of James, where James is the head of the church, who you think, isn't he subjected under James?
He is under James. He was under James.
He wasn't under James. He was not under James, but he was under James since he was in James' territory.
The elder of that church of Jerusalem was James and the disciples, not Paul.
And was Paul living in Jerusalem, or he was moving from places to places where he is the Paul was the overseer of different churches in different places. So when he go to friend, calm down. When he go to a place where James was the overseer, he listened to James because this is how you do things. God is not the God of confusion, so you follow the head of the church. If I am the head of the church in District A and I go to District B, I would follow the head of the church in District B, friend.
So what I'm getting on here is James is clearly saying to the Jews that you have to keep the laws, but you Christians saying that the Jews do not have to keep the laws. So who am I going to believe? James, the elder of the church, or you Christians?
No, what James added.
When you become a Christian, you are a new person under Christ.
I'm not talking about Christians here. I'm saying James is telling the Jews you have to keep the laws, and you Christians saying today
because they are Jews. Because they are Jews in Judaism. Is that clear? Come on, Safras. Hear me.
They are Jews. They are Jews, my friend.
Jews. Jews keep the law since they are in Judaism. They have not been converted to Christianity.
No, James is telling the Jews.
Come on, Safras.
James is telling the Jews you do not have to keep the law. Not me, that you have to keep the laws. So James commanded the Jews, you have to keep the laws. So who gives you the right to tell the Jews today that you don't need to keep the laws? When James himself is saying to the Jews, you have to keep the laws.
Do you know that there are Jewish Christians today?
I'm not talking about Christians here. I'm talking about the law-abiding Jews.
They are also Jews, but they are Christian. They believe in Christ. For them, circumcision is no longer required for them.
Come on, you have James is telling the Jews you have to keep the laws.
You know what Safras is not getting? Safras is not getting the fact that these men who were taking these Nazarene vow were not Christians.
Correct.
They were not Christians.
They are
so
under Judaism.
What James was telling Paul to do is to go, since they are doing this. This is their law, and it won't hurt you to buy their things and go with them.
They're under the law. They were doing that's right in the
they're under the law because they're practicing Judaism.
There was no such thing
Exactly.
as Judaism at that time. There's no such thing as Judaism. There was
Nazarite are not Christians.
Wow, man.
Safra,
It's so
Nazarite
difficult
are
to
not
deal with.
Christians.
My question,
Okay?
my question to you, no, my question to you is, yeah, James is saying to the Jews, you have to keep the laws. So what gives you the right today to tell the Jews you do not need to keep the laws? You are going against what James.
My friend, if you keep one law, you have to keep all the law. That's what if you keep one law, you have to keep all the law. And since the Jews were keeping these laws, they have to follow all the law because they did not believe in Jesus. Those Jews did not believe in Jesus, my friend.
Jesus was keeping the laws. James was keeping the laws. Peter will keep the laws. I don't know
Bro,
why.
I already showed you that Jesus complete the law and he changed certain things from the law.
He never. Oh my word! He was falling the
eye for an eye. Is under Jesus' law? Is there a thing called eye for an eye?
Eh?
Under Jesus's law, is there a thing called eye for an eye?
No, he said that you have to slap you. If somebody slaps you, show them.
Okay.
That makes no sense.
No, because you don't understand it. You don't understand it, but I do understand it. So regardless of what your understanding of it is, Jesus did change. Shouldn't say change, but Jesus did complete the law. He fulfilled the law. He complete the law.
No, there were certain things that he changed, but they're the minor things. Where we are talking about circumcision. We are talking about circumcision here. We are talking about eating swine and pork. Jesus did not tell anybody to eat pork. Jesus did not tell anybody.
Where did Paul tell anybody to eat pork? I want to see you show me where Paul said anybody could eat pork.
Stop. Paul was telling the Jews that you do not need to keep.
Show me, my friend, where Paul say anybody could eat pork. I just want you to show me that. Can you?
But let me answer the question here. Don't interrupt. Paul said, "Whoever's under the law are under the curse." Simple. He told them off. You are not allowed to follow the law. He said, "You're not allowed."
You don't understand what Paul was saying, man. You don't understand what Paul was saying when he says whoever is under the law is under
by the law. The Jews. He was telling you no longer abiding by the law. That was going against God's teaching.
No, that's not what he says. Let me show you something that Paul wrote. Let me show you something.
Bro, I'll speak tomorrow or next time, whenever. Yeah, I'm
just gonna show this so that you don't just before you go. Look at this. Okay. I want you just to look at this just before you go, because you don't understand what Paul was saying. You don't understand what Paul was saying at all. When you talk about under the law and all this stuff, you have no clue what he was saying. Let me show you something that Paul says. Let me take this off so that it's easy for you to see it. Let me take all this off so it's easy for you to see it. And so far as I really do, man, I have a lot of respect for you. You just gotta leave the camel urine drinking Arab and you'll be all right.
Man, I'm telling you now, yeah.
Look at this. Look at this, my friend. Look at this. Look what Paul says. In Romans 3 verse 31, look what Paul says. Do we then nullify the law by faith? Not at all. Rather, we uphold the law.
Uphold the law, yeah.
So Paul Paul wasn't saying, oh, come on, my friend, come on. So Paul wasn't saying that there is no law. That's not what Paul was saying. Paul was saying that the law that govern us and the law that we live on, we should abide by is the law of Jesus Christ. And you see where he said that in the book of Corinthians, I think it's 2 Corinthians 9 verse something, where he says,
Didn't Paul say about circumcision? Yeah, circumcision, yeah. And the Jews would have got angry. The Jews are angry with him, saying, "Now, why are you telling us to go against the circumcision? That's so important."
He really wasn't telling them to go against circumcision. He's just telling them that it doesn't profit them anything to be circumcised.
Oh my word, mate! Have you read the book of Genesis when God told Abraham that your seed, this circumcision, is going to be forever? This circumcision has to be forever.
And what does forever mean, my friend?
Forever meaning bloody until the day of judgment, of course.
No. Let me show you what forever means. You got to be careful, friend. Let me show you something.
You are uncircumcised.
Let me show you something, my friend. I'm going to show you something.
Bro,
let me show
I
you
am
something.
2 hours late. I'm 2 hours late. I'm telling you now. I need
No, let me show you the last thing, and let me show you what forever mean in Hebrew. Just the last thing I'm going to show you, and then, you know, because I'm been on this for a long time too. So it's the last thing I'm going to show you, because a Muslim understanding of the scripture is not the real understanding of the scripture. Let me show you what forever mean.
Their seed.
So let
their seed.
Hold on, my friend. Let me show you. I think I'm at the wrong place.
Forever. He says throughout your generations, circumcision.
Forever, right? Forever.
Circumcision.
He said throughout your generation forever. Look at this, my friend. I talked to another Muslim way back in the days. I talked to another Muslim where I have to educate him on what forever means. See, this is the word that means forever. Can you see it?
Right.
This is the Hebrew word that means forever. and it is translated to mean forever. But look at this. It is not the same when it is used for God. When you say the word forever, like God is forever, God lives forever. It is different when you use it for God than when you use it for creation. Why? Here is one example. For example, Jonah says he was in the belly of the fish olam, forever. Was he in the belly of the fish forever? No, but he did say that. I was in the belly of the fish forever. He did say that.
Yeah, but the thing is, it says in that verse, throughout your generations, meaning
throughout your generation could be throughout any generation until it comes to an end.
But it never come to an end. Circumcision never come to an end.
Yes, it did come to an end, and that's why Paul was putting it to an end.
This is why they killed him. This is why they grabbed him out of the temple and nearly killed him.
Right. The reason they were trying to kill him because they were still under the Moses law, but they were not following Jesus.
No, they were. Oh my word! They were
no.
They were
No, anybody who would follow Jesus would never try to kill Paul, because Jesus said, do unto others as you'd like them to do unto you, and love your enemies as love yourself. Do you see that you're not making any sense, friend?
Mate, I'm telling you now, if anybody goes to Israel today and ask them, like, forcing them to get off the laws, they will kill them. They'll kill them on the street.
Right, because they're not following Jesus.
Jesus was circumcised.
Come on, Saffras.
I'm telling you now, nowhere would you find Jesus, James, Peter telling people that you no longer abided by the circumcision, telling the Jews never. They were
my friend. When Jesus was leaving his disciples, what did he say to his disciples?
What did he say?
He said, I have many things that I want to say to you, but I cannot say them now. But when
go on.
But when the Spirit of truth come, he will lead you into all things. So when the Holy Spirit come to them, the Holy Spirit will lead them into all things. So why are you saying you will never see Jesus do this, never see Jesus? There is a lot of things that Paul taught that came from Jesus.
Man, if you read Matthew chapter 5 verse 79, Jesus said, until the heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or tittle of the law shall pass away. Meaning,
until what? Until what? Start here. Don't cut it off. Don't cut it off.
I'm quoting now. You get scared now. I'm quoting now.
No. Come on, Saffras. When you read in a verse, continue to read the verse till the end. Read the verse till the end.
Matthew chapter 5 verse
Saffras, read the verse to the end, Saffras.
I am, but you cut me off, man. You said
okay, so continue to read.
He said that until the heaven and earth pass away, meaning until the day of judgment, not one jot or tittle of the law shall
pass away. He didn't say until the day of judgment. That's what he said.
He said until the heaven and earth pass away, meaning the day of judgment, until the world comes to an end. Man, right. You have not read scriptures. You have not read the scriptures, mate.
Okay, go ahead. What he says after that? What he say after that?
And then he says, whoever.
No. Go ahead. Read the old verse, Saffras.
I am. I've just quoted that verse where it says, "Until the heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or tittle of the law shall pass away." Simple. And then he says,
and did he finish?
You're not
Did
reading
he
it.
finish? You're not reading it, Safras. Safras.
You're making me late as it is, man. 2 hours late, yo, man.
Be honest to yourself.
Safras, you need to be honest to yourself, Safras.
Yes. Respect yourself, man. Respect yourself. Be honest to yourself.
Put the verse on. Put the verses on the screen. This is the last argument, and then that's it. I'm off.
That's the worst thing you can do if you don't respect yourself.
I am respecting myself. It says there, for truly tell you, until the heaven and earth disappeared, meaning until the end of the world, not the smallest letter nor the least stroke of the pen will by any means disappear from the laws until all be fulfilled.
Okay,
Correct.
so this is the key. The key is right here, Safras. Look at it.
Till
the
all
key
be
is right
fulfilled.
here.
Until all
The
be
key is
fulfilled.
there.
Meaning what?
And what is
Till all be fulfilled.
No, you know what I mean?
does he?
My brother will show you.
Wait, let me
Safras, what does it mean until all be fulfilled?
Okay, if you read the whole verse, it says first he's saying until the heaven and earth disappear, and then he says here until all be fulfilled, meaning until the world ends, fulfilled, everything be fulfilled of the world. You cannot break a law of faith until the heaven and earth pass away. You cannot break one tiny law. Jesus is saying this. You not gone against the laws.
Safras, pay attention.
Let Jesus.
Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Let me show you something. Look. Safras, look how you throw your Quran under the bus. Have you ever read this in your Quran?
What's that?
This verse right here. Can you see the screen?
The Quran 350, which says that Isa makes lawful for you some of what was forbidden to you. Yeah.
So if Jesus was saying that until the day of judgment, nothing will pass from the law, this would make your God a liar.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
He preached the law, and whatever law he gave to them Jews, he told them that you cannot break a single law of what I've taught you. Simple. He taught them.
So did Jesus teach circumcision?
Of course he did.
Where?
Oh my word.
Did your Quran teach circumcision?
Yeah?
Did your Quran teach circumcision?
No, it's in the hadith.
If it was so important, why your God forget about it?
Man, it was very important for the children of Israel. It was very important for the children of Israel at that time.
But anyway, look at this. Look at your Quran says. You are just telling us that nothing can pass from the law, because this is what you were heading to until I show you this. That nothing can pass the law until the day of judgment. That's what Jesus means. But that's not what Jesus meant. Because you must remember this. This is a condition until all be fulfilled. And if you look at the word fulfilled, it actually means until all be completed. That means Jesus. Yes, the word fulfill means complete. Look it up. I'm gonna show you.
Okay. But if you read the first part, if you read the first part, he says it clear until the heaven and earth pass away, not a stroke of a tiny law can pass away, meaning until the end of the world. So you
right. No, he didn't contradict himself because he put this thing in here. If I say to you, I will not give my company to anyone until my son reach 18 years old. That's literally what he's saying. I will say, until as long as I live, I will not give my company to anyone until my son reach 18 years old. It's a condition on the law. So he said, until all be fulfilled. And the word fulfill means until all be complete. And why do we know that it means all be complete? When we continue to read. When we continue to read, we see why it means that all be complete. Look at this. Murder law. Look at the murder law. Matthew 5, verse 21. You have heard that it was said, people long ago, mean in the time of Moses, you should not murder. Because this was written in the time of Moses. And anyone who murder will be subjected to the judgment. Now, this is what Jesus is doing. He's completing the law now. So verse 22, he says, but I tell you that anyone who is angry with his brother or sister will be subjected to the judgment. So Jesus is adding more, completing the law and adding more to it, in the sense that he's telling you, like, hey, it's not only murder. If you're angry with your brother without a just cause, you can be subjected to the judgment.
Yeah.
And again, anyone who says to his brother or his sister, Rafa, is answerable to the court. And anyone who say you fool will be in danger of hellfire. Do you see that?
Yeah, but may all this contradicts what we went through in Acts 21, where James told the Jews that they have to be under the law, but the Gentiles do
No,
not
it
have to be.
contradicts your belief. It doesn't contradict
It
Nate.
contradicts me.
It doesn't, my friend, it doesn't contradict Nate's belief, and it doesn't contradict my belief.
But why did James tell the Jews that they have to keep the laws and not the Gentiles? This contradicts
Because they were still, because they didn't believe in Jesus and they were living under the law, so they have to keep all the law.
Come on, man. Come on, man. You're making it.
Nate, isn't that what you read there?
Look at
Yes.
Look at this here. James made the 4 men do a Nazarite vow. Nazarite vows from the Torah.
James didn't make them do another right vow, my friend. He didn't make them do it.
He did
do
it.
You want to read it? You want to read it again? He didn't make them do it. Come on, my friend.
Okay.
He didn't make them do it.
Okay. Why were they doing a Nazarite vow inside the temple of Jerusalem? Because James was elder.
That's where the Jews practice the.
Yes,
Let
because
me
they
answer
were under
that.
the law. They were under the law.
Let me answer that.
Let Nate answer you. Let Nate answer you.
So first, okay. Nazarite vow, so that is non-Christian, okay? That what you need to understand. Second, this is not wrong religion. So they were Jews. Remember, the apostles, the disciples, they were Jews. They belonged to that religion. So there's nothing wrong. It's not a sin if they do.
Hello.
Nate's microphone, I think, went off.
But bro, I'll let you go now. Yeah, I'm very late.
Okay, my brother. God,
bro,
the real God,
yeah, don't put
the real God, the
don't
real
put
God go with you, man.
Yeah?
The real God go with you,
bro. Barnabas is a man. You lot took him out. You've destroyed yourselves. I tell you straight, man. Tell you straight. Barnabas was the main one. You took him out and destroyed the whole teaching. Simple. You're all seeing on the day of judgment. You're all gonna see. Safraz warned us many times. We rejected him. Now we regret it.
Who you think gonna? Who you think is gonna? Who's think gonna? My friend, Safraz, who are we going to answer to on the day of judgment? Jesus.
God. No. God.
Jesus is God.
Jesus is not gonna judge me. He ain't judging me.
You think he's not gonna judge you, but he's gonna judge you. He's gonna judge you.
He's be judging himself. He's be judging himself. The Quran, chapter 5, verse 116. Did you tell anybody to worship you or other? He said, no.
That conjecture, man. When did Jesus say that? When did Jesus say that?
That's what happened on the day of judgment. Chapter 5, verse 116, 118.
That's just Muhammad making up story. Just like he make up a story about Moses' ball sack. He was making up another story.
Okay, bro. Yeah, I'm out of here. Yeah.
All right, man. God bless, man. Oh, man. That brother, I had to love him, man. I had to love him. It's hard, you know, even though I love all Muslims, but this guy, I have a special love for him. He's funny. He's very funny. So the thing about it, he went to the book of Acts. You know, I just want to wrap up a little bit and get a, because we've been going at this for a while. So he went to the book of Acts, and when you look into the book of Acts, what you see there is actually James trying to save Paul's life, really. So he's telling him, he said, take these Nazarites and go with them and let them perform their rites. Because if you notice it never say Paul was in agreement with what he was about to do. He just go and did it because these men were doing it, and it was not a sin to do it. It was not a sin for him to do to help them to carry out their vow. It was not a sin at all. There was no sin in it there. It can neither harm him or anything. But that was something that they continued to do after Jesus died for their sins. They continued to do that. And James knew the same thing too, that it was nothing that can harm. It was something that they were doing. And this is why Paul says something like, to the Jews I become a Jew, and to the one who is not a Jew I become one of them, because Paul was a Jew and he could participate in the Jewish custom without committing any sin. And because the Gentile is given a law that no circumcision, no this, no that, no that, Paul could participate in that also without committing a sin, because the Gentiles were following the Messiah. So Paul could participate in following the Messiah without committing any sin, and he could also participate in following the Jewish custom without committing any sin at all, even though some of their custom have already become useless. Following a useless custom of the Jew just to win them over doesn't mean that, because if you alienate people, this is one thing I could tell anybody. If you alienate people from you, you cannot get close to them. It's very difficult to get close to people who you alienate, and this is what Paul was trying not to do, to alienate the Jews to the point where he have no room to get in to teach them about Jesus Christ. And even though he know they were following useless customs like sacrifices and all this stuff, he didn't have a problem helping them to pay for the sacrifice that they were going to do, because what? He can neither harm him or do any good to him, or harm them or do any good to them. His goal was to be close to them, so that when he opened his mouth to tell them about the Messiah, they would listen. Because that's his goal. That was his goal. It's not deceptive. It's just very wise. Very wise. That's what it is. Very, very wise. Very, very what should you use? What word? Intelligent. Wise and intelligent, because it came from the Holy Spirit. That's what I see. What do you say about that, Nate? Are you still there, Nate?
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, brother, you're right. Even Jesus said that there is the old wine and the new wine. So Jesus is already saying that there is a new coming, but doesn't mean to say that the old wine is bad. So that's what they are doing. They want to get near the Jews, because it takes time for their consciousness to accept the Christ. Even Jesus himself, as came here on earth, and then he did go through the same custom. So yeah, because he wants to save his own people. So the same heart we should have for the Jews. So we don't demonize them because of their custom, because this has been instituted by God himself also. So it's not a sin for Saint Paul to go through and then do the purification with them.
Yeah, I agree with you, my brother. That's wisdom. You see, that's what the Muslim cannot see, that if you notice what Muhammad did, and even if Muhammad had the truth, Muhammad take the wrong approach, and this is why you know that Muhammad didn't come from the God of Moses or the God of Jesus or the God of any one of these people, because Muhammad didn't use any wisdom. Muhammad wanted to win the Jews over, and he was using anger and wickedness to win them over. And if you notice the way Paul was dealing with the Jews, and that's why he was able to get some of the Jews to be converted, because his approach to them was not evil. His approach to them was wise and very intelligent in a sense. He wasn't in aggression or this, even though he was not in the position to be aggressive. But there was a time when Muhammad was not in the position to be aggressive, and guess what? But he was coming to the Quraysh in an aggressive manner, in a sense, because he went, tore out their idols and do all this stuff, and he was bothering them about their idols. There's a way to get to people without even trying to uproot what they already have. You could talk to them and use words and talk to them, like, you know, in little surrounding, little pieces of people, and get these people to and by the lifestyle that you live, people will be gravitated towards you. But no, Muhammad wanted to use brute force, even when he didn't have power to use brute force. He was trying to use brute force. And a lot of Christians don't even see that Muhammad was trying to use brute force at the time when he didn't have the power to use brute force. And this is why, you know, he would go and talk bad about their idols and all this stuff. He would do this. He was doing all this stuff, you know, that he didn't have the power to do, to the point where they wanted to kill his people who was with him. He had to send them to the Christians in Abyssinia. So, you know, it's just the two different approach, where Paul realized that the only way, and even James realized that too, that the only way you can get to these people and to stop these people from murdering you, because you are needed, you have to show that you are not against their circumcision. Because Paul wasn't against circumcision, really. If you want to be circumcised, from what I read about Paul, if you want to be circumcised, then go ahead and circumcise, but it profits you nothing. That's what he actually was saying. It doesn't put you in a better place than the Gentiles who are not circumcised. That's what Paul actually was saying.
I agree with that, brother. Brother, thank you for having me here. Thank you for this time, and then of course, may God bless your ministry. And let's pray for our Muslim friends. Thank you so much. And continue to watch.
Yeah, no, I'm getting out right now. You know, I've been going at this so long. I am actually hungry. I've been going at this so long, my friend. You know, and I just want to give God the glory. And thank you, my brother, for coming on, because when you came on, your points are valid. And if I talk too much, it's because it's my nature, man. I'm Jamaican. But I'm not going to blame it on Jamaican. But we Jamaicans, we like to voice our opinion and
all right. May God bless you, brother.
Stuff. Yeah, appreciate Safras coming on. I saw Danny here, but something was wrong with his microphone. And so you know, but what I want to say, man, is all praises to the triune God, the God who is above all gods, the God who gives us wisdom to decipher things and to make sense of sensible things and to make nonsense of things that are nonsense. And as I always say, Islam to me is nothing but pure nonsense. And another thing I always say, everyone who watched this video, everyone, man, when you walk out here, keep it 100% Jesus. If you live or die, you will be safe. Don't worry about death. Just keep it 100% Jesus. And if you live or if you die, you will be 100% safe. So I'm sorry I didn't use a lot of the comment today. It's, you know, but I always respect the comment of everyone. And I'm sorry I haven't used a lot of the comment today, you know, but I just want you guys to know that I respect you. It's a suffers, you have just been busted again. So anyway, my people, God bless you all, man. I love you, man. Really, really do. I appreciate you guys coming out and listening to me, man. I totally do. And this is everybody's channel. So if anytime I'm gonna start sharing the link so that people could come on and share their story. Anybody could come on and talk, you know. Don't be scared, man. And God bless you all, man. And I see you tomorrow. I was supposed to make another video, a little video, but this becomes so long. But so I will use that video for tomorrow, since we are finished with the video on slavery. We have done 2 videos on slavery. So tomorrow we are going to be looking into something else. And I will start about the same time. We've been going for a long time. So God bless you all, man. And I love you guys.